Hey.
Ming, it's been so long. It's been what?
About less than 24 hours. I missed you.
I missed you too. I missed you too.
I missed you. Welcome.
Well, welcome back, everybody. If you were here yesterday, and hello to everybody who's just joining us today. I'm Amy Chu, your co-host,
and I'm Ming Chen, your other co-host. Thanks for joining us. I'm I'm live here from Eatontown, New Jersey, at a Shared Universe podcast studio, and I think you're up in New York City, correct?
I am. I'm live here from New York City from my friend's place, who's kind of like, "You're doing what?" It's like, yeah, I'm gonna be gone for about 5 hours while I do this live stream. So
I love it. You're like John Wick. You have like a whole Continental hotel that you can go take shelter at and do a live stream from. So I love it.
It's great because I think she has better, internet than I do. So I'm totally taking advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's just like 31 floors up, so it's kind of cool,
I mean, the signal should reach up there too. It sounds so fancy.
Well, it's great for Pokemon Go. Honestly, the range here, I don't even have to leave this apartment. I'm just literally playing without, there's like a gazillion Pokestops here. And that's so relevant to Asian American Pacific Islander Month, right?
It really is, yeah. So you got gyms everywhere, just as far as the eye can see. Just take it over.
Yeah. And there's like a gazillion people at each gym, and it's really kind of nice, actually.
I can't even imagine what your Pokedex looks like. I love it.
Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good here. I'm not going to play while we're streaming, though, or maybe I am.
Okay.
Anyway. So we have a great lineup today. I'm pretty excited.
It's amazing. Like, if this was like a Comic-Con, people's minds would be blown.
We have the best Comic-Con, honestly, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Joyce here? Is Joyce backstage? Our first guest is
bring her in, or else we're just going to talk about food until she gets
right. But it's imperative because Joyce and I are food buddies, so so if she is back there, it'd be great. So let's. Oh, so here's the other thing too. I was thinking that first of all, we shall see, but we got a lot of guests today. We will talk more about food, but I also wanted to start asking some questions. Remember I was talking about trivia?
Yes.
So I think actually when Janice appears next, it'll be Joyce, then Janice Chiang. But I did a little investigating, and some of the questions I'm going to throw out to the audience, this will be the challenge, right? Because I don't know if I've got my facts straight. You know how good social media and the internet is about these kind of things.
Right.
And so the question I have for everybody out there is, who was the first Asian American in comics? Because I did a little investigation, and I'm like, it's not so clear cut, but there were some names that came up, and I'm like, oh, I feel stupid. There's definitely a bunch of people I had never known that were in comics, and a lot earlier than I expected. So I'm going to send that out to, I'm sort of saying, and what's at stake here? I don't know if you got any more coffee, or I'll throw in a comic, right? For the right answer.
Well, so here's what I dug through, and I gave away 2 pounds of Death Wish coffee yesterday. I went and I I've been stockpiling the K cups for anybody with a Keurig out there.
The K cup.
Them, and I have quite a few.
Okay.
So for anybody who might have a Keurig out there, I'm throwing in 10 Death Wish coffee K cups to anybody who can answer this question.
Right.
I had one time, I believe I looked it up, and I cannot remember the answer, and. Yeah, and I think we're talking about the first Asian American in comics,
right?
Put in a positive light, I imagine. There's
no, and I don't mean character. I mean creator.
Creator.
I mean creator. I don't mean. Yeah. Sorry, I should have been clearer because I do know, and we that can be the second question. I am talking about creator because we are interviewing all Asian American creators, and I think this is very important that we acknowledge, their presence and their contributions.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm talking about creator, whether it's writer, editor, or artist, or letterer.
Wow. I would love
to
know.
Can you answer that?
I can't answer that. Is it? Yeah. I had at one time looked up, just the lineup of Asian Americans in comics, just as characters.
Yeah,
And
no, not characters, not characters. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
there aren't that many.
Hi.
Actually,
Hey!
hi, Joyce. Hey,
Hi, how
we
are
were
you?
just talking food as usual,
Yeah,
and I would say we're good food buddies, right? We're good
we're totally
buddies
good.
in general, but we've bonded over food, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Amy
know
always
Ming,
knows the
right?
best
You
places to
know
go.
Ming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, we were at a convention together, like a little tiny convention, sat next to each other. So we got to know each
Yes.
other there, and we bonded over making fun of everything.
Oh yeah, because that's what we do.
Sorry for being late. I totally screwed up time zones.
Oh no worries. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, welcome. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us, so that we can collectively bitch about things and talk about food and
Exactly.
whatever you want to talk about.
How much I miss restaurants. I mean, we just started sort of venturing out into outdoor seating in restaurants around here locally. But we haven't been to dim sum in more than a year. So this has been the longest time I've gone without having dim sum in a dim sum restaurant.
We were just
My
talking
entire-
about dim sum.
Yeah.
Ron Lim was our guest for yesterday,
Oh, wow.
and we basically spent a good portion of the hour talking about dumplings and siu mai and hakao and
Things we
bulgogi.
miss. Right. Well, and I miss traveling. Like, I don't necessarily miss the actual conventions so much because they tend to be quite similar all around the world, no matter what language they're in. But I miss hanging out with friends and new people after at all the restaurants and museums and walking the streets and all the adventures having, we can have in each city. And like, I think, yeah, one of the last times we had dim sum was with you, Amy, in Vancouver, right? Yeah. And that was like this crazy restaurant that she found somewhere we walked to, and it was really,
That's right.
it was
In
really
the
good.
Trump building.
Super expensive, but I think that might be like the second to last dim sum we've had.
Yeah, that was the expensive dim sum because they literally put some gold leaf on like the hakao or something like that. I just remember.
Right. It's a shrimp. It's a sea bug with gold.
Yeah, it was
Gold
cool.
leaf. Is that necessary? Wow, this must have been some like Asian like gangster place that it's like just put some gold leaf on it. They put you in the VIP room behind the velvet ropes. Like,
It was not a casino. It was not a casino. Yeah. Well, so this is we're sort of streaming live, and this is a capitalist channel, so you're allowed to pimp anything that you want if you want to, like, talk about stuff. But otherwise, you're just forced to chat with us, and we can talk whatever.
I'm happy to chat. I'm not actually set up that well for e-commerce because we have my husband's stuff set up for e-commerce. My husband also draws comics, and has for quite a long time. But I never concentrated on that because I tend to, with my free time, do other things.
Right. But we don't care about your husband. It's not about him. It's about you, because he's not Asian, even though he wants to be. Maybe.
I can't say he really wants to be, but yeah, no, he likes me and Godzilla. So
right. Well, let's talk about you. You've been in comics for how long now?
I think I first got hired at DC in '94 off of samples, like back in the olden days before the internet. So I actually had to go to a convention and hand out samples. Yeah, and
So talk about that, because it's all kind of different now, really, right? But
it's totally different. We didn't. I mean, like, literally went to San Diego Comic-Con with photocopies to hand out to people. And that's how you did it, right? You just had your phone number, and nobody was really even using email. I mean, not widely. It was mostly just phone calls.
Right. It barely existed then, right? I mean,
I at the time I didn't have a home computer, so yeah, that was all later. No, no, I totally didn't have a home computer. It was really just hardcore, and like if you needed reference for stuff, there was no Google, so you had to actually go and find photos or something of an ostrich or a Humvee or whatever you needed for a story. Like I remember when I first started working on Winona Earp, I had to find Humvee reference, and they were new at the time, especially the more commercial use, not the non-military Humvee. So Arthur actually wound up building me a Humvee model because there were no toys.
Wow.
Built you the model?
Yeah, no, yeah, because there was just not that kind of photographic reference that was easily accessible, right? Like you had to go and find a magazine. It was an interesting time. Most artists had like what they would call morgue files, and there was just tons and tons and tons of photos of random stuff. Like here's babies and soda pop cans and things. Now you can just look it up on the internet. You don't have to have this vast array of catalogs of visual dictionaries to deal with. So
I can't even imagine. Now you could do a Google image search, or even easier. 94. This was before digital cameras.
Oh
so
yeah,
there were no.
Just walk around and take pictures of stuff.
Yeah, pictures. Yeah, I've been many a model for friends. It was like, hey, all right, lay down, you're dead, and there's an ice pick in your head, and put your arm like this, and just take a digital image, print it out, and then you can use that as reference. 94. Yeah, no one had cell phones. No one had.
Yeah, no, it was all very very traditional. Like
very
I remember.
20th century.
Yeah, like I got a job for working on an Alan Moore story, cobweb story for ABC Comics for Image at the time, and the first. I mean, I don't know if you guys know much about Alan Moore's scripts, but he writes a lot that doesn't actually have to do with like a normal. Like the first page was him driving into town and talking about how much he enjoyed my work and how he was looking forward. Like this was the first page of the script, and then it segued into talking about Victorian era fetish furniture. And this is before the internet, and like part of the story had a lot to do with specific Victorian era fetish furniture. Luckily, I lived in San Francisco.
Okay,
so it was actually possible to find the reference for this because there was no internet, so you couldn't just Google. Rule 34 was literally a thing you had to discuss on the phone. Like the fetishization of everything. Like you couldn't just easily access this stuff. Luckily, there were bookstores and places I could go in San Francisco to find this stuff. But it was
with paper references.
Oh, right? Absolutely! No, it was all paper. Yeah. So
and right now, like everybody is like probably Googling Victorian fetish furniture as we're talking.
There was more of it than you would expect.
Yeah, I'd never even heard of that. Okay, we don't want to talk about that necessarily, unless we do. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever.
Well, I mean, certainly it didn't have anything to do with me being Asian, but it was a funny side note. I mean, like it was I think a 10-page story and like a 40-page or just a huge thick script, and it was all just because he was describing everything from the curtains on out.
Right.
That's and kind of carrying on the conversation with the artist at the time. So it was the one and only time, even though after I did that story, he had actually pitched to do more with me with Cobweb, but the publisher at the time didn't want to. So
right. And what year was this?
Oh, geez, I don't know. It was after I met Arthur, so like 96, 97, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so back then,
we were pretty reluctant to get onto the internet for a long time, and it was somebody handed us a computer at some point. Like somebody was like, just take this.
Yeah, here.
We had to learn like the endless. I mean, I know there's a big PC Mac divide. We switched to Mac because we can't keep rescuing our computers constantly.
I hear you.
Yeah, I'm not a tinkerer. I don't want to fiddle. I don't want to open boxes and mess with stuff. So we just got Macs. But like the first computer we got was a PC, and it was just like, then you have to defrag the disk and do this and do that. I'm like, why?
Right. I just want to work. I just want to. I just want to check my email. What's going on here?
Right. Who wants to defrag? It's stupid. Like that's not the skill I want to have.
Yeah. No. So this was all ancient history. It was a long time ago. It was pretty funny and like the siren call of dial-up. I mean, my daughter has no idea, has no memory, and has no experience with waiting for the dial-up and having somebody, having a phone call come in and you had to kick yourself off the internet just to take this phone call because the dial-up was connected to the phone.
Right. Yeah, we were talking to Jay Lee yesterday, and his connection was so laggy that
Oh
we were
wow.
pretending we were back in the day.
Yeah, it felt like an old like AOL chat room where like we would ask a question, we would wait like 20 seconds
Yeah.
for him to reply. We made it work though. We made it work. I
Oh
don't
yeah.
know what I don't know what underground bunker he was in Fairfax, Virginia, or but his internet connection was pretty horrible. We made it work though.
Yeah. No, ours is pretty good most of the time, you know, unless somebody knocks out a tower or something. But like, I can't even. I mean, what's he doing in Virginia? Get out! Get out!
Yeah, we're not really sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I literally thought he was still in Las Vegas. So I was talking about stuff, and I'm like, oh wait, he's not there anymore. Anyway.
Maybe you bought a huge house or something. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, so 1994 was your first. So
I think my first published in '95, but yeah, I got work in
yeah.
'94, and it
Yeah,
was
but how did that?
it was pretty like most editors didn't quite know what to make of me because there were only I think 3 or 4 max female pencilers working at the time, and I was the only Asian one, and it was kind of I think it was mostly a surprise to people uh, when they had to learn how to deal with me, you know, because I'm fairly I kind of came from a history of like I loved comics and fish tanks and reptiles and animals, so which are all very male. So I was used to dealing with guys. They weren't used to dealing with women. So it was this weird thing where I had a lot of guys that were had a pretty hard time with it.
As I can imagine, right? Because you're not a shy and retiring type.
No, and I was really, you know, I've mellowed in my old age, but I was shockingly filthy. I was a sailor. It was pretty bad. Yeah, so
It's too bad we didn't meet back then. That would have been fun, you know?
You were totally on your own. Like, weren't you in Hong Kong at the time?
1994, where was I? Was in New York on my way to Hong Kong. 95 is when I moved to Hong Kong.
Oh, okay. Yeah, being a mafia princess was busy. It would have been tough.
Yeah. So we can talk about the casino gang lifestyle.
Yeah, Amy's led as interesting a life as the characters that she writes.
Yeah, I would love to read the Amy Chu comic book for sure.
It would be fascinating. I actually think she should write it up and pitch it.
Somebody else, an editor really wanted me to write this up, and I'm like, I'm not sure I can right now. People are still alive. I don't know.
Just fictionalize it. It doesn't have to be the Amy Chu story. It could be.
No. But then some people will be like, oh, we know exactly who she's talking about. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, it could be the Amy Chen story or the Amy Chen story.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be you.
Yeah. But this is the Joyce Chin story. This is the Joyce Chin story. We're talking about Joyce. We want to do the origin story of Joyce.
Well, I mean, I got into comics. It was kind of like I just didn't want a real job, and I always drew, and I always one of my puppies is playing in a tunnel.
Love it.
If you hear crackling,
I love it.
That there's a 6-month-old puppy in a tunnel rolling around. So
let's interview the puppy.
Yeah, I know. Hi, baby. Come here.
Let's see the puppy. What's the puppy's name?
His name is Zaire.
Zaire. Hey,
Zaire.
Oh.
Is that a Weimaraner? Or?
No, he's a sight hound. He's a dog that'll run fast when he's a grown up. So he's a windhound. But he's having adventures right now. So go have adventures on the rest of the half acre. So what were we talking about? Okay, your
origin.
Yeah, no, I'd actually gone to study human sexuality and psychology, and I dropped out of that to work in transshipping international tropical fish. And then I decided this is not what I want to do for the rest of my life. And I was still reading comics at the time, and I was like, okay, let's see what this is like. Let's see how far I can push this and how I can get into comics. So I started working on learning the craft. You know, I always drew, but I never really had learned storytelling um, and all that stuff. And I think at one point after the fire, the flood, the earthquake, and the riot in Los Angeles, I moved back home with my mom, and I practiced nonstop for about 6 months, and then I got my first job, which was a page of Supergirl, where she was photo she was photocopying herself into more Supergirls. And they sent, this is back when you had to FedEx a page back and forth. So they had to send the page back to me twice to make her boobs smaller.
You made her boobs too big. That's so
Yeah,
funny.
it was too big, but it was so like old school. Like literally you had to send the whole entire page in.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to send the whole entire page back, like for any kind of change. So so then I think my next job was Guy Gardner Warrior for DC, and then I did Legion, and I did Superman, a Superman mini for them, and I think I actually wound up being like the first Asian woman to do most of these books. And then I did like Spider-Man for Marvel. I did a whole bunch of stuff. I was doing and you know, I did a bunch of comics for Malibu back when Malibu was a thing.
Right.
Yeah, but I think I was the first Asian woman to pencil at all these companies. Image too. I did.
Right. Wait, so
Yeah.
this is a good question. Were you the first Asian American women penciler, or is there anybody before you?
No, I don't know. I could be. I don't know. I know there are a
You
lot of Asian
could.
men. Yeah,
There were a lot. There were a lot of men. There were some letterers. There might have been a few editors, but
There were colorists.
you might be the first Asian American women penciler. I'm going to throw that out to the internet. If people can verify it, I will send you a
I know,
contact.
like it's difficult because then you run into like Linda Medley is part Filipino. So like, okay, does Hapa count? Right? Because she doesn't.
Papa has to count. You can't really say, okay, you're not.
Yeah.
We're not saying you got to be 100% of anything, right?
Right. Yeah, but I don't even know if she's a half or a quarter. But it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, she had done Doom Patrol and a bunch of other stuff. So
Right.
Yeah. So I can't. I can probably say I'm the first one that did Spider-Man and Superman and that. But you know, I didn't even know that I was the first Asian woman to do Superman until it showed up in a BuzzFeed article. People were like, "Did you know this?" I'm like, "No, actually, no," because I just wouldn't do comics. And back when I was doing them, there was no internet, so it wasn't like, you know, it was funny because it happened in such a vacuum. Compared to now, like there was no feedback from fans. You couldn't hear any buzz about this stuff. Like previews wasn't like an announcement that inspired rage or love in anybody. Things just happened kind of in this weird vacuum of you're just working and putting out stuff. So
do you think that's better, that there's vacuum, or like today you get feedback instantaneously for good or bad?
You get feedback even for errant thoughts on Twitter. I mean, you just don't. I don't know. I think like most things in life, I think you have to balance it for maximizing health. I'm pretty, you know, knowing a lot of the writers and artists I think social media, and I'm not exempt from this either, has taken up a lot of time that could have been spent creating, you know, like doing stuff, right? But also, you know, it's kind of hard to resist because it's a very isolated way to make a living, and for whatever reason it's almost a perfect fit. Okay, you have friends now and you can socialize while still noodling away at home, you know. So it's yeah, I mean, I think the toxicity is a problem, how bad it can get, or like the internet bully gangs. I don't know what phrase they're using for them nowadays, but like the dog pile on the rabbit people. It's like, oh, here's the latest drama. Let me attack that person because today that's fun. I think that's damaging and unnecessary, and it's certainly not what. It wouldn't be possible back then because people were having to send newsletters and have phone calls. You know?
Right. It was letters to the editor, right? It's the letters, you know, in the back.
Right. So I don't know what my career would have been had I started in the internet era. I mean, certainly by the time internet really became a thing, there were plenty of other women in comics. Like for me, like the main ones were probably Jill and Amanda, Jill Thompson and Amanda Connor. And there were very few women editors, like maybe one or two female editors per company. And so at conventions, it was always like, whose girlfriend are you? Or is it, are you colorist? Are you, because there were always women colorists, but there were never women occupying any other job.
Right.
So,
And,
you know,
and
like,
now there's more Asian women, certainly, because
oh,
we
yeah.
have gotten confused. No, we did not get confused, but I have been confused for you somehow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Any Asian woman in comics is going to get confused for each other.
Right. Like I was Annie Wu for several conventions, so and of course we look nothing alike. You know, I mean, she's freaking blonde, or she was then, but you know.
Well, I've never met Joyce Chin, who did a bunch of covers.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've even been sent comps from companies for Joyce.
Oh no.
Wow.
That's pretty terrible.
I'll take them however I can get them. So
yeah, no, it was pretty funny. Like I'd like to meet her someday, just so I don't know if she's ever been confused for me, but it's
I actually tabled next to her. I'm not sure anyone confused us, which is fine if it was confused, because she's such a great artist. I mean, her stuff is really amazing. Yeah, she was next to me at Baltimore Comic Con.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
no, I've been to Baltimore, but
I'm sure you'll meet her at some point, because somebody will ask you if you're Joyce Chin, you know, or vice versa.
Dan Sakai thought I was Joyce Chin.
Oh no.
Dan's the nicest person. He was so embarrassed, and I was just laughing about it. It was fun.
I'm sure he would be very embarrassed. Okay. Well, so you're Chinese American, like myself.
Oh yeah, yeah. On my dad's side, I'm like sixth generation. Like they
sixth
came over.
Generation. That's right. So sixth generation means the sixth generations ago. Well, yeah, 1800s.
Yeah.
So somebody came over in the 1800s. I'm supposed to be fourth generation, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah. My grandfather. Wait, is that fourth generation? I'm second, third, fourth. Yeah, my grandfather came over like around 1905 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, it's one of those things that cracks me up, because every time I get complimented on my English, and like my family's been here since like Calgary.
Right. Yeah, I get that all the time. People are like, "Oh man, where are you from? Like Taiwan, China? Like what city?" I'm like, Cleveland." Cleveland. And then
where did you grow up? Right. I grew up in Iowa. I mean.
Yeah, so that you kind of see okay. It's like you can't get more like boring than that. But I'm like, hey, what do you want me to do? My parents, they moved to Cleveland, had me. What do you want me to do?
Right.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out. I think we got some background noise, and I don't know if. Let's see. But anyway, right? Doesn't it sound like a squirrel?
Oh yeah, little feedback. No big deal.
Outside.
And outside.
Our backyard is all trees and stuff, so it's birds, and there's definitely squirrels.
Right. So sixth generation on one side, and on the other side.
My mom immigrated from China kind of right after World War II, so she was pretty young. She was probably one of the most determined and resilient and independent people that I've ever met. She was 18 and got really mad at her father for cheating on my grandmother, and left China not speaking English with $200 in her equivalent of $200 in her pocket. Took a boat to England, enrolled herself in nursing school, and taught herself English while she was in nursing school in England by watching Speed Racer and reading comic books.
Fantastic.
Yeah, she was just like, I'm doing it. And she, people were like, when did you first start reading comics? I'm like, I literally don't remember not reading comics. One of my very first memories is her reading comic book through the crib bars at me, because I was a baby. So like we'd always had comics around because she'd learned English that way, and she thought that was a good way for her kids to learn. I mean, she was no good at keeping, like, she would just get packs of comics, and it wouldn't matter what was in continuity or what was going on. So we would just have random comic stories. Luckily, back then, comics weren't like 16-issue arcs. They were mostly contained stories within one issue or at most like 4 or 5 things. And then Secret Wars was like the big, like, oh, we're going to do a bunch of things. But that didn't cross over into absolutely everything.
Right.
Secret Wars from Marvel. So it wasn't as disjointed now. Like now when you get one comic, it's like a blip in the story.
Right.
It's a little chunk. You don't get that anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was definitely a different era. But yeah, she oh guys, really the puppies. So yeah, she's the one that introduced me to comics.
Wait, so you would say part of the reason you're in comics is because of your mom, right? I mean,
yeah, it wasn't my dad.
Yeah.
So awesome. it was my mom. She got comics for us,
Yeah.
and and I was a big old nerd. So my whole allowance was spent on comic books and paperbacks, and it was all like science fiction and fantasy stuff. So
right.
Yeah, giant unrepentant.
I wish I could say that I got into comics because of my granddad, who's really into comics. But nobody bothered to tell me that until I was well into comics. And they're like, oh, didn't you know your dad used to collect? I'm like, your granddad? I'm like, what? Somebody could have told me that. Why did I have to kind of like go in the sly and not tell anybody I was doing comics? And here he was, like a big old comic nerd. Nobody ever talked about that. So, oh well. Anyway.
Yeah. No, my mother still didn't understand comics though, because even well into like I think my second year working in comics, I was working on a Green Lantern story or Guy Gardner Warrior, one or the other. I mean, they're the same thing. She's a Green Lantern, but she's like, I guess it's okay that you draw the pornography.
What?
What? I was as good as it got, right? And she's like, give me your comics. I take them back to China. Show everybody that you draw the pornography. You're doing okay. It was like winning an award. It's like, oh, she approves, I guess.
I guess?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. Is that a compliment or?
My mother was just like that. You could never tell it was a compliment. But like at the time, Guy Gardner looked like a bleached Lobo. He was full of muscles. He had long hair and like no shirt and had a bunch of war paint on. And it was like, I think it was a Philomena story I was working on at the time, which was and mind you, I was a Marvel kid growing up, like serious hardcore Marvel only. So one of my first jobs, of course, was drawing in this Philomena story every single Green Lantern that existed at the time. And this is before the internet. And I never read a Green Lantern comic. I was all about X-Men and Spider-Man and stuff. And they sent 3 extra large FedEx boxes filled with single sheet photocopies of each Green Lantern I had to draw. So no, and I think it was because he was topless and kind of drawn like sexy guy, and which Guy Gardner really kind of isn't normally, and then the women in the story look like women in comics in the 90s. Right. So yeah, my mom didn't really know what to make of all that, but it was fine. It was funny because she was the one that introduced me to all that stuff, but she had never. Yeah, sure. I suppose because it wasn't like she wasn't focused on superhero comics.
Yeah, I don't even think my mom reads comics. I mean, she hasn't said anything. She's very polite. But I'm still convinced that she has not read anything I've written, even though my dad has. My dad has, and I get the 1-sentence email saying, well written, good job.
That's lovely.
Yes, it's nice, right?
But like you already hit all of the Asian parents want you to do things. Like you got your degree from great colleges, you entered the workforce and operated there at a high level. You had 2 boys.
Yeah, I cranked out some kids, and they're all boys. Yeah, you're right. I'm all taken care of. I could do pornography, and they would be okay with it because I've already done everything that I was supposed to.
Right. No, I was a confusing person from the get-go.
Yeah, you travel the world. You eat everything off your plate. You have fellow Asian friends. Like, what more can you do, Amy?
I was like, oh, look, Mom, I have nice Asian friends. I'm all good.
Yeah.
Wait till you meet Joyce.
Oh my God. Yeah, they'll probably be just as confused as my family has been. You did what? You want to do what?
Did you get that reaction when you transition? When you, I don't know. I don't know if you ever had like the real job. I imagine you did.
I did. Yeah. I did.
You
I
did?
had the tropical fish transshipping. It was an office job, and it was basically getting and sending large transportation, like pallets of tropical fish all over the world to send to warehouses that then supplied pet stores and fish people all over the world. So that was a thing. That was
It's
what I
hard to
did.
imagine that, Joyce.
I'm a huge nerd, so I mean, like, I got really, when I get into stuff, it's like, oh, okay, how much can I get into it? So
Oh, so you were really into
still
it for a while.
tropical fish, yeah. No, I still love tanks. I just don't want to do. Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, it would be like, I mean, the airlines would consult with us because we were moving so much product.
Yeah.
I just don't want to do that anymore. So, yeah, no, it's just comics now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so let's talk about craft a little bit, So I think some people had some questions about storytelling well, so you were essentially self-taught. Am I correct?
Yeah, more or
Okay.
less. Yeah, I mean, you listen to people along the way, but I didn't go to school for art.
Yeah.
I mean,
So how did you do it?
psychology was sort of. It was a strong area of interest, but I didn't even complete a degree in that because, I got offered the job to do the transshipping. I think in my sophomore year, and they were like, "You can make 6 figures by your second
What?
year." Well,
Wait, why are we not doing this?
because it was so much death. So
What means so much death?
So the major part of the shipment, and like shipments would come in. You're talking about fish. Shipments would come in all week, but the major part of the shipment moved in and out of LA on Sunday. So that would be plane loads and then truckloads of fish. And they'd all go through these processing lines where they'd be gone over by staff to get rid of all the dead fish that had died in transit from India or Malaysia or whatever, and then pack them up and send them back out. And like we'd wind up with like 3 dumpsters full of dead fish, like little tiny pet fish. Yeah. And so it's like, maybe I don't need to do this because this is a lot of death. I mean, and it was commerce. It's global commerce, right? But then you realize the cost of some of that global commerce. It's like I'm not that thrilled. It's like, I mean, I'm a nerd, so staying at home and not going into the office just seemed better to me. I don't handle office jobs very well. Like I think back then I lived on Mountain Dew just to stay awake.
Right.
Yeah, this was before Monster and Red Bull, so it was all Mountain Dew.
Oh, Mountain Dew, right.
Yeah, that was the strongest rocket fuel you could get. Yeah, back in the 90s. Yeah, until.
Yeah. So I just, and it was all phone calls. There was no like emails back and forth for clients. It was just.
Yeah, it's a very inspiring because you basically self-taught. You just basically sat down and just drew the heck out of everything. Yeah.
Right. Just draw. I mean, I had to learn that because usually the trap that you get into when you're drawing, and I was kind of drawing in a vacuum. Like nobody else I knew growing up wanted to be a comic book artist or draw comics. There were people who read comics, but they weren't. It wasn't like we got together and talked about it or got really like, oh, I want to do this too. So I was very alone. And you fall into a trap of like, well, I can draw this one thing really well. So I'm just going to stay with that one thing. And I'll think that applies to everything else. And I could draw really well. And like, you don't even think about like when you're drawing a comic, you're going to have to draw a toilet seat. You're going to have to draw a lawnmower. You're going to have to draw all these things just in the service of telling the story. And it can't just be all like, if you want to draw a monster or a horse or a woman or a man, and you can do that really well, but you can't draw a puppy. You can't draw like an umbrella, that kind of thing. So you can't really get away with that and be very adept at drawing comics. So it was learning that, being really focused on that. And I mean, it's always an attempt. I don't know any artists that are just like, oh, it's all fine. Everybody, when they finish pieces, like, that could have been better, or I need to work toward that, or oh, this is just garbage. Even like people who are respected on some of the top of their field just have, it's this constant trying to get somewhere that's unachievable, So, like a lot of the smug failures I've met at comics are very satisfied with where they are.
Yeah. Oh, that's the mark of a great creator, though. You're never satisfied ever.
Yeah, no, like I mean, some of the guys I know, some of the people I know get actively like depressed or angry after they finish things because it didn't get there, and these are things and projects that get lauded as like huge achievements.
Yeah.
So it's individual. I mean, the tortured artist thing. I mean, I'm definitely not a tortured artist, but they're definitely out there. I imagine it's the same for writers. There's always a
Yeah.
thing.
You can always do better. That's why I don't read my old stuff, because you see all the mistakes, and
Yeah.
I don't. If it's my own creator-owned stuff, I'll go back and I'll redo it, and I don't want that in my life. Just
Right.
work on the same things over and over again. Right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, and so far past where I was back then, I mean, I look at stuff in the 90s and like, man, that is really 90s stuff, man. And people always talk about the way the women were drawn in the 90s, but the men were just as crazy. Everybody was constipated and angry. Everybody was frowning and like tense and veins popping out everywhere. Everything was the maximum of whatever that could be, and that was comics at the time. So if it was a gun, it couldn't be a gun. It had to be a gun. That it was it was a lot of fun in a way, but I mean, it completely lacked subtlety.
Right. Yeah. There's no realism in there. It's like, hey, where's his waist? I was like, I don't know.
No, all the guys were built like V's. They were as crazy and unrealistic as the women. But it was a fun time. It was a fun. It's fun to draw like without those. And even the stories were just very Hulk smash. It wasn't a grand time for subtlety in comics. So.
Well, so what's your advice to people out there? As you know, people are always asking for advice. Whether or not they take it is a whole nother thing. But, drawing toilet seats and, things like that, should people
I
be
always
really
tell people, just take a notebook out and, get out in the world and just draw the world around you. Go to the zoo. Like, I don't mind doing portfolio reviews at conventions, and I don't mind if I find somebody who's actually good, taking them to an editor I know and go hire this person. And it's happened before where somebody got hired because I walked them over and like hire this person, and draw everything. Like one of the main problems I see is like people get in that rut, like, and they'll bring samples to a convention expecting to get work, and there'll be no women, no kids, no old people, and a lot of the time the funniest thing is like I'll look at the sample and I'll look at the whoever it is and like you don't feel comfortable drawing faces, do you? It's like, well, what do you mean, how do you know? It's like, because literally everybody's in a mask. Like, from the bad guys to the good guys, absolutely nobody's actually showing a face. You're gonna have to draw faces in comics. Hate to break it to you. And it's funny because it's kind of like one of those don't bullshit a bullshitter moments, right? Like people are always like, how did you know like that you don't feel comfortable drawing women because you're only drawing like legs and pelvises and butts? Like you're not, everything else, the female faces are all in the background or from far away or like from the perspective. So yeah, just draw everything, get more comfortable with it. Definitely both genders. Even if you're not totally comfortable with drawing children, they might happen at some point in the story, but certainly for your samples, it's not gonna, it'll help if you can show that you can draw as many things as possible. And I know there are sample scripts that they send out, but I was always like, you can always just start a superhero fight at the zoo. Start a superhero fight at Starbucks. Just take a normal environment, throw a fight into it, and that will tell the editors who are looking what they need to know. And and don't bring everything you've ever done. Like I've seen so many people like, oh, here's everything I've done since junior high school. I'm like, no one cares.
Yeah, bring your best. Bring your best.
Yeah, exactly. This is not a retrospective of you. They just need to really actually see 3 pages. They need to see 3 pages in continuity. If you can get it to 5, that's even better if it shows different backgrounds and different faces and different things you can do, different parts of the story. And if you want to throw a pin up, that's great, but it's not necessary. What they really want to see is a very short, succinct sample of your work. Like no one's got time, especially at conventions, And there's no reason to do an entire retrospective of your career. Like save it for later when you're a famous artist. Publish a 20 years to look back when you're like 30, right?
I mean,
But
really,
yeah,
I tell people the pinups are useless, really, because people are getting hired for the sequentials, for storytelling. And if you don't have any of that,
mostly,
yeah. But you do a lot of cover work.
Huh?
Yeah, you do a lot of cover work.
Yeah. I mean, most of the stuff I've done recently is cover work. The last interiors I did was like in 2019 for a Playboy story with Gail Simone with Vampirella. But like recently, it's all been pinups or covers and stuff like that. So it's not been. I think I did she's Asian. This is a Miho for Sin City's 30th.
Okay.
So Sin City 30th anniversary. Right. Yeah. And it's I started working on it the day that the gunman killed a bunch of killed 6 Asian women in Atlanta. So it felt kind of cathartic to draw Miho killing a bunch of women. Yeah. So yeah, that'll be I'm not quite sure when it's coming out, but pretty like in another couple of months, I think the 30th anniversary of Sin City is coming out.
Yeah, we will definitely promote it if we can. Is there anything else that's coming out that we can let people know?
Yeah, what else are you working on?
I'm working on and there's no deadline for this because it's kind of just a project that we're picking out together. Like Chris Claremont and I are working on a series. So I'm doing interiors for that, and it takes place in 7th century, the ancient world, and it's very fantasy. So, I mean, I've got like the first script, and I've been picking away at it. So, and there's some we've done character designs and gone back and forth about that. Like we're just going to see where that goes and how it goes. But it's been great working with Chris. Yeah, he wrote some of my favorite comics. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That'll be amazing. Well, in between, because I see Nick Barucci is out there, saying hi. And
there's a Red Sonja.
I would love Red Sonja. I would love to do Deja Thoris with you. That would be fantastic.
Oh yeah, whatever you want to work on, Amy. I'd work with you.
Oh, yeah.
Deja Thoris would be fun.
You would rock. Well, anything that you want, So that would be. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'm happy to do
it. That, Nick. That would be great.
No, like covers or interiors. I mean, I know the business aspect sometimes leads it to be quite difficult to hire older artists for interiors on some books, but we'll see what happens.
You're not older. You're, so, yeah. Oh, Nick says he likes that idea.
Yeah, so I think that's a yes. He wants first crack at it.
Yes, I think so. Oh wow,
yeah, whatever it is.
So quickly. We almost out of time. We didn't even talk about food.
I know. Do you have you been cooking?
Weirdly in our family, Arthur's actually the cook. I can cook and I don't mind cooking. He loves to cook. Also, I really beat up utensils and pans and stuff. And he's much more, he buys like the expensive stuff and he's very delicate and careful with it. And my part of my family, of course, was in restaurateuring. So like we beat up pans. He doesn't.
That's how you get the good flavor. You beat up the pans, but yeah, we can put men on the moon and launch satellites, but you can't use metal on a Teflon pan.
Right.
Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, he gets upset when I beat up his pans. So he actually winds up doing most of the cooking. So he's been cooking. And luckily we live in an area where DoorDash and Grubhub and like regular ordering can get us a lot of the restaurant food. So we've been sort of supporting businesses doing that and cooking at home. And I've been spending quarantine doing way too much grocery shopping. So like everything is full. The larder is full. The chest freezer in the garage is full. It's like we're ready, unless the power goes out, then we're totally screwed.
Yeah. Just call us. We'll drive on over and help you.
Right.
Help you
Right.
empty that for sure.
You're gonna have a huge barbecue or something.
Yeah. Street barbecue. Like everybody just drag out all the contents and have a huge party. But it's funny,
Well,
like that's really the only dim sum that we've really had is like there's local Asian market, like frozen dim sum.
Right.
So we have a bunch of that in the freezer.
Yeah, frozen dim sum is better than no dim sum for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but it's not the same.
It's not the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna be happy to. I mean, Arthur and I are vaccinated, but our kid isn't because she's 10, and they only go down to 12 right now. So we're holding off on the grand return to acquire dim sum in person for a little while.
Right, but eventually, my 12-year-old just got his 12-year-old. He's 13. He's 13. Just got his first shot. So, it's time for whatever. He's like whatever age he is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we all get to do backsies. Like 2020 didn't count, right?
Yep. Yeah.
That whole year should.
Yeah, totally write that one off.
But next convention, we're all going out for dim sum, right? Or anything really, Korean barbecue.
Depending where we are. It depends what state we're in, because not every state is fantastic for dim sum.
That's so true.
Well, that's what we base our convention decisions on.
Kind of,
sure.
Yeah.
Gotta
I've made convention decisions about barbecue before.
Oh yeah.
Right? We were talking about that.
I don't really like the. Yeah. Like, I don't really like the way that state does barbecue, so maybe I can go to this other state that has barbecue that I like.
I'm down for that.
Yeah. I mean, we've gotten a lot of invites, but it's the same thing. Like our kid always goes to conventions with us, and we're not going to go until she's vaccinated. So
right.
They're thinking toward the end of the year they might open a tier, and she might be able to be included. So maybe toward the end of the year we can start attending conventions. But certainly, if we wind up in, I think Chicago is December. New York is supposed to be in October again. Yep. But yeah, you'll probably be in Chicago, right, Amy?
I don't know. I'm not going without you.
Yeah. We'll see. And Ming, you show up like randomly. Like I never know where you're gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very random because I don't really create anything. I'm more of I trade on appreciating pop culture and comics, and and just like I'm just lucky. I'm like long shot. That's my superpower, is getting lucky, and yeah.
You should write something.
I know, and I've got such great mentors, and and I've got. Yeah, I really should. I'm too busy eating, I think, and traveling and having too much fun.
Yeah, but it's always like fun to be able to eat, travel, and be able to write it off.
Yeah. Tell me about it. So all I really have to do is put pencil to paper. I've got a great mentor in both of you, so and great motivation. So yes, and that'll get me into more conventions. So
yeah, you totally should, right? And like. I think we were sitting around Eddie Choi, who was an editor at DC at the time, invited us out to dinner one time when we were in LA with a bunch of other Asian comic book artists and writers and stuff. And we were all sitting and most of them were working for DC at the time. And we were having dinner, and I was saying, it's kind of weird that DC has so few Asian characters. And they're like, what do you mean? And it's like, there's hardly any. And this was years ago. There's hardly any, and I said like the one I was able to, an Asian character I was able to find for DC was Egg Foo for Wonder Woman, was like literally sort of a racist thing of Fu Manchu only as an egg, and he was a villain. So everybody around the table realized, oh yeah, there's not any representation. But like since then, a lot of those people that were at the table have gone on to create a lot of Asian characters.
Yeah.
For DC Comics, So I don't know. I mean, I think there's definitely. It's not like you don't know comics. You should totally do it.
Yeah. Just intimidated by people that I think just do it really well, really, really well. But that's also a learning experience. It's a resource. that I really should be taking advantage
Look,
of.
let's start with a low bar. Offer to make over egg foo.
He has been made over. He no longer looks like a Fu Manchu as an egg.
Is
Now
he just made over?
Yeah, he's been made over. It's not a lot less racist. But
still.
Progress.
I think
Progress.
like you could do webtoons or something, just a kind of internet thing. But I mean, like when I was first starting out, it was almost useful to go and get comics that were terrible, just so you could go, well, I'm better than that guy. I can do more than that person.
Right.
So,
it's like going.
I may not be here, but I can do that.
That's a great point. Yeah, it's like going to open mic stand up comedy. It's like, oh man, this guy's terrible. I could be better than this guy. It's very encouraging. So
yeah, but like the thing with the guy that's at the stand up mic, like he's up there, right? So unless you get up
good
there,
point. Yep. Yeah. That you're no better. Good point. Okay.
Right.
I think you just. I think you guys both lit that match under my butt.
No, it's doable. I mean, when I got into comics, it wasn't like people were like, "You're a girl. Why do you want to get into comics?" I'm like, I love comics. Yeah. So there were no, and walking. It was very like I remember the first bunch of bars that I went to after comic book shows. It was literally comic book creators and like a couple of hookers in the bar, and that was. The couple of hookers were the only two women, other than me. So it was very, very, very male dominated. So I think you'll be walking into a much more receptive environment.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see.
It'll just start with something simple.
Yeah.
You don't have to write a grand epic or anything. Just
right.
Something simple.
You know what we need to do with you, Ming, is instead of a drink and draw, we should do a drink and write. And I bet you would do really great if we do it that way.
You've seen me drink, Amy. I don't know if this is
Hey, we have a special surprise guest here to say hi.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, Daryl, how are you doing?
Hey.
What's up, D?
Hello,
Daniel.
Hey, what's up, man?
Run DMC. And Janice.
Hi. What are
Janice.
Yes. How you doing? Where's
Janice? Janice is Hi, Janet.
Hey, Joyce.
Now it's a party.
Hi, Daryl. Hi, Ming.
Hello, Janice. How are you
doing?
Great.
I'm doing very well. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we wanted to say hi before Joyce has to leave because we kind of sort of also said, hey, this is a party because there's, the conventions haven't rolled back in. This is kind of like the weekend where we could just kind of hang. And
right.
And maybe Janice can actually tell us because we were trying to figure out who was the first Asian American female penciler. Was it really Joyce, or is there somebody before her?
I think it must be Joyce. I can't remember. I would have known, right? If I
yeah.
You should know. You should know.
I would have known. I started in 1974 when Larry Hama and Ralph Reese mentored me to teach me how to letter comics, and basically I just fell into it.
Oh wow!
I'm an intruder. I'm a mercenary. It's like I just fell into it, and it's like I tell young creators, you have a dream and you have reality. In between is where you're gonna walk. So here I am. It's like 45 years later. Crazy, right?
That happened.
The unintentional letter.
Right. I think that by the end of the day, we will ascertain whether Joyce truly is, because then she deserves a crown or something for being like first American
definitely get it.
I don't know. The only reason I know about the Superman really was that BuzzFeed article. Like, the first Asian woman to draw Superman. I had no idea. It never even occurred to me to look it up. So I don't know.
Wait, so Janice, are you the first Asian American letterer?
No, actually, my friend Paul Matsuda's mother was a letterer with. She was a graphic designer and illustrator, and she did letter comics. So what happened was, like, after the internment ended for Japanese people, a lot of people gave up in California and came to the East Coast. So many of them were artists who were in commercial art and advertising. So she was, I think her name was Cora. she was one of the people who came from the West Coast to East Coast. So I think Larry or one of my mentors, Mori Kuramoto, who served in the 42nd, the famous troop, he had told me that, or she was there before me. So no, I follow in giant footsteps.
Right. What was her name again?
Her last name is Matsuda. I know her.
Matsuda.
Matsuda. Yeah, I know her son better. Carl. You know Fei Chu, right, Amy?
Yeah,
So
I'm
Fei
Chu.
Chu's husband is Carl. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. In a very, very small circle in New York, because at the time when I was born, it was during the Cold War years in 1955. So basically, you would see Chinese in your family, right? Or
Right.
my dad owned a hand laundry. Then the other hand laundry owners, and then you go to Chinatown. That was it. That was all Asian, Chinese people we saw. So yeah, it was interesting growing up when your native country was an enemy of this country. So
Right.
yeah, you learn to survive and thrive. That's the only way you can do it, right?
Right. Did we lose Joyce, or did she just leave? Oh,
Ooh.
she comes back. Well,
Nope,
there
there
she
she
is.
is. I think.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah. So Daryl, thanks for joining us. I was kind of like, hey, come by and say hi, and here you are.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. I wanted to show my support and say hi and think
Thank
what
you.
you guys are
Thank you
always
so
doing
much.
is wonderful, and it's glad to be rocking and rolling and hipping and hopping with you. And Ming, we definitely got to do the video. I want you to direct it.
I'm in. And this is a surprise. I didn't even know you were joining in. So I have this with me at all times. By the
Yeah,
way,
Amy set you up. Oh,
she
yeah,
did
yeah,
not.
yeah.
She did not. I swear in the studio, this is always here. As you
Well,
got to be
thank you.
represented here at all times. So
Well,
always.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. That cover was an honor. That cover was a blessing.
Right, because
Yeah.
that cover was by Tony Moore.
Tony Moore.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
Tony Moore did the cover. Yeah, he did it, and it wasn't meant to be a cover neither. I was at the Kansas City Comic Con, I think it was, and it's a funny story. Tony kept staring at me the whole con, like the whole day from 10 in the morning till the ending, and then at the end, I said the next time he looks at me, I'm gonna look him in his eye. So I caught him eye to eye, and he almost like just fell out of his chair. But then he said, "Come on over here." I walked over to him. He said, "This is for you." He gave it to me. He said, "Don't open it yet." I said, "Cool, thank you. See you tomorrow." The con ended. I left the con like 7 o'clock. Went back to my room, and I pulled it out the envelope, and it was that picture. It was me as a zombie with the glasses and the hat, and I was like, "Whoa, this is the coolest thing ever." So I put it away in a safe. And then 3 years went by. I made a song called Back from the Dead, and I spent 6 months walking around trying to think of an idea for the cover. And then it just dawned on me, oh my God, at home. And I went home, I pulled it out, and I called Tony, and I said, would you mind if I use this for my cover? He was like, "What? Would I mind? Dude, this is the coolest thing ever." And that's what that came out of it. So
That's
it was a
awesome.
beautiful thing that it wasn't meant to be. It's kind of like I like what you just said, Janet. You have your dream, and then you have your reality, and then you walk in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That's my experience.
That's cool. That's part of my experience too. So that being said, I just wanted to come and show my support. And Ming, I'm gonna send Amy an email so she could send me an email so I could email you the song, and then you can think about what you're going to direct for the video.
I love it. And then
The song is amazing. The song is amazing.
It's called,
I don't know if you do you want to do it?
Song.
You could do it. Do you want to do the song? No.
No, I don't want to do it yet.
Okay, all right.
I
Let me
don't
ask
want
you
nobody to
something.
see it until Ming directs it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Awesome.
fair enough.
I have a quick question. I had lettered a short comic where there was a song running through it. I had worked with Spencer on it.
Yes.
I forgot the name of it. Could that be the song,
Yep.
or is it another song?
No, that's a different.
No, it's
Yes,
another song.
it's another
Oh,
song.
okay.
It's another song. But that song, yeah. So Janice, I wonder, can we? It's already up, isn't it? It's the Playboy story, right? That's actually. We'll give everyone
Yeah.
a.
You could. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
because I had never seen
Yeah.
it, but I
Let
see it on my
everybody know.
screen.
Yeah.
And that happens all the time. I have so many deadlines. It's like, okay, I met the deadline, and sometimes I just don't. It's like the
well,
Vessel Heroes. I haven't even seen
no,
it.
but we'll send you the link because you obviously should see it. But we're getting it printed up too.
Yes, she
So,
should see it.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the one person you haven't
By
worked
the way,
with is
thank you,
Joyce.
Janice.
I'm honored. We finally got to collaborate. I'm open for more. Just send more over.
Okay.
So we need to work with Joyce too
So
somehow. We got to, right? We definitely need to work with Joyce on something.
Joyce.
I'm happy to.
Joyce, yeah, Joyce, she gonna
Yeah,
do it all. Joyce is
yeah.
gonna do everything.
Yeah, no,
Whatever Joyce wants to do, we're doing. Joyce is gonna DJ. We're gonna have Joyce breakdancing.
Oh yeah.
Joyce is going to take Run's place. As a matter of fact, me and Joyce are gonna battle Ming.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
That's what we'll do.
I'm gonna come out of retirement,
But
and I will battle the both of you.
All right, that's a good thing. But looking forward to working with you, Joyce, and seeing you soon.
For sure.
Thank you, Janice, for everything. Amy, I love you, and Ming.
I don't know if my age of breakdancing is in the cards, but
okay, maybe me too. I hear what you're saying, Joyce. So maybe we'll just do the Michael Jackson moonwalk or something. Something easy.
That sounds good.
All right, y'all. Thank you.
Well, we're gonna comic and eat food.
Yes.
I'll see y'all soon. Keep up the great works, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you. It's good seeing you.
Bye.
Love you. Love you.
Bye-bye.
Love you.
Love you too.
Daryl McDaniel,
Sweet of
everybody.
him to show up. Yeah, to come on.
He's so fun. I miss him.
Yes.
He's like the best person to work with, honestly.
But I guess
you know?
I should probably take off so you guys can.
Yeah, you can hang out if you
Yeah,
want.
no,
Or,
he's
you know,
great.
Well, visit. I haven't seen you since October 2019, I believe. That's been a while.
It's weird. I totally miss the whole Khan family. Like these people that I'm used to seeing more often than I see my family and neighbors, and it's been like almost, a year and a half now with nothing. So, yeah, I'm just used to like, oh, here's Amy. Let's go out to eat. It doesn't matter where we are in the world.
Yeah.
Right.
And Amy can find a good place to eat anywhere in the world. Like we're in Brazil. She's like, oh, I know a place.
Where did we go? That was like.
Yeah, so we always ask her. But
we went to Dom. I remember now because I found the cookbook for that.
You found it was like but we went to a couple of places. One was like a Japanese Peruvian fusion place.
I don't remember
that was really good. And the other place was the Thai place, and then
I remember the Japanese.
It was very odd. I mean, getting out of the airport in Sao Paulo, and the first restaurant you see in the airport is an Olive Garden. So we're like, well, I don't know if this is going to be the best start.
Like I had to leave home for that.
Yeah. Frequently it's a Burger King or something like that. It's like
I was expecting
McDonald's.
Yeah. So we can do the Asian.
We had a weird flight back from.
Oh, sorry.
Totally.
Yeah. So sorry.
Sorry, my connection keeps jumping off. So
you become Jay Lee. We're back in the old days.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know what's going on because I'm in California. It should be great.
It should
and
be
it had been great, and
fantastic.
now kind of sucking. But anyway, I should leave you guys to talk to Janice. But it's what?
Oh, no, I'm glad we could get together. And
Yeah, thank you so
No,
much.
Yeah, that's great to like segue from one conversation to another. I didn't realize it was like one-on-one. So I could think, oh yeah, I'll be quiet, let Larry talk. Because we have a shared history, because he helped
Right.
launch me, right? So then it's like, okay, I'm talking to two people, that's fine. My family has a joke. It's like, Mama can talk to a doorknob.
No, Larry's later.
Yeah, Larry will be on at 4:00 Eastern. So for
He's
sure.
fantastic. So anyway, I'll leave you guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Joyce.
Great to see you.
See you soon. We will eat.
Yeah,
soon.
see you soon. And
Oh yeah.
yeah.
For sure. For sure.
Awesome. I'm loving this. We have like special guests jumping in. This is crazy.
As long as there's no fireworks, it's okay.
Make it interesting. I thought that would be kind of fun. Daryl's always good for a kind of like, hey, sure, I'll drop by. I'm like, we did that with the Kubert School too, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I totally didn't know you were bringing him on. So yeah, I literally have this album here. It's in the studio.
That's really great that you actually have it right there.
Yeah.
Really
But hi, Janice.
Hi. Is there a way to make this full screen? I'm trying to figure out. There's like the
for you, if you go, there's a little thing on the bottom right. It looks like a little crosshair. If you
yeah, it's Leave Studio, right? No,
not that one. Not that one.
There's a little box that will make it full screen. If you
in the video window,
you'll see something.
Bottom right.
Yeah, I see. So first it says
I just did it. Actually, I didn't really know that. I was like, gosh, everything is so small. And they're like, oh, right. Okay. So you just sort of mouse over and then you'll see a little thing, click on that.
Well, I see share and then Leave Studio.
No, in the see the video window with all three of us.
Yeah.
Go to the bottom right.
Oh, I see. Got it.
There you go.
Here we go.
Now.
Because I had the experience stuck on my head.
Are we bigger now?
Exactly. This is more intimate. I can see you.
I got to do that too. Okay, I've done that. Now you're like a prep person. How are you doing, Janice? Thanks for coming on and talking with us today.
Pretty good. I was like cooking Indian food. Well, prepping to cook Indian food where you really need like 4 people to chop and mix for you. So I got that out of the way. So I can spend time with the two of you. So I'm good.
Good. That's good.
Which is very appropriate. We've kind of turned this into Asian American Pacific Islander Appreciation Month into the food podcast.
Oh yeah.
Which you can't avoid with Amy and I. So what are you cooking? What kind of
I'm cooking? It was like
specifically?
I make my own spices. I don't buy ready-made curry powder. I'll roast the cumin seed. I'll grind it with a coriander. It's like art, right? You create from scratch. So I'm making a lemon coriander chicken that has, let's see, we have cayenne, coriander, cumin, grated ginger, and then the garlic is like to infuse the flavor. You just smash it.
Yeah.
The back of a knife is fine because I hate like smacking a blade because that's disrespectful to the blade.
Right.
I made I call it the Indian salsa, chopped tomato with cilantro, lemon juice, salt, pepper, ground roasted cumin seed, little salt, a little pepper. Are you hungry? And some lemon juice. And that's like steeping there. And then
we're always hungry.
Man, the pizza that I had for lunch is nothing compared to what you're describing. I'm kind of
I'm gonna have this for dinner, so don't worry. I'll take a picture of the plate and post it on Instagram.
Yeah, please do.
Usually I post it there. And then I'm having also on the side, I make a mint cucumber yogurt combination to cool the heat on the chicken. Poor Ming, I'm sorry. So that's like ground cumin again and cayenne, salt and pepper.
Right.
For my taste, I put a little sugar, which is untraditional. And then I have a mixture for naan, the bread that you bake. Because I don't have a tandoori oven that I could slap it on. So,
wait, you have a tandoori oven? You have?
No,
a tandoori
I don't.
No,
so what I do is I bake it in really high heat. So untraditionally, I put part whole wheat, with the regular unbleached white flour. And so like yogurt, milk, I'm trying to think of the ingredients, beaten egg, melted butter. Okay, I think that's it for the menu. Oh, and then my husband makes this like mint lime aid. It's like really good. We found it in the book, that I was taking the recipes out of. Okay.
Where are you right now? Because
Woodstock. Come on.
we could literally be there in what, like 3 hours or something? Yeah, Amy, let's go. Let's go.
Road trip. We can do it. We can do it. So you do use recipes? Do you riff off recipes? What do you do?
Yeah, I follow basic recipes, but from your own experience of cooking, it's like recipes are new recipes if they change like a certain percent. So one recipe will say a quarter cup of something, and then a new recipe will say 3 tablespoons. And when I see like, that's a quarter cup. So what you learn with Indian cooking is how to develop the spices when you're heating the oil, so that they bloom. Because when you add spice straight into, say, like stewing liquid, it's really bland. So when you pop it in the oil, it sort of develops the flavor, a little toasty kind of thing. Yeah, and I bake too, so.
No, you are a killer baker. Like, I think you're a legendary baker. I think that's one of the first things I realized about you, right? You want to get on this list, when it comes to holidays.
Every year my husband said, "What are you doing?" Because, I ended up with like 35 pounds of cookie dough. And I start like after Thanksgiving, and it takes me a week to bake it off. So that becomes my part-time job after, the comic work. I was like, oh, now I have to go, do my baking gig, right? Because, when I was out of the industry for a while, I thought, well, what do I do?
Come on. That's ridiculous right there. That's awesome.
That's like everyday cookie. You see the Christmas cookies. But, I thought, well, maybe I want to bake or something, But my aunt, she was a manager of a baker in Portland, Oregon, grand aunt Ruth. So when we were young, she would come and, make cream puffs for us from scratch. And then she would bake cakes with us. So I'm the one who caught the bug. So, I could bake cakes from mixes, and then I went on to making bread. And then I was not satisfied with mixes, and I started using real recipes. So, so I've been making apple pie since I was 8 years old. So I make a really good pie. If you want to find a picture on Instagram, you'll find all food.
That looks like me and Amy's Instagrams as well. So you're in good company.
Yeah, except that I have not been baking since I was 8. So
Well, you have an aunt who ran a bakery, and my grand aunt Ruth and grand uncle Andy, they're really like a cool couple. When they got married, someone gave them a wedding gift of money, and they bought a motorcycle, and they went cross country on the motorcycle with Aunt Ruth on the sidecar. And it must have been a leap of faith in the goodness of people to cross the country. Like you're pretty vulnerable in a motorcycle, come to think of it. But, they were very active in their church, and maybe they went across by the network of, church people and stuff. Yeah. So they went on to travel around the world too.
I fully believe everyone should do the cross country trip, either one way, whichever way you start, doesn't matter. But I think that it's good for the soul, in my opinion.
Yes. Yeah.
I know.
People get so, we have our own little bubbles. I think going cross country really shows off the country. You learn a lot. We did it 3 times, and it's like, wow,
Yeah, and you have to take all different routes and such.
Yeah.
Because, my basic belief is people are decent. We've gone through 4 really difficult years where people were, polarized. But, my experience, working different workplaces, I worked in auto factories. I worked in a Revlon factory. Because, when I left school and got into community organizing, I went into labor organizing. So, I'd show up at factories like when they hired me at an auto plant, they would have seasonal workers, like kids, children of kids who worked there, and they would work for the college tuition, right? So come September, I was still there, and everybody said, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you gone?" It's like, no, I work here full time.
Right? Yeah, I'm not just I'm not a student. I'm not a seasonal student worker.
No, because it was, in school you learn certain things, like academically and such, those skills, but the real world skills are out there. And a lot of people don't get them till they finish, like high school, college. But, I was curious, about people, because there weren't a lot of Asians at that point, right?
No.
Right now, I say to my son, it's such a luxury to have groups of Asian American Pacific Islanders that you go to, they're there, just go out and find them. Literally, we had to search for, Asian Americans, because my husband, Danny, said the first time I saw a group of Asian Americans not related to me was when he was 21 years old. Can you imagine that? And then you think, how did he survive and then to 21? There were a lot of fights in between, but he got there. It's like when we met during the Confucius Plaza struggle. When this contractor, Dematius, put up Confucius Plaza, and they knocked down like 2-3 streets of tenement buildings to accommodate that space. So they had workers that they hired in, but no one from the community working on the site. Mm-hmm. So our contention was like, if you can build in our country, in our community with government money, you better employ some of us to work on the site.
And what year was that? What year was
that? That was like 74.
Right.
So Danny,
this was before you got into comics, right? You were an activist before comics, or was this all?
It was like the same. It's like you knew my older sister Faye Chang,
yeah,
who with Larry Hama and a group of other people founded Basement Workshop. So you know how it is with Asian families, right? We're like ducks in a row. So when Faye would participate in something, she would pull us in for labor. So we learned, we learned organizing, by participating. So before that, the Chinatown Health Clinic had health fairs in Columbus Park. I forgot the years, but I would volunteer for you just show up and start volunteering and make yourself useful. Stuff like that. So that's how I met Danny. He was one of the people who went in the site to close it. So he said all the construction workers were really nice. He said, I would go climb and sit in a crane. And then that was a work stoppage. There were people not in the union or people who didn't belong in the site. So I think we closed them down for a month until they capitulated. So,
And that's how you met your husband, and it was so romantic, right?
No, but it wasn't romantic because we couldn't stand each other.
Okay.
When we met each other, it was like cat and dog.
So that's how you knew it was meant to be.
No, not really. It was like, my husband I said, we turned into opposites. Now I'm the goofy laughing one, and he's like more reserved, but he's not really reserved. So
what changed? At what point did you, you started off not liking each other, and then something changed?
Because we got to work together. People say, oh yeah, you're the artist. You're an artist. Let's get you to do the graphic design and illustrations and anything, layout, whatever. So we ended up like the art team, and that's how you really know somebody, when you work together. And then politically, we're very aligned in terms of how we view the world. That's why in our house, I could be the breadwinner because, we believe women hold up half the world. So in our house, I raised my son, whoever can do the job, they get the job. Doesn't matter if you're a guy or a gal. You just do it because, it's a whole team effort. So, so philosophically, and our backgrounds are similar. His parents ran hand laundry. Because, I knew I did not want to explain myself to my life partner. Because I'd done enough explaining in my own life, like why it's valid for me to be here and why I should be able to think the way I think. So it's like, nah, I'm not going to spend time fighting with somebody. Convince them to like me in a relationship or, marriage. That's crazy, right? That's a waste of time, So, part of it, a lot has to do the way we were brought up. Our parents were really supportive, because traditionally, in Chinese family, they want a guy, right? to be born first, a son. So my dad ended up with 3 daughters, right? So I said, Danny, what's he going to say to us? We can't do anything. You have to work with what you got, right? But, my dad was really interesting because he was the first son of a second marriage because my grandfather's first wife passed away. And he was a sojourner. He would go to England, like in London, to work. And he went to Mexico. And then he would come back. They would have kids. And, finally, when he retired, he got married to my grandmother. My grandmother on my dad's side. And it's really interesting. I think because my grandfather didn't get a chance to raise his other 8 children, he poured a lot into my dad and his brother because he was retired. So the way my dad was, he was not a typical dad. He was very gentle. He was very, he wasn't quiet. He knew his mind, but, he was reserved. And his philosophy was live and let live. So now that I come full circle in terms of Asian experience, I really appreciate that kind of outlook. So what you're looking for is like people's strengths and not their weaknesses, because in a society, it's like, you stab me, I'll stab you, right? Basically, under capitalism, that's the mode of operation.
Right.
So, so in our household, we were given great freedom and support. So, it's like I was telling someone that when my dad had to iron shirts, he had to slip in a piece of something like newsprint penny paper to like fold it. So we always had drawing paper. So we used what we had. And then my mom and dad bought a building that had 2 apartments and 2 storefronts in a garage. So my dad converted the garage to be the hand laundry for his business. So he built the shelves. So we always had wood, saw, hammer, nails, electric drill, right? So our big promotion in terms of our construction work was at the age of 11, we could use a circular saw. Those blades that spin?
Oh, yeah.
It's like I was thinking back when raising cow, I was like, holy moly, what was he thinking? But nobody lost a finger, right?
Yeah, I think you have all of them, right? You're good.
Yeah,
okay.
Got them all. But it was like in terms of how he patiently taught us how to use the tools that we would be able to handle it. And I was thinking, it was like, when I was 11, I think I was like 70 pounds. I was like, that's sort of crazy, right? Because I saw Jim Lee use one in a danger room. There was a photo of him. He was trying to cut a metal desk, and I was thinking, Jim, that's for wood. What are you doing? But as far as Calvin hasn't used a circle saw. But in terms of practical skills, when Faye moved basement to, I think it was 199 Lafayette Street, was like open loft. So it's like, okay, we're gonna have offices here. We're gonna put walls, and that was when she had the most fun to put up sheetrock because it meant that people can come in, share the space, and grow. It was community building. So a couple of times we would say, Faye, what happened to your thumb? It's like, oh, I hit it by mistake, because she was down.
Yeah, it happens. We've all been there.
So for people who don't know, though, this is a very important part of Asian American history, right? The Asian American movement, and your sister, well, actually, a lot of people we know were very instrumental in the formation of a lot of the Asian American nonprofits, of which, I was involved with the Asian American Arts Alliance, the Chinatown Health. They all came out of the basement workshop for the most part, right? Which you were involved in. Faye was involved. Larry Hama was involved. Right. Oh, so how did you meet Larry? Was it through the basement workshop? Is this how you got into
it was through my sister. There would be like cultural festivals, like the Moon Festival in Central Park. So they would have, events and stuff. And then I remember another founder of Basement Workshop. Oh God, I forgot his last name. He's gonna. Their last name is Okada. I know his sister.
Alan Okada.
Alan Okada, yeah, and Merle. And so then Elsie danced traditional Japanese dance, and Teddy Yoshikama also. So they would put on a dance performance at this Moon Festival. So I'd go volunteer there, and all these things that you introduce. Oh, this is my sister. This is so and so. I know. That's how you get to know everybody. It's like with Corky Lee. He went to Hunter College with us. and his younger brother. So Richie, it was so funny. We ran for the student senate, so we all got in for our year. I was a freshman senator. Jean was a sophomore senator. I think Faye was senior senator at that time. And Richie said, "Oh my God, I can't get away from the Chiang sisters." And then we meet again in Chinatown. The Chiang sisters are there too. She wrote the Corky. Yeah.
So how did you
guys? It's Corky. You know, it was such
Corky, yes. Yeah.
Corky unfortunately passed away. Yeah.
I know, yeah, a huge loss. Corky. So again, this shows how small the community is. Because I knew Corky, because everyone knew Corky, right? When I was in college, and it turned out that Corky's dad was really good friends with my grandfather. I had no idea. My parents.
That's amazing, right?
Like they grew up. This is like back in, I don't know, the 50s or something like that.
Because all the people who owned Chinese hand laundries knew each other, and they would sell the businesses to each other if they moved on or whatever. So it was like a really tight community, because it's like same way, immigration was affected by the Exclusion Act in 1882. Adoption of each other through paper sons.
Right.
So
which we do need to talk a little bit about, because I think a lot of our viewers or listeners aren't necessarily familiar with this, because it's not really taught as part of regular American history. No, it's American history, right?
It's like, American history is like basically Chinese were brought over to build the railroads, and somehow we disappeared. Right. You disappeared because you excluded us in 1882. And we're the only ethnic group where there's been an exclusion act created for us. It's like, what the hey? It's like, if you read the book Chinaman, and she talks, it's right on my shelf, I've got the name of the author. She really gives you good insight about the life of the people who built the railroads. How many people were hurt and maimed, blasting through the Rockies to get through the tunnels and such. So what happened was there were like 2 recessions after the railroad was built. So they had to scapegoat. So we ended up scapegoats where we murdered and lynched, harassed. And, when this other people don't understand, when the Manchus took over China until that point was the Han Dynasty, the native Chinese people. The Manchus came out of the north. So to distinguish the Manchus and the Hans men were required to grow braids down their back as a symbol of subjugation. So when people came here, one of the things racists did was cut the braid off, and they couldn't go back home if they didn't have that braid. So it's like not only that, it's like the humiliation, the outright torture and stuff. That's part of our history.
Right.
So how the paper son system was created was, the law said you had to prove that you were related to someone who was in the country, working in the U.S. before the law was enacted. So how people sort of circumvented that was like to adopt each other, cousins in their village or family, sponsor them in a way. So it was like one hand helping the other. If you sponsor my nephew, you're obligated to sponsor someone from my side. So it goes back and forth. And I'd seen the books where they ask you specific questions about your house, the layout, the property. You better have it correct, ducks lined up, or you couldn't get in the country. So only intellectuals were allowed from China. Their families. Prostitutes were let in. We were let in, right? So that was the only, and the main purpose was so that we can have families and sink roots in this country. It's like, yeah, but that hasn't stopped China. There's over a billion people.
Right. I mean, there's a reason why I'm second generation, not fourth generation, because my grandfather came over here, but he had to go back, But Joyce was actually, she said on her dad's side she was 6th generation.
Yeah.
On her mother's side she's 2nd generation. So what are you? Are you?
I'm the 1st generation born here. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are 2nd generation. Both your parents came over at some point. Yeah. So I'm supposed to be 4th. I'm supposed to be 4th, but I'm not.
But yeah, well, being the first generation born here, you're straddling two cultures. And part of my sister becoming a writer was like her grasp of the language. So when Faye was 5 years old, when she went to kindergarten, she didn't understand English. The teacher would go like this or like do sign language. But by the time I began kindergarten, the language was brought in our house. And yeah, it was easier for me to understand it. And, see the English books coming in to read and stuff like that. So, yeah, it was interesting because when you went to school, it was like Western philosophy. Then when you went home and doors closed, it was all Eastern.
Yep.
So, for a long time, it was like, what's what? But, I realized as, I was like pursuing what does it mean to be Asian American, the identity journey. It was like, yeah, I got both sides. This is richer than having one viewpoint, right? So, it's like, yeah, sometimes you experience things, but you don't understand the significance till you live life longer. It's like when you read the book of Tao, you can read on a certain level, but when you come back periodically, it gets deeper and deeper,
Right.
So I urge everyone to read philosophy because it's good to understand what the ancients were thinking about. And you don't have to live every experience to gain knowledge in that way. Because, that time when we transitioned from hand lettering to digital lettering, no one would show me how to use programs because they were hoping I would disappear, hoping all the hand letters would disappear. But my good friend John Babcock brought a bunch of us together, Jack Morelli, Mike Higgins, Phil Felix, to show us like how to use, Photoshop, Photographer, and Illustrator to create our own digital fonts. So I'm the kind of person who will get lost in local mall, even though I've been there like 20 times. Like I just, it's like I mean direction and then computers. I was like, what? But, after I went through the learning curve, it was pretty easy, understanding what tools I needed to, because what I'm always searching for is how to make digital lettering more organic and look more like hand lettering, because that's where I come from. Because, yeah. But anyway, during that period when, all the major companies are having their own internal lettering departments, our source of freelance work was not there. And, it was this understanding. It was like, all dogs can't learn or we wouldn't be able to make the transition. It's like, I was there to disprove it, because it's my parents, my mom said, don't give me the word can't. I was like, okay, we'll figure it out. So, it's from that background of being encouraged and supported that I knew I could figure a way. And during that time period I didn't have much of a workload. I just spent the time learning things, I learned to garden. I love propagating. It's like my most prized possession is a little magnolia tree. I started from a shoot, stuff like that. Like, living up in the country, I specifically came up here because I love nature. I love watching the changes in nature, and it reflects our lives too. So I think it was a good chance to, because, up to then during the boom times, I was working 60, 70 hours a week. So, it was a good time to like pull back and like refresh and regroup. And that's how I met Ramon Gill. I was taking classes.
Right. We had Ramon yesterday.
Yeah. So
our first guest yesterday.
That's great because Ramon's so cool. I really love him. So what happened was like, I said, well, let me up my digital literacy. Let me go to Parsons and take the intensive classes. So I had Ramon for Illustrator, but
Wait, you were a Ramon student?
Yeah, I was a Ramon student.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I said to Ramon, basically, I know how to use Illustrator and stuff. I just want to hear other people's questions because in a classroom setting, that's how you learn how other people, problem solving thing. So it was cool, and I told him about my struggle about being in the industry and then digital lettering happening and stuff, and then I can name 3 people who plagiarized my work, and 1 person launched the company. So it's like so I told Ramon about being from the industry. He said, "Oh my God, that's amazing." And I was kidding, Ramon. I said, "The only thing I learned from you is how to use a blend tool."
Yeah, it's a good tool.
Yeah, it's a good tool. But yeah, so then I met Ron 10 years later when he was running, he had like a workshop for independent business people. So that's how we reconnected.
Oh, okay. So you didn't take from him recently. You took from him 10 years ago. I was like, okay.
Oh, like the late 90s or 2000.
Right.
Something like that.
More than that.
That's like
Oh, so interesting. This is the part I didn't realize because my life is so segmented, right? Because I was working with the Asian American Arts Alliance in the 90s, and then I got into comics, and largely with help from Larry Hama. And then I realized, oh my gosh, you're Faye's sister, and it's like such a small world, everything, right? And then you lettered my first book. You lettered my first book.
Poison Ivy, or
yeah, it was Poison Ivy. I remember very distinctly because I told you I got my first book, and you were like, "Oh, can I letter it?" And I was kind of like, "I don't know if that's my, my." I'm like a new writer, and then we see Jim Lee, and you were like, "Jim, I'm going to letter Amy's book, okay?" And I was like, "Oh, that's done."
How it goes back to Jim Lee is I lettered his first professional job.
Yeah.
And Alpha Flight. I've got which issue, Alpha Flight. And I remember the comment I made about Google and Facebook without irony helped me figure my way back in. Because, Google gave me the sword. That's my database. You can't take that away. Because up to that point, it was like guys would make comments on the internet when it was early. It's like, oh, Janice Chiang ruined every book she touched. It's like what? You weren't there for the deadline, were you? Or people will say, "Oh yeah, she stopped me from getting work," and it's like, "No, you're the fucking worst letter." Excuse my expression. That's why you get that much work. You understand that? So when I heard all this, when I was like iced out, I knew it was age. I turned 40, right? It's like, whoa, it's like on time. I'm 40. It was the sexism, racism, ageism, and the knives in my back, and it's like, nah, I don't think so. I'm not ready. One aspect was like I was not done saying what I need to say with my art. The other thing is was practical. I'm the breadwinner. So it's like, you say I can't earn a living to support my family. It's like, I don't think so. I'm going to figure a way back. So, yeah.
So you had a chip on your shoulder, and you were like, "Okay." You have the last laugh because, as far as I can tell, I do believe that you are you as a professional creator have the most credits in the industry. I'm pretty sure.
Probably because I get to team up with everyone.
Yeah. Right. Somebody has to disprove me on that. But you have been working more or less steadily since 1974 on just about everything.
Actually, I took that gap for the community art and labor art.
Right, but still, we look at the decades of that you've been working on, all the titles you've been working on. I do believe that you must have the most credits.
Probably. And it was an accident, everyone. So, what I love about how I stumbled on it is because it lets me be my own person. It's like when you come in as a fan, it's like Ramon said to me, "Oh God, you don't know how many people would give their leg or arm just to have their name on a credit line or be published." And it was like, nah, you need that arm and leg. Let's be real.
Yeah, keep arm and leg.
This is
keep your limbs,
Yeah, keep your limbs. This is just comics, And the biggest compliment is when I get to talk to people. They say, "Oh my God, you're the most uncomic person I ever met in the industry." And I go, "Thank you." Which to me says I've been able to maintain my independence. My identity is what I decided it needs to be. Because I warn young creators that you need a private life and your business life. Before I understood the freelance thing, by nature I was quiet, but I was always thinking. But you learn to do that song and dance as a freelancer. So that's what you saw, Amy, when I read in the comic news that you were going to do Poison Ivy, right? I said, "Oh yeah, I know Amy." And then I said, "I know at San Diego, I'm going to go to Jim and tell him, because they were talking about diversity at that time, right?" I said, "Am I not diverse enough?" It's like, I'm a woman, I'm a minority, I could do the job.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I have a right to be at the table. So that's basically how it went. Because when I did it with, when you were there with Jim, because that sounds a great idea, but I'm not sure who the editor. And luckily, Paul Kaminsky, right, was editor on that. Yeah, we were together, Archie, before he went to DC, and he always said to me, I want to work with you. I want to work with you. So it's like, okay, Paul, this is a chance. Let's work.
And honestly, I remember now because it was easy enough to say, yeah, but we already talked to Jim, which we did. We did not lie. We talked to Jim.
I did Jim twice, talking to Jim, because that was the year Bernie Wrightson was a guest in Artist Alley. Yeah. And his sons, John and Jeff, grew up with Calvin. So I had an extra pass, and John said, oh, I need a pass to go see my dad. I said, no problem, I'll meet you there. Yeah. So the time we met, there was Jim Lee and Carla buying coffee at the Starbucks stand. Yeah. So after we finished, I jumped and said, Jim, this is John Wrightson, and they said hello. And then I mentioned the thing about poison ivy.
and it all worked out.
It all worked out.
It's like, if you want something, you got to go get it. No one's going to give it to you. And I tell people it's a technique of polite persistence. You can't you can't nag people, but you can throw it out there and they pick it up. It's good. If not, it's like, well, you tried. The question ended in your head of what if I tried? So just do it. Don't be obnoxious. The reason why I don't go to a lot of conventions, well, the first one I went to was we were promoting Iron Man. Was it Power Man and Iron Fist? Mm-hmm. So we did something with Big Apple, and then we did that, and then these Star Trek people haunted the room. I said, "Oh my God!" They were so like, it was almost like an angry mob. It was like, "What are you doing there? We want the room for Star Trek." I said, "Okay," So I never went back to a convention. I thought, well, the editor doesn't want to see me having fun when there's a deadline, right? That doesn't make sense. I'll stay home, take care of the work. But it was necessary when I was fighting to get back in to show myself, because after then, the only picture on the internet of me was like my hand holding a pen. In the, was it 5 or 4 Fabulous Decades of Marvel, when they showed the Ghost Rider team putting together a comic, right? So, they had Bobby Chase talking to Howard Mackey, then had Greg Wright, coloring, and then they had my hand. So
the hand,
the thing, Amazon. But I didn't mind. It's like I really don't care because it's about the work. You shouldn't be concerned about what I look or whatever.
Well, we want to see you. And wait, so your son is also now in the business, though, right? Did he go in because he knew he did it independently? Like, when did he?
Well, I called in 40 years a favor. Kind of pulled in. I never asked a favor because he graduated during a really tough job market in 2002. He stayed in Providence. He was originally supposed to intern at Hasbro, and then they cut the budget, so he rented an apartment in the summer, and then he worked with them part-time for like a short period of time, freelancing as a graphic designer. So I said, come back home. He wanted to learn the Maya program, so come back and learn and push yourself out. So this industry is about networking, right? It's really about who you know also. And I tell a lot of people who are in school, I said, your best allies are your friends in college years. If that special group, when you go out in the real world, they're going to be the ones pulling you into industries and stuff. It's like, I was talking to Jim Chadwick, and he said, it's not, no one gets hired because you have this fabulous resume. It's like somebody will not read and say, oh my God, we got to hire this person. It's not that. And it really is about the trust network, because we deal with intellectual property. And it's also the really important thing that you can actually do the job.
Right.
So, just watching how people are hired and how they pull people in, it's like, okay, somebody can be hired as editor-in-chief, but you better deliver. So who are you going to call? You're going to call the people you worked well with before. Yep. And fortunately, I've been able to maintain relationships like that. So I think I pretty much work with everyone in the industry except because people in IDW, Dark Horse. Mm-hmm. Well, I worked with Ben Abernathy when he was at Dark Horse, but the more like the companies 2000 and on, that were pretty much closed shop. But pretty much I work with everyone because when they give me deadline, always deliver earlier than you ask because there's always something that's going on that needs revision, and it's like if you finish the next deadline, just move on to the next.
Easier said than done for a lot of people. I think for most people.
That's great advice to deliver. I mean, you either on time or really impress and deliver before the deadline. That's always going to get you more work. Almost
exactly. It was like they're hiring you for your talent, your accountability. So make sure those are the things you deliver. They're not asking you for your personality or what you dress or what you wear. They're not asking that.
Nobody cares. It's comics. Nobody cares what we wear, honestly, right?
I know.
My DC hoodie and a T-shirt that I've probably been wearing for 48 hours, but
Yeah, normally I wear coveralls, but since I'm on camera.
We only have a couple minutes left, so do you have any last words? You already gave a lot of great advice. You have any other? Because again, I'm in awe because it's not just about longevity, but it's also I think for a lot of people we get pushed out, we age out of not just comics but anything else. So do you have any other words of advice for people, just in general about this business?
Well, find the kind people, the people you can work with, because I know when you pitch yourself as a freelancer, you do whatever you present yourself in the best possible manner. But the thing I learned just from life, if someone doesn't like you, they're not gonna like you, no matter what you say. It's like plain and simple. No matter how well you dance or whatever you say, if they don't like you, they don't like you. Yeah. Move on. And it's like usually I'm pretty, when I walk in a room, I just watch. And if someone's sucking up all the oxygen in the room, I don't want to know them. That's somebody is going to be like that all the time. And, all along through the industry, I want to say something really quickly. I have to thank Neil Adams for, having a studio that welcomed me to initially begin my journey. I have to thank the Marvel Bullpen and Marvel editors in 1974-75, especially Danny Crespi, who's my mentor, who's head of the Bullpen. And I'm really proud. This is like a blip. I forgot I lettered a Black Panther story back in 75. It was published. And then when the New York Times did an article about, oh God, I'm blanking out, the creator of Black Panther, the artist, Billy Graham, they had that title page. And then I said, oh my God, I lettered that. Because I remember I had done this caption in perspective, and I was scared because it was a second whole story that interested me. So I've never seen anybody do the caption in perspective. They're going to yell at me? So I said, no, we need to do that. And then I worked with Len Wein. It was like, oh yeah, because I've collaborated on so many teams. I haven't met, I guess, like 95% of the real people. But one thing is like really true when I started going to conventions. The first one was like San Diego 2009. Is if you like the person's art or writing, you'll like the person. There's no two ways about it. It is them. So that was really nice. Like when I go up Artist Alley, I'll look at the banners and it's like, oh yeah, I think that person. And I introduce myself. And it's like, okay, someone else I met in real life and not just wrote their name or something. But that's the thing. It's like if someone doesn't like you or gives you bad vibes, run away.
Right. Except for your husband, though. Except for your husband.
We negotiate.
Yeah. So you have to like each other.
Exactly. When you collaborate, you know who you can depend on and what they turn in. I get annoyed when I get professional jobs now when I have digital art, the original is hand art, and someone scans the erasures and then gets passed to me. And it's like, That's totally unprofessional. So, you know, I think what people don't understand is how we're accountable left and right, up and down the line. So the thing about if you come in early on your deadline, you contribute more time to the team effort.
Right.
You know, so people should understand we work together, and it's best to understand because a lot of times comics in larger houses, because of division of labor, there's a disconnect of how it really flows, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So people should understand the whole process when they study, you know, how comics are created and stuff. And understand if you're on that credit line, you're accountable for everybody. You know, you better make everybody look good. And I expect it from other people too. You know?
Yeah.
So when you think of anything else, yeah, read philosophy, garden, watch nature. Yeah, bake. Use your hands. Yeah. Bring yourself out of, you know, the 2D world of digital to 3D. That's why I need to cook and, you know, live my life. I have to go train in the gym or I can't sit because by nature, I'm like really energetic. So to be disciplined, you know, you bribe yourself. If I do this page, I can get out of the house.
Right.
If I make this deadline. Oh, another thing about time. I learned in school when we had to write a lot of papers. In the in-between times of walking, you can write paragraphs in your head. You know, you can have it lined up, and then when you get home at the typewriter or paper, you know, you can write it down. Or now we have our phones, we can speak into it. And yeah, exactly. And you know, it's like the 7 days of the week, but you could bridge days to give yourself more time. A freelancer can do that, but you know, I guess not a staff worker or whatever. So I found that helpful. That's something I learned in my, you know, school years, how to give yourself more time than what it appears. So it depends how creative you are, I guess, you know, in terms of that time management. But, you know, I'm really appreciative of social media because a lot of fans have reached out to say they like our work. You know, they do reviews of our work. And one woman, Rebecca Kaplan, wrote this article about me. She read all the interviews I had given. She had done research, and she was able to link my early comic years to the activism to the present. And when she tweeted, she goes, you know, I always loved her work, but I'm so excited to discover she was a social activist. And, you know, it's like, I didn't talk much of it because I came back in the 80s. And guess what? That was Reagan years, right? The me years. It was like all about me. It's like whatever, you know. And the thing about the activism, it comes at different people's points in their lives. For me, it was a question that had to be answered before I went forward. Right. And if I didn't go through that process of that learning of the real world, I couldn't have navigated the in-between time to now when I was like iced out of the industry. So
that was a good article. That was a really good article. I think I posted that on my Facebook, and we should link that. I gotta find the link, right? I can't remember. But, yeah.
So anyway, I'm just do a video interview with Rebecca down the line, so we'll probably be talking about more stuff like that. But you know, it's like another thing for young people. There's no bad experience. You're not singled out. You know, because Amy, what I realized, you know, when I got iced out with the, digital becoming the main form, I thought, oh yeah, because I'm a woman. No, guys get their asses kicked too. Or other guys in a big way, and goes all around. Women kicking
right, it
men.
wasn't personal so much as but you adapted, and I think that is an important lesson for people, right? Is to adapt. You gotta roll with it.
Adapt. It's like it should be. It's scary at first, but it's exciting because it's on a road of discovery. When I had to thank Jim Starlin also because he went to San Diego in 1992 and he came back and he said, "Oh my God, I just saw this one letter was a computer." He said, "That's the future." So at that point, it was like I couldn't drop my handwork because it was like such a full play. So let me do it. And then his partner Jeff Moran tried to teach me how to use a computer, right? So then it was like still a question mark until I sat down with John and I just said I'm gonna do it or die basically because I read the manual like 10 times and it the way I work with programs is intuitive. I'll just pull and look, and I'll just use the tools I need. I'm going to learn how to darn program if I'm not going to use it. So the hands-on made the big difference. It is a trial and error. It's very scientific, problem, observation, experiment, observation, conclusion. That's what you learn in 7th grade science.
Frustration.
Time for exercise is screaming.
So I think hopefully people have been inspired by you. I am personally inspired by you.
Yeah, I know I have too. Holy crap.
Our next guest is actually another activist who you probably have seen, maybe Vishavjit Singh, who's the Sikh Captain America. I'm sure you've seen him at conventions.
Yeah.
He's, I don't know. Can we bring him on and say hi to you? Yeah. You guys should meet if you haven't already, right?
Hey, there he is.
Hi.
What's up?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I feel like if you have not met already, you have. Janice is like such a powerhouse. And do we call you Vish or Vishavjit? What's
you
your
can call me either Vishavjit or Vish. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Vishavjit is so impressive. He has made a difference, I think, in so many lives just by your activism. So we have to do a panel together again sometime, like in person too. Not that this isn't a panel, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah, so it's so good to see you. It's so good to see you.
Nice to meet you, Janice, as well.
Nice to meet you.
So this is casual, but I wanted to bring him on just because I thought you two should meet, because I feel like some of your viewpoints are very similar. And to me, both of you are the most fearless people I know in comics.
Thank you. Thanks. I look forward to learning more about Janice's story.
Actually, I was talking for an hour. You can start, and I'll jump in.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about your journey, because I want to roll some video, but I may be technology challenged, so let's see if we can go ahead and talk, and I will see if I can figure out how to do this.
Okay, I have faith in you. I believe in you, Amy.
Yeah, no pressure at all, right? Yeah. Well, so let's talk about your story, your journey, and just like how amazing you are. Because I think I met you. I want to say about 2014 is probably when I met you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out too, because I know I'm like, oh, wow, it's been a while. Of course, COVID has warped our sense of time, so it just does weird things. But yeah, it's been a few years since we met. Yeah, and I'm wondering, was it at a comic festival or was it?
It was one of the Comic Cons, and you had Sikh tunes at that time, and you had that rocking tote bag that I bought. But it wasn't just about the tote, right?
So that is 2011. That is 10 years ago. Yes.
Wow.
Oh, for real? Oh my gosh.
Yes, okay. That was my first trip. Well, either we're talking about the New York City Comic Con, or we're talking about one of the local comic festivals in New York City. So yeah, we're talking 10 years at least. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It was New York. Somewhere in New York. And you had, and I don't remember, but at a certain point, and the thing I'm looking to show is the 2-minute clip that just to introduce people how great you are.
Yeah, I think, I mean, so you met me at a time when I was kind of going through I had done cartooning for a while in response to 9/11. That's kind of how I became a cartoonist, just sort of confronting people's ignorance and intolerance about people who look different, right? I mean, unfortunately, we have made very little progress, if any, since 9/11 in some ways. And then I think when we met, I was kind of around 2011, 2012 when the Captain America movie came out. That kind of led to another whole chapter where I envisioned a Captain America who looks like me, or at least has turban and a beard. And that kind of led to a whole new journey in my artistic path. And I think you and I sort of connected when that was beginning to happen.
Right, exactly. So I actually have seen you sort of metamorphose, and I just sent the link over to Kyle. So hopefully Kyle can show you Captain America if he's got that link going. And you also have a nice 11-minute show that I want to send that link out to everybody after this too.
Oh, are you talking about Red, White, and Beard?
Yeah.
That what is,
Yeah, which I
that's
had not
awesome.
seen. I thought that was great. I thought that was
Yeah,
great.
it's
That was
it's
self-produced, right?
it's really interesting how and I talk about this a lot in my work when I go and do speaking engagements. Stories are very powerful, right? I mean, be it fictional stories or true or non-fictional stories and how they intersect in our lives. And I never fathomed people are going to respond to me dressed up as Captain America beyond, okay, cool, interesting, whatever, let's move on. But it confuses people in a good way. And I've been to like just all kinds of places, including the most interesting one being the Republican National Convention in Cleveland in 2016. I was there for a few days dressed up as Captain America, standing outside the convention, engaging people who were going in and out, Republican delegates. But not, they were confused, but not in a bad way. They didn't confront me for most part. They didn't abuse me but it did create an interesting sort of juxtaposition of comic images, which led to some interesting conversations.
Because you're challenging people's assumptions. You're challenging people in a way that perhaps they've not been challenged before. And so, Kyle, can you run that 2 minutes?
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, awesome. Is it going?
I want questions coming out of what I'm doing. Questions popping up saying, maybe, why not, why? It took me 2 weeks before I could step out of the house. Just about everybody flipped us off. They roll their windows down on the highway and show us the finger. It was hard, just to, okay, wait a minute. So I'm an American, I'm being targeted, and at the same time now fellow Americans are targeting me. So that was a hard thing to process. That summer, the first Captain America movie had come out. I had this vision, maybe Captain America should have a turban and beard, and he's going to fight hate and intolerance. I created this illustration of Captain America. June 2013, finally I walk out and I'm like really scared. Sweaty palms and everything. We get out, people loved it, strangers coming up, hugging me, taking photos. And then, it kind of has morphed more into, okay, now even bigger questions. Do you know somebody just by looking at them? Obviously no, but yet we do it all the time. Even today, we look at our political battles, we judge people all the time. Policies being formed based on a broad group of Muslims, Mexicans. How do you put them in a box in the same way? How can you put Americans in a box? I mean, there is no American look, right? Let's start a conversation. Not everybody in the South is the same. Not everybody who's Republican is the same. Not everybody who voted for Trump is the same. Maybe the question we should be asking is, what's your story? And I bet you if we start doing that culturally, you'll find that we're going to really get to start knowing each other, and we're going to sort of start finding things a lot more in common than what our looks might lead us to believe that, hey, maybe, we don't have things in common.
Wow, right? Actually, I am tearing up a little bit myself, so a little bit Ming is going to have to say.
That was amazing. What when did that come out?
That was, I think, 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. And yeah, it's just powerful, and yeah, thank you, Kyle, for getting that up for us, for sure.
Yes. We all want to give you a hug. I know, right? Because here's the other thing. I think for a lot of people, whether you're Asian American, people of color, and especially in this business, it's not like everyone necessarily has to represent and do things and be out there. But at the same time, right? I mean, I personally feel like responsible, like for us to co-host this weekend, I thought was important. But it's not like every Asian American comics has to do this, right? What inspired you? Did you feel like you had a responsibility, or was this just a personal thing that, you know, you're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for society? What was it?
I mean, when I first, my initial response for me becoming a cartoonist, I was a software engineer when 9/11 happened. 9/11 was probably one of the hardest things I've experienced in my life. I've survived a genocidal massacre as a young boy, just to give context to people. But 9/11 was hard because suddenly I was in a place in space in America where everybody, and this was really, when I say everyone, I mean mostly, a very overwhelming majority of Americans made it be known that somehow I didn't belong. And so that's hard. And I understood there's a lot of ignorance. I get that, but it's still hard that so many people succumb to their fears, anxieties, intolerance, and feel comfortable, use their privilege to tell somebody who looks like me, you know what, go back home, and many other things. I'm lucky. I've known friends and others who have been killed, punched, arrested, just because they look different, or let's be honest, they look Muslim in post 9/11 America. And so for me, it was a personal response. I was trying to figure out, how do I respond to this? And then I started consuming a lot of editorial cartooning after 9/11. That was kind of like my way of looking at how people are analyzing things. And a lot of cartoonists were responding to 9/11 in interesting ways, but there were a few who were really pushing the boundaries. And there's one cartoonist who I consider him a friend now, but he really changed my life. His name is Mark Fury. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning cartoonist based out of the Bay Area in California. And he had this cartoon titled Find the Terrorist. So it was an animated cartoon. It was on a website. You had to use your mouse. So I know most of us don't use mouses anymore, but it was a computer mouse, and you had to kind of click on these fast rotating images of men. And you had to click on them to find out who the terrorist is. So you click on, there was a Hispanic man, a Hindu man, a Sikh man, a Black man, I believe. He kind of covered all the ethnic groups, and there was a white man, and you got an introduction, their name, what they do, and then you got to meet the terrorist, Joe, who happened to have committed a hate crime against a fellow American, one of the other characters. And the point that Mark was making few weeks after 9/11 is that those who commit acts of hate and bias are also terrorists. Now, that's to you and me and some of us listening to this might not seem like a profound point in the year 2021, but right in the aftermath of 9/11, to say, imply, outright, make a point with your art that if you're committing acts of hate and you're a white person, doesn't matter who you are committing an act of terrorism. That was a pretty profound point. And to me, there's a couple of other connections. I happened to see somebody who looked like me in an American cartoon, not being lampooned, capturing my predicament. That's rare. And even today, I don't see myself represented in, for most part, in American culture, media, entertainment. So for Mark to do that and capture sort of the predicament myself and many others found themselves in post 9/11 America was profound. So that kind of gave me an idea. A few weeks down the line, I started sketching on the computer, taught myself how to be a cartoonist. And about a year later, I started a website called sicktoons.com, kind of like played a pun on cartoons, made it sick. And yeah, so it was a personal response. I was not trying to necessarily represent the Sikh American community, but I understood that I was in some ways, because I was creating cartoons and art in America as an American of characters who have turban and beards, who have long hair, and pushing that narrative, which a lot of us sort of have, is that there's an American look. Which when I ask people, where do you think I'm from? So when I give talks, one of my first questions, where do you think I'm from? And mostly everybody falls into that trap of saying, Middle East, Africa, Asia, somewhere outside of the United States. And then the next question I ask is there an American look? And almost everybody says There is no American look. So then I asked them, why did you think that I was not from here? And then people kind of go like, oh, okay, interesting, yes. But it's just how human brains are, how we have evolved. Our brains are designed to see differences. Our brains are designed to stereotype each other. So I just but a lot of these learnings that I'm sharing with you, it took some time. I responded personally to 9/11 and how I was being treated, but I realized that I was at the same time representing many others who have been othered before me, with me, after me, and unfortunately still are being othered.
I know now it's Asian Americans are targets of attack.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes in cycles, right? Asian Americans have been targeted for well over 100 years, right? I mean, Asian Americans were targeted when Chinese were excluded from citizenship. And then, things get a little better, but there's every generation we have at least one group that is kind of like the primary group we're going to target. Now you have Asian Americans rising again, but it almost feels like we don't learn from history as much, although I do feel there's an arc to this historical narrative. Things are getting a little better, but I just feel it's so slow that there are days when I feel very frustrated, and then there are days I'm like, I get to do a lot of work with adults and also kids, so I do a lot of work in schools, and so there's one group that gives me hope for the future. It's usually kids. I do feel kids today, for good or bad, we can talk about internet being a force for good or not a force for good. Kids today are more open to diversity in every sense of the word than when I was their age. That's how I see it. So they give me hope. Adults don't give me hope, but kids do. So I'm a hopeful person. But when I see what's happening with Asian Americans being targeted, and now, in the last few days, you see attacks on sort of Jewish Americans, or there's no black and white in this world. There's a lot of gray area, but we need to learn from history. And I just feel like human beings, we're still very tribal. I hate to say that. We all are, and I don't mean to say just the white people. It's people of color communities, and in my own community of Sikhs, Asian American is a broader umbrella. We still have a lot of tribalism, and our challenge is to find sort of those commonalities, and also self-critique, which I feel we don't do very well in most communities. It's very easy to point to somebody else saying, they're committing acts of bias and hate. My focus in my work over the years has evolved, and I really feel like, let's focus on ourselves. The thing you can really change is yourself. So focus on that and be a leading example to somebody else saying, you know what, I want to be like him or her or them or they, because they're cool. They're focusing on themselves and transforming. And I think if you look at a lot of figures in history, human beings who have inspired us, they have one thing that in common is transformation, self-transformation. So I know we just passed a birthday of an American who's kind of considered controversial in certain sectors. So Malcolm X has probably one of the most fascinating stories. And I really believe Americans should read his story because he's very stereotyped by most Americans. But when you read his life story, it's like, what I find amazing is the transformation he went through, and many transformations. To me, that is what I feel we control, and we should really focus on our transformations. If we do that well, society will transform. I think we focus very much sometimes on external transformations, which are not always entirely in our control. So it just becomes a slog over time.
That is so interesting. This concept of transformation, because we see this at, of course, Comic-Cons and comics, the idea of the ordinary person transforming themselves into superhero, supervillain. And is that part of what you were doing, becoming, Captain America? It's like a man.
Yeah, I mean, comics, I, like many others, I have these stereotypes of what comic superheroes should look like, especially American superheroes, right? It's mostly white people, white men in my head, that's what I see. So when I had this vision, I'm like, because I self-project people who look like me in my art, and I'm like, well, yeah, Captain America should look like me, or has a turban and beard. It's not a profound concept, but at some level it is, I guess. And how people have responded to me when I started dressing up as one certainly told me, oh, wow, okay, maybe it is a profound concept. But yeah, it seems like a small thing, but in some level it is not small. And part of the reason for that is our comics have come a long way. The narratives have come a long way. They are more inclusive. They are opening the door for American stories to be told in their diverse glory. Long ways to go, but we're making strides in the right direction. But yeah, I mean, at some level, I was pushing that narrative that American superheroes could look like any one of us. It could be a little kid, could be a grandparent, right? We don't tend to think of little kids or grandparents as superheroes, but why not? The interesting bit that I want to share here about American superheroes that are more well-known, the Captain Americas, the Batmans, the Spider-Mans, a lot of these well-known superheroes were created by Jewish Americans who had connections to the Holocaust with their families. Either they themselves had escaped Nazi Germany, their parents had. So American superheroes, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them that have become very big and famous, they have roots in Jewish people escaping persecution at the hands of Nazi Germany. And so that itself is a very profound sort of connection. And then some of these artists actually were hiding their Jewish identity because they didn't feel like they belonged. They felt that they had to live in America as Americans, sort of keeping their Jewish identity in the background and not certainly projecting it in the characters they were creating. But the inspiration for these characters, these white American-looking characters, was coming at some level from Jewish persecution in Europe. So that's another sort of really fascinating human connection that I have learned over the years. I didn't know at the time when I started donning the Captain America uniform that there is a story behind the story of American superheroes.
I have to imagine too, a lot of mainstream comics readers, when they're thinking what a comic creator looks like, we're all in the business. And I think part of the concept behind this weekend is to normalize and say, look, I mean, Janice has been lettering almost every single of your comics since 1974.
Yeah. I get it, I think.
It's like, this is us. It's really become more diverse, and I think it's especially important for my kids. Of course, it's different when my kids grew up with me, so their idea of a comics writer is me. Okay, so I think that's really important that we create that narrative for everyone else. Because certainly me growing up and looking at mainstream media, as you well know, we weren't represented. I mean, the best I could get was Marcy and Peanuts. I was kind of hoping Marcy was Asian. That was as good as I could get, and I'm so grateful for the kids, as you say now have a lot more. They can look to other things, and this representation is very important. I believe. I don't know. You can argue with me. Social media will argue, I'm sure.
I think social media is. I mean, I would not be here. I wouldn't be talking to you. I wouldn't have. My story would not have come out if it weren't for the internet. I mean, I'm a purely computer-based artist. My work is disseminated through websites and now social media. So I would not have really been able to get my work out if it weren't for the internet, really. Because I mean, the olden days when you had editorial cartooning, I mean, you had to go through newspapers, publishing houses, and we all know, I mean, the struggles that many people of color communities had to go through, and gender communities, to get your stories being told, is to go through these gatekeepers who were predominantly right? certain demographics. So yeah, it's been a challenge. So things have gotten better. And we also today, young people, we have social media as and the internet as a means, a tool to disseminate our stories and share them. That in itself, it's so yeah, things have gotten better. But then now the problem is you have the Facebooks, the Googles who manage traffic. And so that's that's another challenge we have to figure out. But human beings are pretty creative bunch. I don't want to sound like, oh my gosh, this is if I sounded like if I'm talking about certain problems, I'm a hopeful person. But I think, going to your point, Amy, telling our stories, creating a space where we all get to tell our stories has to be paramount. Like, we have to make sure our stories get told, and we have to make sure, if we know there are communities whose stories are not getting told, that we go out of our way to make sure there's a space that's getting created for their stories to be told. Because I know there are communities today who are struggling to have their stories told because they don't have the political, the economic, or social clout that, unfortunately, at times you do need those connections and networks to have those narratives sort of come out and bubble up.
So I'm curious. I want to get to your story and your a little bit more of your origin story. Like, you as a child, did you always feel this way? What were you thinking? Were you reading comics then, and you thought this is where you would become, or what?
So I was born in Washington, D.C., nation's capital, couple of miles from the White House. First 4 years spent in D.C., Maryland. Then my parents are from India. They moved to India. I spent a lot of my childhood there. I grew up on mostly European comics, Archie's as well, Tintin, Asterix, but not a whole lot of sort of like, I didn't really get into comics that much. I didn't read books, unfortunately, just for pleasure. I didn't do that. I went to a independent school, English medium, sort of did my thing. I just unfortunately didn't fall in love with books until I came back to the US, went to college in the University of California system, had friends and roommates who loved books to the extent that they had bookshelves in bathrooms and toilets. And I just thought that was a strange thing. I thought they were weird until I'm like, wait a minute, maybe there's something interesting in these things called books. So I should start reading them. And I did. So to me, books are really something that I consider my first genuine best friends, and they really opened doors for me. So I started reading voraciously from all kinds of genres: fiction, nonfiction, philosophy, history, religion. And that's where, in books is where I found characters who were in my predicament, who were lonely. I mean, I went through an identity crisis. I mean, I'm always a minority, where no matter where I live, no matter where I go around the planet, I'm always an ethnic minority. And so I was very aware of that from the time I was a kid till now, that, I'm an ethnic minority. And so that much, that has influenced my whole life. So I gave up my turban and my identity in college, because I'm like, okay, I don't want to stand out. I don't want to be different. I want to fit in. And a lot of us go through that. So I went through that struggle, and through books, I kind of eventually in my late 20s sort of found this comfort. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to run away from the faith, heritage, culture I was born into. I'll embrace it. Let me just see what it's all about, but I'll do it on my own terms. I won't do it because my parents are telling me that, oh, you're this, you need to speak this, or you need to do this, you need to eat this, you need to. So this is happening 2-3 years before 9/11 happens. And one philosophy and faith that I really is very close to my heart is Buddhism. I've read, because I've started reading a lot of books, Buddhism is very accessible as a philosophy through books. So this is Buddhism that came out of Tibet. A lot of the teachers that I really feel who have influenced my life are Tibetan Buddhists who left Tibet because of complicated geopolitical forces in that part of the world, right? So they moved to Europe and the US, and a lot of them have written books. So I got into Taoism and Buddhism a lot before I decided, okay, I'm going to embrace this faith that I was born into, the faith called Sikhism, born in modern day India, that my parents belonged to. And then, I spent a lot of time in California. Then after graduation, being in public health for some time, I moved to the East Coast, went into technology. And then, of course, I donned the turban. After almost 10 years of not donning the turban, I donned the turban, grew my hair long, and 9/11 happened. So I was working very close to New York City when 9/11 happened. So I felt the heat of 9/11, the cultural, the social, political heat very quickly, very hard. And as I mentioned in that little video you played, I didn't leave home for 2 weeks after 9/11 because I just didn't feel comfortable for a couple of weeks too. And this is, we're talking suburbia, Connecticut, New York State, Southern New York, right? We're not talking about red states here. So it was, so 9/11 happens, and, my response through cartooning. And I have been in New York since. I moved into New York City eventually about 10 years ago, 8 years ago. New York very much, New York is something, I feel I've gotten a lot of, so interestingly, I love New York. New York has this amazing history. It's a global city. I love its architecture, its history, but it's also a city where I've been told more than any other city, and partly because I live here, to go back home. So I get a lot of hate on online, tons. But in person, people telling me to go back home has happened a lot in my home city, now my home city of New York City. And interestingly, and this is the part that confuses people, most of the time when people have physically told me to go back home, it's been mostly Black people and Hispanic people. Now, that is not to say that white people are also not doing that, but the reason I bring that point up is life is complicated. Human beings are complicated. Our histories and our stories are very complicated. Race and hate and bias is not a white and Black situation. Yes, in America, there's a very big arc and story and theme around that, but we all have, I live by the philosophy, we all have implicit bias. Some of us have explicit bias. We all have prejudices. The difference is, do you know you have them and what you do with it, or you ignore them or you deny them, and then you go on acting on your implicit and explicit biases, right? That's the challenge we're stuck in America, because we're not, for me, my work today is based on storytelling through cartoons, be it animation and anything else, and creating a space where I sort of talk about my own vulnerability, my own prejudices, and my hope is it'll encourage others to start talking about their vulnerabilities and prejudices so we can have these bigger conversations. So one day, police officers can just come out in public and say, listen, I have a very difficult job to do. I got into it because I want to serve, but I'm an American. I live in this society. I have implicit biases. I fear Black people. So sometimes, when you have fear, you're in a difficult situation. That fear leads to you imagining a cell phone is a gun, or you reaching into your back pocket. I thought you were reaching for a weapon. That is what implicit bias does. But the problem is, we made it into, I don't have biases. They do. And so we don't have that conversation of, okay, let me talk about my biases. So I live in Harlem. So, Amy, this long-winded story is I live in Harlem. And my wife's British. She's of South Asian heritage. And years ago, when we were looking for a place to live and, buy in New York City, the last financial downturn happened, and we knew we could afford a house then in New York City. We first looked at a place in Harlem. And I told my wife, I don't want to live in Harlem. And I told her, she's my wife, what my reasons were, and they were biases towards mostly Black people. But this is something at the time I could not share in public because I didn't have the courage to share them in public. It's taken me a while in the last few years as I go out and talk to people to be honest and say, listen, the biggest struggle I have with bias is an anti-Blackness bias, because as an American, that's the first bias that I learned. And then also as a South Asian culture also has this skin color bias that it tells you. So I had a double whammy here. I had my two cultures. I was raised in American South Asian telling me dark skin is not as good as light skin. And so it's undoing that learning. It's hard. It's really hard. So it's like a daily meditation. You have to remind yourself, did I have a thought that welled up that was anti-Black or anti-Asian or something else? So that's the conversation. That's, where I'm at today in my life story, is to talk about honestly my vulnerabilities so we can all start talking about our vulnerabilities. And I'll say the last thing in response to this question is I really genuinely feel what we have more in common is not only the good things, but it's our prejudices, what we have more in common than many other things. And I know it sounds counterintuitive, but my experience living here in the US, partly in India, traveling a lot, what human beings have in common, among other things, but one of the strongest things in common is bias and prejudice. We all have it. So let's use that to our advantage. Let's talk about it. And then we go like, oh, okay, all right. We have that in common. What do we do with that now?
That's amazing. That's like certainly glass half full, but you're absolutely right. And I think it takes a tremendous amount of strength to really sort of acknowledge, look, we all have bias in our communities, and we don't have these honest conversations, do we? Right? We don't really talk about, you know, the racism within our communities against others, and also what you're talking about, which I'm also reluctant to talk about with some people. But I think everyone knows it's this idea of colorism and how light skin is really valued in our communities. And that's also a complicated discussion, how that came about. But it really does affect how sometimes our communities react even within who we marry, things like that.
It's a whole class system, you know, which is related to the skin color.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, every culture has kind of built its own systems to.
I know.
We're better. You know, you're not, and it's there's class.
Even this country, it's like every country, like North is superior to the South.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking around the world. Yeah, that's always been in there.
You go to Africa, you know, I've traveled in Morocco and Egypt, and they have their own kind of like systems of how, you know, color gradations even in places like Africa and different parts of Africa. So yeah, I mean, hi Sapal, that's my wife in the background there.
Hey, hello.
So yeah, it's you know, that I think this is where again stories come in, right? As we learn about our cultures and other cultures, you find that there's common threads, both good and bad. And let's acknowledge, you know, I mean, the struggle in America is happening right now. You know, we're talking about the Tulsa massacre that happened you know, many years ago. This Black Wall Street, the story that most of us don't even know about, is that vulnerable space in American history that we don't want to talk about, which I know the majority demographic in America, white people especially, feel like, oh my gosh, you know, let's not talk about it, or at least some segment of it. But I think we collectively should talk about that and many other stories. They're painful. I mean, the story of race in America is a very painful story to read. And of course, you expand that to other biased stories of Asian Americans and Jewish Americans. These are not fun things to read about, but they're part of human history. They're happening today. So we can, if we want to find solutions, we're going to have to sort of get into knee deep into what happened, how much progress we've made. Some things we have not made progress about. And that's a struggle that's happening today. You know, we have some states are trying to pass laws
to restrict voting, right? It's like, what? It's like, where are we, 1850?
Yeah, but you know, people are there is a narrative right now pushing back at, let's not talk about those things. And so I feel comics are a really cool sort of space where you can push that boundary and narrative to sort of keep bringing out. And I know we have now Black Captain America and others. I feel comics is that really cool space where you can just keep pushing the boundaries to go back to sort of reflect truth. America's truth, if you may, deal with the pain and suffering at the same time, but also talk about, look, there is hope. You know, we can get out of this. Let's get vulnerable with our history, and then hopefully, you know, we find solutions and get out of it and break that cycle of hate and intolerance, which I think we can. Although history teaches us that it's like taking a shower, brushing your teeth. You're gonna have to do it every day. Because if you don't do it every day,
and I think it's generational. The lessons learned in your lifetime don't necessarily pass on to your children.
Yes,
because you know part of life is you have to live it, and part of life is being introspective and inquisitive to lead a richer life. Because it is very easy to have like neutral conversations, right? It's like, yeah, I like your hair, I like the color of your clothing, or something positive, and not talk about like what's really under the surface. I think the pandemic, for better or worse, was a great opportunity for people to understand the history of our country, especially through, you know, unfortunately the murder of George Floyd. And before that, my good friend Christian Cooper, who was stopped in Central Park by that woman calling the cops on him, saying this Afro-American man's threatening me. You know, and before that was Arbery. It was like, so basically, there was a captive audience during the pandemic, and that's why this global movement against oppression happened. People were horrified because they can name relatives they lost, friends they lost, generations, present in the same situation about authority oppressing without investigating, or what is a fair hand of justice?
Yeah.
So, for better or worse, I was so proud of the people who took to the streets.
Yeah.
Even without being vaccinated, whatever, it was like enough to say, no more. We're not going to stand for this.
Yeah.
And, I was fortunate in my youth that I was able to participate that way, because I remember when the Asian American movement started developing, I said to myself, am I going to regret not participating now? And the answer was yes. This I had to answer, in terms of my own development. So, it's exciting, it's a dangerous, but it's a period of opportunity to raise the level. And that's what I loved about the transformation within our industry, with the younger people coming in, with the broadness of scope they gained through the internet. They're more global than when I was raised in the mid-50s. And what really did it was last president. That's when I noticed people were talking politics. I thought, oh, finally, now I could talk. Have like a deep conversation without being isolated as like, what the hell are you talking about? It's still the me generation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think with the last administration, sorry to interrupt you, but what the last administration did is it just kind of brought what was already there sort of just out in the open, right? That's all that happened. Yeah, so now, you can, I remember like for years, people used to say to me, oh, Vishavjit, I'm sorry you have to go through this, but, this is just a, little thing that's happening. People just were in denial that racism exists in America, or maybe just a little bit. Now you cannot deny it.
It's like,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who deny it, but of course we have so much evidence, and, through our phones, through videos, you really have to go out of your way to deny it. So yeah, we're sort of struggling with sort of that space of acknowledging that we have a dark past and present, which can coexist with good times and change and transformation as well. That's why, I really feel storytelling is critical. We have to tell all kinds of stories, good and bad, ups and downs. Don't sugarcoat things, and but create a sort of, we need to, I think there is at times this judgment on people, when they are really getting into that space and sort of speaking honestly and labeling people as, well, you must be a racist. I remind people we all have the potential to be a racist. We all have the potential to be beautiful human beings. Just remember that, because you are one thing today, you could be a very different thing tomorrow, and you don't sometimes control what's going to happen tomorrow.
It's very generous of you, because I feel like some people I know are just horrible human beings, and I'd like to try to think of them in a more positive way. But yeah.
You have to have faith in people, because this is all we got. The Martians haven't shown up. I think they're probably, advanced beings. But we're here on Earth together, so what we can do, it's like, rich people can hide behind the gated communities, but most of us, we have to interact. And I feel really fortunate having grown up in New York City, because diversity, it's like we eat each other's foods. We celebrate the same holidays. It's like we share good times. And
foods, we for better or worse, if somebody's cussing me out, I know I feel comfortable in New York because they're saying the same thing to everybody else. It's not personal.
Yeah.
Racism is not personal in a lot of ways. Sometimes I feel.
Although I must say, it is painful. It is painful to see Asian American, incidents where Asian Americans have been punched and kicked. In cities,
older people like my age.
In cities like Seattle, San Francisco, and New York, like these, the liberal bastions. So it is painful, and we had an incident in Harlem a few weeks ago. It is painful to see that happening. But again, big cities, very diverse. We have our problems. But yeah, it's a reminder we all have work to do.
Right. So let's talk about the work we can do. What can we do? I mean, honestly, you're doing the good work. What else can people do? Because I want to think positively. Sometimes it's hard, right? Even within the Asian American community, one of my friend's mother is in complete denial. She believes all this anti-Asian violence is fabricated. And she does not want to deal with the idea that it could be real. What can we do as people, as bystanders, or, how do we improve the situation? How do we improve the world?
Well, sometimes people who deny it say your friend's mother, it's a self-defense protective thing. It's so horrific, it'll just like send her inward.
Sure that's what it
So,
is. But she's also
the best ambassadors are the one-to-one when you're out in the real world. It's like people can join organizations with the same principles and voice, power in the group. But, the one-to-one interaction is what I really relish when I meet people. I never tell people what I do. It doesn't matter what I do.
Yeah.
Like, so what? But, it's like if you want to judge me superficially, that's your loss. I know a lot of things. But if you're open to conversation, what I've learned in my years out of school, when I was looking for work in factories and stuff, because I wanted to do labor organizing, was like, people are kind, people are good. If you need help, they will help you. So I hated what the media had done the past 4 years, pit us against each other, show the worst of humanity. It's like, here we go. We're going to just show the worst, not what's kind, what's decent. Mm-hmm. So that's the vein I try to plumb and try to grow. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the worst of you. But if you challenge me, I'm going to stand my ground. I don't back off. That's like sometimes my husband goes, why are you picking fights all the time? I said, I'm not picking a fight. I'm standing here being myself. And you want to push me? You're not going to push me. I'm sorry. It's like, this one racist said, you can't even speak English. I said, what language do you think I'm speaking? Like, what? It's such ridiculousness. And a lot of times it's microaggressions too, right? You step on that, I was up in Marvel a couple of years back, way back. And then all of a sudden people want sushi. It's like, they're going out to lunch. Let's have sushi. Guess who triggered it, right? Or you're walking by and people just go, oh, yeah, we should have Chinese food. I mean, you've heard all that. But it's hard to be angry at the world the way it is, because this is where we are. But, I really admire what everyone here is doing together. There's many levels of reaching people. We reach them through our stories. And you're correct. I'm so horrible. Your first name is that reaching young people. That's the people we're trying to get. Like now, it's the older people, they'll debate or whatever or deny, but it's the young people's mind we want to unfold. And what I got to appreciate about our work is like when I started attending conventions in 2009, and I saw people cosplaying, people cooperating. At first convention, being in New York, and my husband and my son Calvin said, get real. You're in a crowd of nerds. Nothing's going to happen. It's like, okay, because as soon as I leave my door, even upstate or where I'm going, I'm on alert. Your antenna's up, the third eye in back of your head, in front of your eye. It's like you have to read people to be safe. And you learn that growing up in a big city, how to sense danger. But when it's not there, it's like the golden opportunity to extend. Yeah. It's a skill that young people, no matter, race or whatever, need to learn, for safety. So it's frightening, exciting, but it's a flow period in terms of talking about, how we see a better world, from where we are. And you're correct about we need to read history. Detroit Red, right? When you read his biography, I was fortunate because my sister, got involved in the student movement and organizing on campuses. So I would find bookshelves with, Soul on Ice, the autobiography of Malcolm X. So I would just like pluck them, and I was 13 at the time. So I was really fortunate to have my sister set a path where I could learn. Because, at that point there was not Asian American literature, so I had to read, Black identity literature to like understand it.
You were reading Malcolm X. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like you read what's in front of you, and the public library saved me in terms of the first generation born here. It's like, now it's horrible. Now you go to bookstores, I'll read a section, I'll go back and I can read it. It's something you learn when you're young about reading. You learn to hold stories.
Right. When someone had a question though. How can non-Asians help? And I think that you were answering part of that question, right? Is to learn history, learn everyone's history. Not just because Asians learn Asian American history, but everyone should learn. Right?
Everyone's history. Because one thing you learn when you do political work is all about allies and united fronts. We have a particular ethnic group. We know the strong points and the weaknesses, but all of us together is stronger. Because my contention, I tell everyone, they can't kill all of us. Come on, right? They can't kill all of us. We are the majority, whether they like it or not. Whether they do this or that, you're not going to kill us.
One of the things, sorry. One of the things, Amy, you asked, what can we? So I get to work a lot with kids, and I use storytelling and cartoons as my props and tools. One of the things, I do workshops after I do my storytelling session, and I always tell them, okay, listen, you all have a story to tell, and that's your story, and nobody can tell that story better than you. Not even your parents, not even your siblings. So start telling your stories, but whatever be that medium you get to choose, but tell your story in your words. And I think if we can start sort of sharing that message with kids when they're really young, that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to have your vulnerabilities. Your vulnerabilities is a path to your courage, to transformation, for becoming a better version of who you are. We tell kids, and certainly as adults too, there's something, vulnerabilities are bad things, right? They're just don't talk about them, hide them, right? And that's what leads to so many problems. So we need to raise healthy sort of kids who know that vulnerabilities are these amazing doors to transformation. Tell your stories. You all have the potential to be beautiful human beings and superheroes. So when I do my comic workshops, I'm like telling kids, listen, create superheroes or characters that look like you or your parents, and start. If you don't see nobody else is doing it, that's fine. You do it, right? You control that art, and who knows, one day you'll be in a position to sort of powerfully sort of disseminate that work. But it starts with every single kid, to tell them you have a story to tell. It's as unique and cool as anybody else's story. And
in hand with that, young people need to be taught that it's all right to ask for help.
Yes.
Because, in popular culture, it's like it's this superhero or this person knows all the answers and this and that. And it never shows the process of vulnerability until where they learn their life lessons, where they have that inner core, the strength to do what they do. That's something I remember. It's like it was shameful to ask for help. It showed you were vulnerable. It showed that you were weak. It's like, well, how else do you learn if you don't make mistakes and learn from them?
I as an artist, I try to create art that confuses people a little bit. It's a good thing to keep in mind. Your art should, at some level, just kind of make people scratch their heads. What's going on? So once in in our lifetimes in your storytelling, always, do a few things where you confuse people, because confusion usually leads to, hopefully, exploration. So it's good to experiment. Good, I found myself to becoming an artist because tragedies force me to sort of confront, go choose one path or the other, which is a lot of times what happens. Tragedies are moments of vulnerability. And we are, as Janice said, COVID-19 has exposed a huge vulnerability in human societies. And it's going to bring about a lot of change as well. For the good or bad, we get to control that, right? Mm-hmm. And I do feel a lot of people are introspecting. They're like, should I really be, I've been doing this job for 20 years. Is this really what I want to do? So I am seeing a lot of more introspection than usual. I do think there's a silver lining. We are going to see, there are more conversations happening. Black Lives Matter, kind of really, the volume really went high with so many things that happened. I think what happened last year is we were all stuck at home, and we were in some ways forced at a higher level to confront what we were seeing on the screens of Black men mostly being killed or shot or arrested. And we could not skip it. We just couldn't go out to the bar or restaurants or movies. And in some ways, COVID has a silver lining to it, that it's forcing us to sort of introspect on who we are and where we are at.
We got a lot of work to do.
We do.
I think if, the more people get involved, and as you say, part of it is also understanding, embracing our vulnerabilities, as you say, and back to the original idea of transformation. I think that's where the hope is, that we can transform. and hopefully that's where our comics lead us to, you know, back to
Absolutely.
comics, right, as a tool.
Oh, it is.
Reach out to people.
And comics are, I have to say about comics industry, it's getting more diverse in the back end and the front end. So I feel hopeful about, yes, yay to comics, it's a great medium and you can teach yourself how to become a comic artist. You don't have to be born with those skills. You can, like everything else in life, you can learn, put in the time. And I really do feel I have affinity to comics because I've used the comic tools to transform my own life, and I use that as a transformation tool for other folks as well. And yeah, we human beings love stories. We love fictional stories informed by real life. And I remind people that race is a story. It's a fictional story that was made into a non-fictional story that had it's one of the greatest stories ever told, one of the most tragic stories ever told as well. So stories is what we can use to also transform societies for the better, but it's going to require a lot of concerted effort. It's not easy, as Janice says, but I'm hopeful, but I do feel stories is the way to go, be it fictional stories, but pour the world with a lot of stories out there, confuse all the so-called racists of the world, and hopefully they'll be like, oh, they're cool. They're like us too. And hopefully, we can get along in the coming years.
See, that's the storytelling where we hope we end with a hopeful note and not the apocalypse, right?
I think we did. I think we did. I love your tagline. Just what's your story?
Yeah, we end with a hopeful note, and also I think this is very important. Like, where do we find your stories? Where do we find you? Where can people follow you on social media? Both of you, actually.
Janice, go ahead.
Oh, I'm on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, where you'll see cooking pictures.
Yeah, but you're under White Panda, or are you under Janice Chiang?
I put the Janice Chiang because there's this other woman who's
not Janice Chiang,
popular singer, and then she had her tech friends try to like top my Google search thing. So, but Twitter was really funny. It was White Panda, and this guy Twitter messaged me and said, "Oh my goodness, I'm a musician called White Panda. He wears a giant panda head, and he said, you have my handle. Can I have it? Because I have music fans." I said, "Take it."
Oh, so you gave it? Okay, that's
yeah.
That's very cool. That's awesome, Janice.
That's very rare.
That's very nice.
Well,
that's very kind of
you. I have a myth about being the White Panda. Being the few Asians in our industry. When I was doing manga, everyone had Avatar, right? So I said, "I'll be the White Panda." So yeah, but I'm the Janice Chiang on Twitter.
You're the Janice Chiang because you are the Janice Chiang.
Yeah, to me, because it was really funny because I lettered the Superman Smashes the Klan, drawn by Gareth Haru and written by Jin Wen Yang, right? So the first couple of pages, this is a Nazi character, and he says, "I'm the something," and then Superman said, "Oh, that's so obnoxious to call yourself," and then go, "Oh my God, my handle's the Janice Chiang." I'm not, because the other one goes like Foxy Janice Chiang, right? So I said, "No, I'm not her."
You're not the Foxy Janice Chiang.
No, please. It's like, all the stereotypes, growing up, people will pat me on the head or treat me like I'm cute. It's like, that kind of stereotype of what Asian women.
Yeah, we don't need to, that could be a whole nother panel, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
For sure.
Especially with the murders.
Yeah. So, Vishavjit, where can we find you?
Yeah, mine's pretty easy. It's Sikh tunes. So think of cartoons, but replace the car with a Sikh age. Or the easy thing is just Google Sikh Captain America, and that'll very quickly lead you to my Twitter and Instagram handles and my website.
Because for sure, you're the only Sikh Captain America I know.
Right now, I'm the only one, yes. And I'm trying, I initially, when I started doing this, I'm like, I'm one photo shoot, never do it again. But I feel like there's a power to this story. And I'm like, you know what, until we have so much intolerance in this world, let's just keep using that story to hopefully bring about some positive change. So yeah, I'll keep doing it until, I find a better thing to do.
Well, we need Sikh Avengers.
We
Oh,
sure
yeah.
do.
Oh, yeah.
We need the new Avengers with all kinds of different superpowers, and we have a lot of challenges, that Janice said, but we do have a lot of powerful tools at our disposal to bring about good, positive change.
Well, we have Larry Hama backstage. Janice, do you want to say hi
Yeah.
to Larry? Let's bring
Oh,
Larry.
sure. I'll say what.
Yeah.
Let's get everybody back together.
Kyle's like, we need a commercial break, but let's bring Larry on because I want everyone to say hi and say hi to Larry.
Hello.
What's up, Larry?
Hi, Larry.
Oh, you can't hear
videos
anybody?
coming on.
Yeah, let's see. I think he's.
Tell him to unmute himself. He's got the chat board there on the side.
Yeah. I think
He's
Kyle
here.
can handle it.
He's here. He said he
yeah.
can't hear anybody. We'll get him going.
We will get him going. When was the last time you saw Larry, Janice? Oh, we had a
probably New York Comic Con in October 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there goes Amy.
Yeah. Technology. It's the weather, it's been stormy and rainy here in New York.
Hopefully she's okay. Yeah, yeah, rain gets on the wires. There she is. She's back.
Accidentally left the studio apparently.
It happens. It happens. Then we gotta get Larry on here. We know he's out there.
I'm gonna quickly say hello to Larry, and then I'm gonna quickly leave. But it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
I can't wait to see you.
Happy to meet you.
Same here, Janice. Yeah, we'll
Looking forward to you.
Connect. I'll reach out to you
in person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, I get in New York this year. Hopefully, I see you there. New York Comic Con.
Yeah. I think next year we're all gonna be back to hopefully some new normal and being out and about in-person festivals and.
Yeah, for sure. I have no doubt. And long overdue, for sure.
Long overdue, yes.
My problem is I always put tape over the camera when I'm not using it. It's like.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother thing that. Actually, is anyone doing any besides Ming and I? Vish, are you doing any shows coming up?
So, I am actually working on right now. The big project we're working on is an animation with an animator who actually created the Red, White, and Beard documentary a few years ago. So I'm actually working on an animation with him, focusing kind of on my story. So that's the fun sort of project that's happening for me right now.
That's cool. Hey, just so you know, I tried to put you in as a cameo in my DC story, Festival of Asian Heroes.
Ah.
But I don't think they drew you in. I'm sorry. I didn't.
That's okay. You tried, and that's good. Look, we have a lot of stories to represent, so that's cool. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, yeah. I think it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time.
I gave them a bunch of photo references, and I'm like, and all these people should be at the festival because it's the Asian American Pacific Heritage Festival. So I thought you needed to be there because I thought it'd be cool. But I think it's a little tricky because you are Captain America, and it was a DC comic, so maybe legal said.
There's that little clash of comic world.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. No, thank you for staying connected. This has been wonderful, and I will connect now into Janice's world and reach out to Janice as well.
Right.
So I'm gonna follow you too, so we can message and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Larry can hear us. So say hi to Larry. I think he's on his MacBook Air. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Larry. How are you? We can't see you, but I think we can hear you, though. Hopefully.
Yeah, I've been trying. I've been trying to connect with the cam, and I'm on a MacBook Air. I'm at a family barbecue.
Oh.
Home, and I brought my my laptop with me, and something's just not working with the cam here.
Yeah,
that's okay. We feel you in spirit, and so let's hear about this barbecue. What are you eating?
Burgers and franks and tater tots and salad and
classical picnic.
Nice. Very Memorial Day weekend barbecue. Awesome. Well, it's been a pleasure chatting with all of you. I'm going to quickly leave. We have rainy weather here, so no barbecue happening in New York. Maybe tomorrow. But it's been a pleasure. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep telling our diverse, awesome Asian American Pacific Islander stories. And I hope to see you at some of the soon to happen in-person cons across the U.S.
Let's do that.
Well,
Let's do
thank
that.
you, Vishavjit.
It's great to see
Take care,
you.
everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Stay well. Stay
Take
safe.
care.
So Larry, thanks for joining us.
Well, glad to be here.
So Janice is still here. I thought it'd be nice for you guys to sort of hang out for a little
Hey,
bit.
Larry, I hear your voice.
Okay.
Janice has been here like a trooper for the last 2 hours, but it was great, right? I mean, I thought Vish was so terrific that you had to meet him. So Larry, so disembodied Larry. we've been actually doing a lot of Zooming lately because Daryl came on a couple hours ago just to say hi. So we've been working with Daryl on some projects, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So what else is going on with you, Larry?
You mean work-wise?
General, yeah. Like so, we are basically we've been spotlighting different Asian American creator. I was gonna say heroes, but you are a hero.
Yeah.
Creators all weekend actually, and so part of it is also not just talking about what you're up to, but also kind of some of your origin story, which is also kind of entwined with our origin stories in some ways, right?
A bit.
So like the Bible begat generations.
A lot of begatting.
Yeah, they're keeping me busy. I'm doing some more work at Marvel these days, and still I'm up to issue 285 of G.I. Joe, Real American Hero. So
285. That's amazing.
Amazing.
yeah, so
But you're still not even going to touch the number of issues that Janice has worked on, right?
Mine's a different kind of work, right?
You're in the thousands, right? You're in the thousands.
It's gotta be.
don't know.
well, I don't know if you consider what when you say work, are you just talking about writing, editing, drawing, coloring? I was also a letterer.
When were you a letterer? I didn't know that. Really?
I did some lettering at Marvel, and the main thing I did for Wally Wood was, I worked on the overseas weekly strips he was doing, and my main job was lettering them. And we took turns writing. I would write canon, and he would write Sally Forth, and then it would switch. And it was like I lettered most of that stuff, and he taught me the Gaspar Saladino alphabet, which he considered the primo lettering alphabet, and that's and he had taught Ralph Reese the same alphabet, previously. So that's what we taught Janice.
I inherited.
And she evolved it into her own thing. So, but it all started with the Gaspar Saladino alphabet. And,
Wow. That's like, okay. So is there anything you did not do, Larry?
well, in comics, I was one of the only editors at Marvel that had a rate for every single job there was. I mean, I had a writing rate, a lettering rate, a coloring rate, a pencil rate, and an ink rate. So I had it all covered. No, because when I started out, you were expected to know how to do every aspect of it, and I think it still helps. I mean, the thing that Wally would tell me was that the first thing he was going to teach me was lettering, because he said, "Look, if I can't teach you how to letter, I can't teach you how to do anything else." Because it's all embodied, because in lettering you have to master the tool. You have to be able to make, vertical strokes and horizontal strokes and curves, and that's the initial step to learning how to ink. So it's all progressive. I don't think I ever really learned how to write per se, because I don't think of the stories as words. I see them as a progression of pictures. So I formulate the whole story in my head visually, and when I sit down at the word processor, I'm just describing the pictures. That's why I write in plot format. They sort of made me switch over to using the word processor because I originally wrote in what they call the Archie Goodwin style, by actually drawing out the whole story, in sort of cartoon form or layouts, rough layouts. But then I found some artists were just inking my scripts.
Wait, I'm sorry. They were inking your scripts.
Yeah, so he did all the work already.
Yeah, pretty, I mean, I think I scripted a Star Wars that Carmine Infantino did, and he pretty much just blew up my supposed script pages and pretty much inked them. And when somebody asked him about that, he said, "Well, why should somebody else already did the work? why should I change any of it? Because I can actually draw faster than I can type." If they would let me, I would regress to that because I work that way, Then it's less daunting to me than sitting at the word processor staring at a blank screen, a blank piece of paper with a pencil in my hand is much more reassuring. Doesn't work for everybody, but it works for me.
Right. So you would rather just draw it out if you could.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't identify as a writer. I identify as a penciler with a word processor.
With the word processor in your head, basically.
Yeah.
Well, so you've worked on just about everything, I think. And I think you were telling me there's because we were talking through stuff like bucket lists, like what you wanted to work on that you've never worked on, right? And I think you were telling me, what was it? Nick owns some of your pages from Daredevil.
196.
Oh, interesting.
What?
Yeah, Nick Barucci says he owns some of your pages. Daredevil 196, pencils by Larry laying out the issue with Wolverine.
Oh, yeah, I actually drew that issue.
There we go.
Okay, good. That's confirmed, Nick.
That was a Denny O'Neil script.
Yeah.
First time I drew Wolverine. And
Well, we're going to have to do another panel where Nick pulls those pages out and you walk us through that process.
Well, I also wrote a bunch of Daredevils that I wrote in that style, of, doing the layouts. And I think Klaus, pretty much just followed my layouts.
Yeah.
Because I think there were fill-in issues during like the Miller run or something, or they were just following the Miller run, and I was trying to get as close to that style of storytelling as possible, and page layout. So, yeah, those are fun jobs.
Yeah, now Nick has to share them with us if he finds them.
Yeah, now we got to see these.
Yeah. So Larry, you were saying that some things that you had never worked on that you want to work on, because I think you were inspired by was it the Donald Duck, or was it the kids?
Uncle Scrooge.
Uncle Scrooge. That's
Carl Barks.
Carl Barks, right?
Yeah,
right.
something people ask me about G.I. Joe, and I tell them, basically G.I. Joe was always the junior woodchucks with guns.
So yeah, because I want to see Larry do Uncle Scrooge. This would be phenomenal, don't you think?
I almost had a chance to do it 3 times, but if you know anything about comic book history, you know that the license for the Disney comics kept going, changed hands so many times. So it would change hands, and then people would contact me and say, "Oh, we hear that you really want to do Uncle Scrooge, and could you blah blah blah?" And I talk to them, and we get the wheels in motion, and then they'd lose the
license. Oh,
and then more years would go by, and somebody else would get the license, and they call me back, and I go.
Oh, yeah.
I think I did that 3 times.
They raise your hopes 3 times.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, this has to happen. This has to happen.
yeah, maybe we'll hear now.
Yeah. Yeah, and like putting that call out. I'm actually doing a little work for Disney right now. Let me do some investigation and see how this can happen.
Yeah, I have no idea who has the Disney license right now.
It's a great mystery. There were so many people involved with so many aspects of this, but I am sure there is a way this can happen because it needs to happen.
I think it would be Marvel, right?
No, but that's the thing. It's there are multiple different divisions depending on the character, what kind of book it is. Is it a single issue? Is it a graphic novel? Which age? Some stuff is licensed out. Some stuff is done internally. It's like amazing. It's like government. I shouldn't say this because it's like what the heck. I've never seen anything like this. But yeah,
That mouse.
right.
Complicated. It's complicated.
It's complicated. So Larry, I think Janice told me that you're the one who gave her first gig. Is that right?
Well,
As an editor?
As an editor?
No, he taught me how to letter, literally.
Oh, so he taught you a letter first, and then?
Well, then she started lettering for Neil Adams.
Oh, okay.
For continuity, because Ralph Reese and I shared an office space at Physical Continuity Studios when they were on 48th Street, and I knew Janice's sister from the Asian movement, and so one day Faye calls me and said, my sister is looking to get some part-time work, to help put herself through school, and is there, can you do anything for her? And I said, well, why don't you send her over here? Maybe we can teach her how to letter. And when we say teaching somebody how to letter, is basically, you sit them down and you take out an Ames guide and you show them how to make the lines of the Ames guide, and then you show them how to sandpaper down the chisel point on an FB 6 pen point, and then you just show them the alphabet. It's not like all you have to learn is 26 things.
Yeah.
Like I knew the alphabet before I met you, so I was ahead.
Once you show the person, these basic things, it's just a matter, you got to go home and practice, And I think, Janice came back in 2 weeks with all these samples, and, she got a job right away. Things used to be different. Breaking into
lettering was harder than coloring. So, you really had to be consistent, because every letter is formed by dipping your pen in the ink. You can't drop the ink on artwork, right? So, it's like you had to go through that learning curve of being able to be disciplined to learn how to hand letter before you actually got work. Every job, even now, even though I'm not hand lettering, I'm nervous. It's like that's how I clear the table. It's like, oh my God. First, it's like, are they going to discover I'm a fake, right? That's a good one to clear the table and let yourself look at something new, with fresh eyes instead of doing by route. Yeah.
Well, in those days, a huge amount of letterers in comics and comic strips were Asian. For some, I don't know why that was. I think it was one of those things where one person,
learned and pulled their friends in, right?
Yeah. I think it was like Ben Oda, I think like half the stuff for King Features, you know. And then there was like, you know, Maury Kuramoto started out as a letterer, I think, and so did Irving Watanabe, and you know, there were a bunch of these guys. And I think it was just like Janice said, the connection. You know, oh, hey, you know, the water's fine. Come here. Yeah.
So Larry had mentioned
coffee shop owner in New York City.
I had mentioned Carl's Matsuda's mother. What was her first name?
May.
Was it May?
I think,
yeah. So she lettered also.
She was a cartoonist.
Mm-hmm.
She had, you know, I had seen her stuff when I was a kid and never knew it was her. She had a strip in Boys Life magazine called Rocky Stone Axe about some, you know, teenage Stone Age kid. And I was so amazed when I met her. You know, I said, oh, wow, it's Rocky Stone Axe.
I know. It's like before social media, you really didn't meet creators unless you went to conventions. So, yeah, you would see people's names on the credit line, and then when you actually meet them, it's like, oh my goodness, is that you? I used to unnerve my son every time I got in the Marvel elevator. I would see somebody carrying a portfolio, and I'd say, well, what's your name? Because I didn't know who else was on my team, right?
Well, I remember the first time I started going to cons, I had people come up to me and said, "You're Asian?"
What did people think you were?
Hama is also a common name, was a common name in Scandinavia and Germany, and you know, but with an umlaut, you know, like Hama or something like that. In fact, the gatekeeper at Helm's Deep in Lord of the Rings is named Hama. You know, and it's also a Syrian name. You know, of course, Hamas. You know, the terrorist organization, and it's and there's a huge camera photographic supply company in Germany called Hama, spelled Hama, without an umlaut.
So that's always a good icebreaker, right?
It's like, yep, I'm Asian.
Like it or not, here I am.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing that happened with a lot of Japanese named O'Hara. People would have just assumed they were Irish. You know?
We were trying to figure out first. So is Mai Matsuda the first Asian American female comics artist? Then we were trying to figure that out.
Who they were?
Who's the first Asian American female comics artist?
Comic artist.
Yeah.
Wow. Got me.
We were talking about Joyce Chin, but I feel like there had to be some cartoonists before her, right?
I would think so. Maybe in the undergrounds. I'm not sure.
Okay, we are going to have the internet help us out here, right? Somebody else.
Sure. And then whoever figures it out.
Tweet it out, and maybe somebody will respond.
Yeah, there are fabulous prizes at stake here. Yes. If you can find that out.
Well, you know, until comparatively recently, female comic book artists, just female comic artists were like, you know, very bare on the ground. You know,
that's good.
How many of them could you think of that were mainstream? I mean, in the underground, we had Trina. There were more in the underground. You had Trina and Aileen Kaminsky and a bunch of those. But in mainstream comics, you know, it's hard to think of, you know, people beyond the first ones that come to mind.
Right. Oh, hey, so I think Nick has 2 pages that we can show of your
Throw
work.
them up. Throw it up, Kyle.
Let's see it.
Oh,
Larry can't see it.
are those layouts?
Can you see it?
Yeah, he can see it. He should be able to.
Yeah.
And yeah, they are layouts. They appear to be layouts.
Yeah. Well, no, those are breakdowns.
Breakdowns.
Yeah, I guess he inked them.
Oh, so he inked them on a different page.
He inked them on overlays.
Oh, okay. Wait, so this is purely your work then? The layout.
This is Klaus. No, wait, what is this? This is
Daredevil. This should be, yeah. What year was it?
Oh, you know what? I think what I did was layouts on this book or breakdowns, and then
Nick has some thumbnails for class.
Those aren't. That isn't a page size thing. Those are. I think these were done on 8x10, but to scale.
Mm-hmm.
And Klaus blew them up and inked them on the blow-ups.
Oh, okay. You still do a lot of layouts for people, right? Because I think you were kind of like the layout master.
Well, I can do them fairly fast, but don't tell anybody that.
Great. This is recorded.
I was laying out at one point a couple of years ago. I was laying out 3 monthly books at DC. I was laying out what's it called, the Deathstroke, when Priest was writing it, and Michael Cray, I think it was called, and Damage. So the 3 overlapped for like a month or 2. So, but when I'm rolling with the layouts, I'm fairly fast, but it takes me a bit to get up to speed. But I can, like I said, I can draw a scene, especially a complicated, fight choreography or something. It's easier for me to just draw it than to try to explain what's going on in words.
Yeah, so I actually think we have another one of your friends backstage. Should we bring him up?
There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up,
Larry
man?
Hama.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Janice.
Congratulations on your Kickstarter.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I could sign up.
That makes 2 of us.
I had to get going because my computer's like grinding the fan. It's like really
yeah. You feel like you're gonna work out. Anyways, good to see you.
Thank you for having me. It's so much fun. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone in person.
Yes, enjoy the Indian food. I'm very jealous.
Yeah, I have to go cook it now. I'll post a photo on Instagram.
Okay.
I'll tag you. Anyway, take care, everyone. Have a great conversation. Thank you.
Bye, Janice.
Bye.
Hey, Jerry. How are you doing?
What's up, Amy? What's
You
going
had
on,
a busy
guys?
weekend, right?
Sorry, what was that?
You had a busy weekend, right?
Yeah. So it's been, well, my brother, my brother just turned 51, and my dad is actually in the hospital, so it's been pretty wild here.
Is he okay?
Yeah, no, he's just old. So, he's just getting, nothing works,
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, hey.
How much older than me could he possibly be?
No, my dad, he's been, he's worked 7 days a week from like 7 in the morning till 11 at night for the last, I don't know, like 45, 50 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So, nothing works properly anymore. It kind of sucks, but, I just wanted to, it was kind of good that he went to the hospital. They forced him to essentially, take a break. So I think it was good overall.
Oh, that's good.
Well, let's talk about something else.
Yeah. No, welcome. So now it's turned into sort of Larry and Friends. which I think is cool.
It's great.
We're also talking about just like all the impact people have had in the business, and celebrating Asian American creators, and because also I knew you had a Kickstarter, so I'm like, let's bring Jerry on. I think that'll be fun, right? So we, and then Larry is here with his sort of avatar, but he's enjoying barbecue, which we are not.
Larry, are you in New York or are you someplace else nowadays?
I'm in New York State. I'm in upstate. We're at the farm.
Oh, wow.
But I'm not at that farm right now. I'm at somebody else's farmhouse.
All right, not that farm, the other farm. He's at the other farm.
Barbecuing in the rain.
Oh, yeah. Is it raining there?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's raining everywhere is what I'm gathering here. So
Rainy for 2 days.
Yeah.
Which is playing hell with my arthritis.
Yeah, it's a mood, right? Jerry, how do you know Larry? Let's talk about it.
Larry, I guess we met during the Secret Identities book. But I don't know, Larry, how long has it been now? Over 10 years. I don't know.
What year did Secret Identities come out?
I don't even know anymore. I should know, right? But I don't know. I think it's been like 15 years, something like that.
Has it? Oh.
Yeah, I know, crazy, right?
So Jerry, let's properly introduce you, right? Talk about yourself, what your work is, and a little bit about the anthologies and things that you're working on.
Yeah, sure. Plug the Kickstarter, everything. Talk about your liquor cabinet back there.
Ming, I know. I was wondering when we were going to get to talk about that.
Oh, yeah, it was only an eventuality.
But all right, so I'm a New York-based graphic designer and illustrator. I am currently doing some work in Hong Kong for Vibe magazine, and doing a line of T-shirts for the NBPA in China. And I have a Kickstarter right now for my comic, The Monkey King, which is a modernized urban retelling of the classic story. And yeah, so I guess the way I know Larry though is, I'm not really sure exactly how long ago it was, but I was part of 4 creators that made this book called Secret Identities, which is the Asian American superhero anthology book. It's Jeff Yang, Perry Shen, Keith Chow, and myself, where we got, I believe, over 70 Asian American creators to make all original Asian American superheroes. And it was pretty cool. So I met guys like Larry, Amy, made some of my better friends in life from doing that book. Yeah, one of the best things I've ever done.
And there's 2 volumes, right? I get a little confused. Which came first? There was like
Secret Identities came out first, and then we won a grant award to do the second graphic novel. And this is all pre-social media. So this is before we had like Facebook or anything like that. I remember when Facebook began, I was like, I don't want to do that stuff. That sounds so stupid.
Yeah, this is for college kids. I don't want to.
I felt so stupid. And Keith Chow actually signed me up to Twitter and Facebook. Like he forced me to join it,
Right. So I was in Shattered, but I wasn't in the first one. The first one came out. We were trying to figure out what year, right? Somebody figure out what year these books came out. Even though we were involved in it, we should know, right?
But it's crazy because since this was pre-social media, like we had an open call for submissions, and it was like submissions the old-fashioned way, So people actually had the old-fashioned-ish way where they were emailing us concepts and things like that. And originally it was Jeff Yang, Keith Chow, and myself. And then Perry Shen was actually one of the first guys to submit a story. And for anyone that is watching that might not know, Perry is the star of the movie Better Luck Tomorrow. And he's a regular on General Hospital. So when Perry wrote in a story, we actually jumped on a call with him. And then we just kind of suckered him into becoming the 4th editor because we were all on the East Coast and we needed someone on the West Coast. Yeah. And Harry just by default became that guy. And I remember he called me afterwards. He's like, yeah, I was talking to my wife. He's like, I submitted a story. I got on a call with these guys. And then after the call was done, he's like, honey, I think I'm part of the editorial team now. So that was pretty funny.
I
Just
didn't know he was on General Hospital. Like he's on General Hospital now.
yeah. If you tune in now, he is like it's really funny. He's he plays a gay doctor with a gangster background.
He plays a gay doctor. Okay. So
yeah, 'cause why wouldn't he be? Yeah.
But he's married with a wife, has like 2 boyfriends. Like I don't know, he's got this whole like Hong Kong gangster background. It's a soap opera, you know.
I'm kind of curious to watch it now. I don't know. Larry,
It's funny. When I was at Penn Station with Parry, people were running up to him like, "Aren't you Brad from General Hospital?"
Brad? Okay. What are you all watching? Larry, what are you watching in TV these days? Are you watching soaps? Are you watching Perry or something else?
I'm anxiously awaiting the finale of Mayor of Easttown tonight. I've been following that. I've been binging on like older shows because especially if there's something up there with 5 or 6 seasons. I'm like, oh, okay, that's plenty of ammo.
Yeah, and speaking of gangsters, Larry's in an upcoming movie as a gangster.
Oh, what's that? He's a gangster.
The Snake Eyes. I have a cameo as the Yakuza boss.
Oh, fantastic!
Which I think is pretty fitting. So, I mean, all things considered.
Yeah, well, it was wet work.
Yeah,
the entire scene was shot in pouring rain.
In
an indoor set, and so I was wearing like a suit and a tie and an overcoat, and they had and a full set of like waterproof underwear and socks. And God, they kept reshooting the scene, and I had had to start at one end of the alley and walk to the other end through this pouring rain. And pretty after like one take, my shoes are full of water. So it was they got their money's worth. But it was fun being on the set because it's the origin movie of Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe, and they reimagined it as it's really not. It's more of a martial arts movie than a military fantasy movie. And they shot a lot of it in Japan. They did a lot of the indoor stuff on a soundstage in Vancouver. So they flew me out to Vancouver for that. And from what I've seen, it's going to be pretty spectacular. They got the fight coordinator who did all the fight choreography for the Rurouni Kenshin movies, which were amazing fights. So they got one of the best fight coordinators in Japan to do the choreography for this one. So,
did you get to fight?
No, I didn't get to fight.
No, he just got wet, but he looks pretty cool doing it, though. I saw a picture.
He got to look badass in the rain.
And I got to meet Henry Fielding and the other actors, and it was and the stunt crew. Terrific people. Henry Fielding's just a wonderful guy.
Oh, is he? That's so good to know.
Yeah, as well as being a terrific actor. Yeah.
That's great. You've been in other productions too, right? Weren't you in MASH at one point?
Yeah, I was a bad guy on MASH. I kidnapped Frank Burns.
Cool. I think you're a bad guy.
I was in Screen Actors. I've been in Screen Actors Guild since 1976, and not once did I ever play a good guy, except for maybe in some commercials. I was in a Subaru commercial, 25 years ago or something. played a Japanese businessman in a suit, an auto company executive. And I was on Saturday Night Live. I was in the Apocalypse Now skit.
And weren't you on Warriors, Larry?
I was in the Savage Huns in the Warriors. That was like a couple of weeks worth of work too. I think I only ended up with about 3 seconds on the screen during the credits. And I was in Pacific Overtures on Broadway, the Stephen Sondheim musical. I did a lot of off-Broadway. There was one soap I was on for a couple of weeks too, and I can't remember the name of it. Another World. I was a bad guy on that too. I got thrown out of the window at one point.
The man's been typecast as a villain.
I know. Do you want to play a good guy at some point?
But the thing is, being a bad guy is more fun, a lot of ways.
True.
Well, the thing is, at that time, there weren't a lot of Asian actors around that looked like they could kick your door down or, whatever. So if they were looking for a thug or a bad guy, or a samurai, I usually got the gig. Except once I went to an audition. They were looking for a samurai for a commercial. It was like they wanted a funny samurai. And my agent was J.D. Nguyen. She was like a real character.
J.D. was your agent. Oh, wow.
Okay. Was my agent. She had been like a stripper at the Forbidden City in San Francisco, back in the day, and she still wore like, spike heels and had chopsticks in her hair.
She was a real character.
Chain smoked Salems. So she was my agent, and she also represented Reverend Khan, who was a minister at the Buddhist church, who was a 6th-degree black belt in Zen sword. And he had been my teacher at one point. So I show up for this audition where they're looking for a samurai, and the other guy that's sitting in the waiting room is Reverend Khan. And I've got my sword, he's got his sword, and I sit down next to him and we're quiet for about 30 seconds. And oh, Jesus, I got to compete against this guy for this part. And he turns to me and he says, "Oh, Hama-kun, I don't think you or I get this part." And I said, "Well, Sensei, why not?" And he says, "Oh, I think they really want John Belushi." I mean, the guy that got the part was this, this Korean guy that looked like John Belushi.
So he was right.
Yeah, he was right. He was quite a character, but he looked so professorial, and elegant, that he would, he always got the executive jobs, if they were casting a business executive or a diplomat or whatever. One time I did a Subaru commercial. There was all these Japanese executives sitting around trying to come up with a name for the next model Subaru. And I was on screen for maybe 2.5 seconds. The camera came to me and I held up my finger and I said, "Skunk," and that was it, on camera, 2 seconds saying skunk.
Saying skunk, that's it.
But it's a Subaru commercial, So, for the next 2 years, I couldn't get on a subway or a bus without people like pointing at me and saying, "Skunk, skunk." And like, I would look around and like other people who had, hadn't seen the commercials, and they were like, "Does he smell bad or what?" But that shows you the power of TV. That you could just be on there for seconds, and you're somehow imprinted on a lot of people. So I think that's why our representation on media is really important. Because
very important.
We're unseen. It's very easy to formulate really sort of negative opinions, or not have any opinions at all.
That's why we got to create our own stories, Larry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So do you think this is about, well, it's, of course, creating our own stories, getting more writers, getting more actors? What is it, casting? I mean, where do we make inroads, in terms of increasing diversity?
Especially with the writing, right? Seriously, I think we need more writers like you, Amy, to tell more stories that represent us,
I'm trying. I'm working on a spec script. I'm like, whoa, this is actually really difficult, because now I feel like the weight of the entire Asian population is on this one script. I know that's not true, but it does feel very weighty. I'm like, oh, I got to do a good job on this.
I think you're doing a pretty good job, Amy.
I have a part for Larry. I've written into the script, by the way, so I hope it gets. I hope it happens. So I think it'll be hilarious. It's a comedy. You'll be a good guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be great. You would have fun with this role.
I can do comedy.
Yeah, it's the character is basically you.
Okay.
So
I have to jump off because I'm supposed to be at this family function.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds like a party back there. So yeah, go back and join the party.
Bring some food back for us.
I know, right? Yeah, seriously.
Okay. But
Okay,
great
so
talking
much
to you guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. We will see.
I couldn't get this video to work. If I'd been at home on my desktop, I would have been able to do this.
No sweat. We remember how good you look, Larry. Okay, we totally remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a happy rest of the holiday.
You too.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Larry.
Larry, it's never an occasion where Larry does not have a good story. Am I right?
Oh, every time I hear something new, every time, and I love it. He's lived many lives, and he's written many lives to go along with that. But yeah, for sure.
Much respect.
So, guys, what's the first comic convention you guys will be attending?
Well, that's a good question. I've already done two. Yeah, I mean, that should be no surprise to anybody. I love going to conventions. About a month ago, I did a small one in Hannibal, Missouri, which I thought was fitting. It's the birthplace of Mark Twain, and it was called Big River Comic Con. And it was cool. They rolled out the red carpet for us. Mark Twain, one of the great American storytellers. So I thought, what a great place for a Comic Con. Nearby, there was a cave that Mark Twain used to visit as a kid, and inside this cave, everybody signed their names. So they had a section like, well, we found Mark Twain's autograph on the cave.
That's amazing.
And this cave influenced his writing, and he wrote about it in Adventures of Tom Sawyer. And I was like, okay, this is a good test to see, where the con world is gonna head, I guess. And I believe they said they had like 6,000 people roll through, and it was the South. The restrictions were relaxed a little bit, but everyone was enthusiastic, and I was like, okay, wow, this is cool. I think this is a good kind of smaller scale, but it was, and I had a great time, and it kind of felt like things were back. Last week I was at Pensacon, which is one of the bigger conventions, and one of my favorite ones out there, very well run, and that one went really well. So I think I think things are going to come back. I think I don't think we have anything to worry about. I think everyone's going to be wearing masks for a little while, which is no big deal. That's a small price to pay to return to the con life that we went to. But they had a lot of big name guests, a lot of big name artists and creators. Vendor floor was full, so I think we're in good shape for anybody who was wondering. So, yeah, with that in mind, I just looked at my calendar. I thought it's like, okay, I got a couple coming up this week. I think I have like 10 coming up. So 10, yeah. Then I think it's actually 11. I forgot to put New York Comic Con on there, which of course I'll be at. So.
Oh, so you're definitely going New York Comic Con?
Oh yeah. I think I vaccinated. I feel pretty safe, and the New York Comic Con is going to be a pretty big test, though. People coming in from hopefully all around the world. Hopefully, some of the borders are open by October, and I think that's going to be the ultimate test to see how things go and what challenges people are going to face. If you thought it took a long time to get in before, it might take you a little longer now. But with that in mind, I think we're going to come back. So I'm feeling pretty good about things convention wise, for sure. For anybody, I felt pretty safe. And I think people are going to take the protocols to make everybody else feel safe. I think the main thing is, though, I think people felt safe going back. I think that was the main thing. Is like, are the crowds going to come out? And yeah, I think they will. I think there's so much pent up. Like, let's just get back. I can't wait to get back. And yeah, I think we're going to be okay.
What about you, Jerry?
I was talking with Bernard Chang. We've been talking a lot about which shows we'll be going to this year. Typically we go to Taipei and Tokyo Comic Cons together, and we try to do a few domestically. But
yeah,
this year everything's all a little weird. So Bernard is now starting to like make his schedule for shows for the rest of the year, and he's trying to get me to go to like. He wants to do like a lot all of a sudden, and
he does.
Yeah, he's ready to start going to them again. I think
join us. Why don't you text him and see if he wants to join us?
Oh yeah, I can. I can see what he's doing. But
Jimmy Chu might be joining us, so we'll see.
Jim Chung?
Yeah, I think so. Peter was saying because Peter's coming on at the next hour, right?
Yeah, Peter Nguyen.
Yeah, Peter, and then I think he said Jimmy might join us, but we sort of just roll. This will be our last hour, so.
Yeah, and I'm a little overdue on this, but I just pledged to the Kickstarter.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So, and if you're looking on the comments on Facebook or YouTube, the Kickstarter address is on there. Yeah, I'm sorry it took so long, but
no, geez. Actually, I just got this in the mail a few days ago, and I'm kind of pumped to show you guys. This is Jeff Darrow's original artwork for the cover that he's drawn.
Whoa!
He sent it in
look how big that is.
I mean, yeah, Jeff always works completely unusual sizes, and his piece is just unbelievable. Sorry, I know this is a complete awful way of showing.
No, not at all.
That's amazing. Look at that detail. Oh my god.
But yeah,
that's
Jeff
crazy.
Darrow.
You gotta scan that. Well, you would have already, right? Oh my god, that's amazing.
I'm going to be taking that to the framer on Tuesdays.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, immediately get that under like UV glass, and yeah, for sure.
But as far as shows go, I think I'm going to be going to Baltimore at the end of October. Okay. The New York show, I spoke to Reed, I don't know, like a month ago. And I was like, you guys are crazy. I'm not going to that thing. But then they're like, let's just talk in July. And after seeing the Knicks game the other day at the Garden, I don't know if you guys watch basketball, but like they had a full house at the Garden.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the playoffs. So like, you can't, you gotta get the home crowd in there, right?
We'll see. Like if we hear in like 2 weeks that everyone's okay, I guess I'm going to get my booth at New York Comic Con, and Ming, we can have that whiskey drink again.
Yeah, we're also going to get rare Japanese whiskey. Like yeah. I mean, I'll be there in my Jayo shirt for sure. I mean, no doubt, man. No doubt. Yeah. I think what is it? It's June, so we got another 4 months. I'm feeling pretty, especially after last week at Pensacon. I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
Peter Nguyen in the house.
Yeah. Peter, speaking of conventions, right?
Hey guys.
What's up? What's going on, man? It's
Yeah.
good to see you.
Are we talking about conventions?
We
Oh, yeah.
are.
You know,
I met you at a convention. Remember, way back? When was that?
It was a taxi cab ride. I remember we were waiting for. Or when I remember meeting you, but you remember meeting me before.
oh yeah, we met at a convention as well. So
Surprise, surprise.
I usually come with blonde hair, but my variant's black right now.
Oh wait, yeah. So you let it grow out naturally?
Yeah, pandemic said no more blonde hair is needed.
Okay. Okay.
I thought about it after meeting you, but I was like, man, I heard that bleach like hurts, so I'm a wuss. And
No, I need the pain. The pain makes me feel like an artist, you know?
So Peter, you know Jerry? Jerry, you know Peter?
Peter, I think we've met at Bernard's apartment like many moons ago.
Was it a party? I kind of remember this.
Because I was just looking at a picture. I stumbled on. I was looking for an old picture of me and Jim Chung together, and when I found it, there's a group picture with. I think that's you. If not you, then maybe your twin brother or something.
Yeah, I do have a twin, actually. No, I'm kidding. Bernard has a sick apartment. I remember there's bicycles on the wall. That's all I remember. And pizza.
Yes,
that's what I remember about his apartment.
Well, so all the agents in this business know each other, right?
Yeah. Don't mess with those. You mess with one, you mess with all of us. So
right,
don't mess with us. Are you in Hawaii right now?
I was in Hawaii, but now I'm currently in California. I had to go back for family stuff, but it was nice to be back for like a week and a half.
I can imagine.
Just like it's not like the Hawaii I remember. Like I left like a year ago, but it's a completely different Hawaii. But it was still nice to be back. I mean, the winds were the same, so.
Right. Wait. So Peter, let's talk about your origin story. You know, you're from Hawaii originally, right?
Yep. I was born in Hawaii, but I'm full Vietnamese that I think of.
What does that mean, full Vietnamese? You don't know.
My parents claim I'm full Vietnamese, but yeah. Anyway, they came in 1975 to Hawaii, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, but they don't know the rest of my history. There's not so much information, but yeah. I grew up in Hawaii until I was maybe 19, 18, and I moved to California to study at Cal State University Northridge.
To study what? Art?
I studied animation, but I didn't choose that until way later, actually. So I wasn't.
What did your parents want you to do?
They wanted me to be an architect, actually. Yeah. They tried really hard because my dad's a mechanical engineer, and he would like shuffle me around all the firms in Hawaii, and they would just have me draw a bunch of like trees in back of people's like renderings, and I would take like 9 hours to draw one tree, and they're like, this is way too slow, like we're never going to get this rendering out. So it's like me drawing like every little leaf, you know, where they're like using giant markers and like pumping out trees.
Right, and you were drawing every single little vesicle.
Yeah, nobody gave me instructions. Like if you told me it was supposed to be like the mass of a tree, I would have done it. But they just sat me down and they gave my dad a little bit of money as of like a I'm sorry that it didn't work out money. That your son is not
like
architect material.
It was their fault for not being clear.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, I blame them. But
yeah.
But they pushed me to be an architect for a long time, which because it was like a compromise.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, he draws, he can make a house look nice, I think.
What about you, Jerry? We didn't discuss this. What did you study? Were you art or?
So it was I wasn't a very good student in high school, so I was pretty bad. Yeah, I only went to like one class a week, and then when it was time to go to college, I didn't really have too many options. So I happen to be pretty good at art class. I didn't plan on going to college back then. I was just like, whatever, I don't care, But my high school art teacher actually kind of whipped me into shape. Her name is Joan DiTieri, and I kind of, if not for her, I'd probably be like, I don't know, I don't know what I'd be doing actually. She got me into school. I didn't apply to any colleges, so she essentially got me admitted to the School of Visual Arts, and where it took me a while to start going to classes there. I didn't even want to go to, I just kept playing basketball back then. And then eventually I did meet three teachers that kind of changed everything for me, which was Walt Simonson, Klaus Jansen, and John Ruggieri. So John Ruggieri he was a drawing teacher, and he kind of made me take school seriously for once, And so I said, I didn't apply to any colleges at all. I was forced to go to an interview for School of Visual Arts, I didn't, because I was such an idiot. So I rolled up to my interview for school with my girlfriend at the time and three guys. I had a group of people with me to go to my interview. And then they were like, "Oh, don't worry, you're already into the school. You're a high school teacher, Joan DiTieri. She made sure that we're accepting you, and we're just here to take you to lunch." So they were like, "Oh, we'll just take your friends to lunch too then."
Oh, for real? They took all your friends out too? That's hilarious. That's the best story. Oh my god.
Yeah, my parents, they wanted me to be. Well, my older brother was he went to Columbia University. He's a lawyer. He's like every Asian parent's dream son. He was an all-state football player.
He covered for you. You could do whatever.
Yeah, he's traveled the world fighting in kung fu tournaments. He's won multiple gold medals, and he's represented America in tournaments. He's been in kung fu magazines and everything. So they just assumed I was gonna be like him. They wanted me to be a lawyer or a doctor or something,
Yeah, but did he double his Kickstarter goal? I don't think so. He did not. I'm just saying.
That's amazing.
Well, I don't know. I'm the big family letdown,
It's nice to be the underdog. I feel like, though, right? I like it. I liked it a lot.
No, it was cool because I was so for a long time I was working fashion as a graphic design art director, and at the height of my career during that run, I was actually making more money than my lawyer brother. So even then, my parents had a hard time accepting it. They couldn't believe. They were like, "No, that just doesn't make any sense." That the artist is making more money than the lawyer. And I was like, "I didn't even go to law school."
I'm sure it blew their mind, right?
Yeah, but whatever, it's cool. I actually quitted my career 6 years ago to help out with my dad because he's getting a little bit older, like we said before. So now I just run around and do my dad's bidding.
But isn't that what all Asians do in the end?
Well, it was tough because so our family, we have an art supply store in Manhattan. And
oh, really?
So my father and my younger brother were working 7 days a week. My younger brother worked 6.5 days a week. He got a half day off every week. And I was going to Tokyo to shop for my job, and I was getting 2-hour lunches every day. I just felt so guilty that I felt like a bad brother and a bad son. So I quit, and then started helping out with the family stuff. Whatever. And then I do some freelance work at nighttime and all that.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, here's a question. Do you have to be established as an artist to start a Kickstarter?
Well, I mean, as someone, I don't find myself as an established artist, if anything, definitely not in comics, So I think the great thing about Kickstarter is it gives kind of everyone, Kickstarter in its purest form, when used properly, I think is a truly amazing platform. I hate when, no offense to anyone, maybe Peter, you've worked with Top Cow and stuff, but I think it's kind of corny when Top Cow uses Kickstarter. When guys Scott Snyder, when independent creators even Scott Snyder, when he uses it, I think that's cool because it's there to make independent projects a reality. So I think it's great because it gives everyone a chance to create their project. So as an unestablished comic creator, I find Kickstarter to be amazing. I would say it's nice when you can get guys like Jeff Darrow to draw a cover for you, or Jim Chung drew a cover for me as well. So as long as you can just finish your product, get it out on time, treat it professionally, then I do think, it doesn't matter if you're established or not. Just do it and do it with some integrity, and I think people will respond to it.
So, would you say Keanu Reeves should not be on Kickstarter?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Keanu doesn't, need Kickstarter. But,
wait, is he on Kickstarter?
That's
I didn't know
cool,
that.
I mean, yeah, look, I think it's cool because it does help spread the word quicker. I think for comics in particular, it's tough, right? Because comics have such a comics in general cast such a small net. So I think Kickstarter does allow the comic industry to cast a wider net to reach a bigger audience. Shockingly, just going to comic stores alone, you're just going to keep selling to the same 1,000 guys that are going to the comic shop every Wednesday. So I do think Kickstarter does give you, a greater reach, which is why unestablished creators like myself have a better shot at getting their projects created, because you're not just selling to the same guys. The same guys that go to the comic store every Wednesday, they just want, Spider-Man and Batman. There's nothing wrong with that. That's awesome. But they're not really as willing to take a chance on something new by someone new. Whereas Kickstarter, it's all about that. So I think it's pretty cool.
Is this your first campaign?
Actually, it's my third.
Oh, okay. How'd the other two go?
They got funded. They're right behind me.
Oh, that's what I figured. Okay, that's what I was like, wait a minute.
But yeah, I think Kickstarter's great. Just like I said, treat it professionally and do your work with integrity. And I think you can't go wrong that way, right?
It's a great equalizer, right? I mean, without Kickstarter, I think it's really hard to break in as a creator to get your stuff out there. I think it's a real godsend in a lot of ways. So, thank goodness it's technology, right? Thank goodness for technology that we're able to do that. Webtoons, Tapas, Kickstarter. There's so many options now, I think. And not to diminish the comic book stores, which are really important, because I got my first creator on books. I got stores to carry them, and that was super important. Even though I never really sold that much, the validation that the store, provided in terms of carrying my books, that was kind of cool.
Amy, you've done a ton of Kickstarters, right?
No, just 3.
Three's a ton.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. Oh my God. It's like a lot. I really should do, and here's the thing. And people are asking questions about Kickstarter. It is absolutely godsend, but don't forget, you're now an entrepreneur. You're now a project manager. If you really don't have those skills or that in you, if all you want to do is draw or write, it's maybe not the best way to go about it, because you really have to budget. You have to figure out your time. You got to figure out postal rates. You got to do all these things that maybe you never thought you had to do. And if you're really good at that, then maybe that's the right fit for you. But if you're not, you got to go find somebody who can help you with it, learn new skills, or maybe do things the conventional route, bring your portfolio around and get somebody to do that work, publish, so many new publishers now, I think there are a lot more options for people, maybe. I don't know,
Yeah. Also, I think Kickstarter, what's really cool about it too is, I can do whatever I want, right? There's no one to tell me like I can't do whatever it doesn't make sense or whatever. So in my comic, if I decide that these guys are going to ride on giant pigeons, they're riding on giant pigeons,
Yeah.
And then like my stretch goals, if I decide I'm going to take some of the money and just give it to some small business in Chinatown, well, that's exactly what I'm going to do, which is what I'm doing,
Right, which is amazing. Like you're doing so much good work, and I want to say and thank you for being like actually charitable. It's sort of we had Captain Captain America on, and Janice Chiang. We're talking about activism and just in general the future of humanity, and being good
One would have hope that everyone sort of can be that like that. And so Jerry, so explain what you were doing actually with your Kickstarter and supporting Chinatown.
So yeah, so it started back in mid-March when those shootings happened in Georgia. As Asian Americans, I'm sure you guys were just like me, like pretty upset, So I do a Twitch stream with Bernard every Tuesday night, and right before the stream, like I make horrible emotional decisions all the time. So right before the stream, I was talking to Bernard. I was like, "This is so fucking annoying. Like, whatever, man. I'm just gonna donate all the money that I make from my website for the next 2 weeks to like stop Asian hate." But I was like, maybe that's not the spot. Fuck that. I'm doing it. So then the next 2 weeks, I donated all the money, and it was pretty cool. And you hit enter, and then it's like, okay, nothing really happens. Like for all I know, the money went to a racist. So
hopefully not, but
no, yeah, I hope not.
You don't
but like,
know. You don't know.
I don't know where that money just vanishes into thin air. And I was talking to Jeff about because so everyone that I'm working with on my project right now, the Monkey King book, I'm paying them accordingly. I'm trying to overpay them. So Jeff called me from France, and he's from France, so like he's calling it completely random hours. Like he calls me at 4 a.m, thinking it's like 4 p.m. or something, And then he was just like, "Hey, like I saw that you donated some money." He's like, "I think that's really cool." He's like, "I've made some money off the Asian culture, so I don't really want to get paid for this." He's like, "If anything, if you insist on paying me, how about we just donate the money to stop Asian hate?" And I was again, this is my poor emotional decision-making skills. I was like, that's really cool, Jeff, but I don't know. I like after I donated, I just felt like it was a little hollow, So how about if I just take cash and bring it to like stores in Chinatown myself? And he just started laughing. He's like, A, people are gonna think you're crazy. B, if you're gonna do that, he's like, I'm all for it. So that's what I did. I just decided like, fuck it, I'm just gonna give cash to these businesses in Chinatown. And then when the rest of the guys working on the project with me had heard that that's what Jeff was going to do with his money, they all decided that they wanted to do the same thing. So, which is why I've already delivered like $2,000 in cash to some businesses. I'm going to be starting again sometime this coming week, I guess, if it's not raining, ideally. But the campaign is just a couple more days, so we're going to try to do it, one more time. But yeah, and thank God, since the campaign's actually doing well, I'll be paying those guys regardless anyway. But then donating, the money to China.
Donating even more, right? And the businesses, do they think you're crazy?
Oh yeah, it was so funny because like so I went to 8 businesses, and like the first 10 minutes was the most awkward conversation of my life. They thought like they were like what? Like who are you? And this is the best example. I went to this liquor store where I buy Baijiu from, right?
Yeah.
And I go in there, and the guy's like, "Do you you're a designer?" I was like, "Yeah, I designed some stuff." He's like, "Okay, come with me." He takes me outside. He's like, "Did you design this bottle?" I was like, no." He's like, "Did you design this bottle?" I'm like, "No, not me." He's like, "How about this one?" I'm like, "No, sorry, man. I didn't design any of these bottles." He's like, "You didn't design any bottles?" He's like, "So what are you doing at a liquor store giving me money, He's like, "Do you want some liquor?" I'm like, "I mean, yes, I want liquor, but I will pay for it." Right. He's like, "So you're just giving me money?" I was like, "Actually, it's not really me. See, I did this Kickstarter. So it's all the people that backed the comic that's giving you the money." And he was just like, "What?" He was so confused.
That's awesome.
But then, like, after further explaining to him, because he couldn't speak much English, so I had a couple people that could speak better Chinese than me. And then when he finally got it, he nearly broke. And he's this like big burly guy. He's like a strapping dude. He had like construction gloves on. He'd like rip people in half, And when he finally figured out what was actually happening, he hugged me. He like almost started crying. He started telling us how hard it's been. He's like, "Everyone thinks because I'm a liquor store that I've been making money during the pandemic." He's like, "It's Chinatown." He's like, "Look around. There's no one here. Like no one's buying anything from me." So, and he's like, he told me like, "This is more than just money to me. This, it means more than that." And it was really cool. Like, I think one of the better things, another good story was when we went to Hopkey, Peter Lee, the owner of it, he was completely baffled. And we took a picture when we first gave him like the red envelope. And his face, if you see the picture, it looks so funny because he's he's literally like holding the envelope, like sitting next to me like this. And then like 10 minutes later, though, he's just decided that he's going to be cool about it. He brought liquor out, and then it was 12:30 in the afternoon, and he brings out like two of those handle, those jugs of like Johnny Walker Black and Jameson.
Yep.
He's like, I want to introduce you to my two friends.
Yeah, Johnny and Jameson.
And then we just started getting hammered like at 12:30 in the afternoon with him, And then he's been texting me ever since, like, hey, when are you going to come back?
We can get hammered.
So hold up. I was going to suggest to make it less awkward that you give it to them in red envelopes, but you did that.
I did that, yeah. And I wrote a letter. And I explained in the letter. I explained in the letter that it's from all the backers from the comic,
Oh, wow.
So that kind of throws them off. They're like, wait a minute, backers? Like a comic? Like, what are you talking about,
We need to explain what the red envelopes are, I think, to some people who are watching.
Good point.
The hongbao. So yeah, hongbao, which is a red envelope. Essentially, that's used for like Chinese Lunar New Year, excuse me, and it's a celebratory gesture that you give. I believe the tradition is you're never too old to receive a hongbao until you're married, correct? So like I am 46 and unmarried, so technically I should still be getting red envelopes from anyone that is married, like technically. But it's just, from what I know of it, it is something that you do on Lunar New Year, and you give it to people that are not married.
Right, or any occasion, because it's lucky. Is this true also in Vietnamese culture, Peter?
We do get. I think we call it. Oh man, my Vietnamese is gonna be horrible. Li Si, I think is what I have one here.
Li Si, yes. It's a red envelope.
Yeah, we get it. I don't get any more. I'm not married either, but they cut me off. But I think I'm supposed to give it to younger cousins. But I don't know. I like it. I like getting it.
The other part about being Asian American is that we're also not 100% sure of the cultural traditions that we're supposed to know. But we all know that the red envelope contains money and it's good. So.
Yeah. I wish they told me the procedure, but they just kind of expect you to figure it out, huh? Am I supposed to Google it? And then, but I love these. I love the envelopes.
Oh yeah.
To my understanding, once you get married, that's when you stop receiving and you start giving.
Right. And that's when I disavowed the tradition. When I had to start.
I missed that memo, so I'm gonna just ignore it. I'll give them out, but I'm still taking them too for sure.
I've gotten one maybe like randomly too old, and I was like, am I not too old for this? Like they're so much younger. They're like 10 years old. And then the grandma gave me one, and I was like, wait a second, this is not the same age difference. Like I don't think I should be getting one of these. It was like a weird awkwardness, It's like I don't.
Yeah, but it's a nicer way of giving money. You don't just hand someone a wad of cash, right? You put it in a nice, beautiful red envelope with a little gold, and
throw some crisp bills in there, and here you go.
Right.
It's gotta be crisp. It can't be like wash machine bills. Yeah, it can't be all like
right. It gotta be crisp. And,
That's so cool though, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty fun thing to do. And what was pretty cool about it was Roger Clark of NY1 News. So he caught wind of it, and he actually came around with us. And even with NY1 News with us, people still didn't understand what was going on. Like, they still thought like I was totally crazy,
They thought they were pranked. You got a camera, and you're just showing up in here. I'm giving you money, and
I mean so one of the first people I wanted to give it to was the old lady on Moscow Street that makes the fried dumplings. She's just like, it's this little hole in the wall. There's this one old lady that's just making dumplings every single day by herself. And I know she ain't getting any help from the city or whatever, So I wanted to give it to her. And when I got there, she refused to take a picture. She didn't want to be in any pictures. She kept thinking I wanted to buy like $250 worth of dumplings from her, And when I insisted that I didn't want any dumplings, she still wouldn't believe me. And then we were there for 30 minutes trying to just tell her no, I'm just trying to help, And then finally she's like, oh, okay, whatever. And then even Roger Clark, everyone that was with, they were like, maybe let's just move on. You know, like, don't worry about her. Like, I was like, what do you mean? Like, people aren't going to believe that I gave her any money, you know? So we just left. And then she later on just caught us walking on the street from like a different place. And she came running out and she's like, hold on a second. You're really just walking around giving people money right now? And I was just like, yeah, I mean, you know, just, you know, we're giving money to some small businesses that I kind of have like a personal connection with. And then she started crying. She hugged me. She took my mask off. She's like, now I know how you look. She's like, anytime you come back, like, you're not paying for anything, you know?
You got free dumplings for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but, you know, I was like, no, I don't want free anything. That's like defeats the purpose of it.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to eat your profits.
Yeah, but this gets to the whole suspicion of, like, especially some elders, you know, which is kind of sad in some
Well,
ways.
I think a lot of that is the racism that Asian Americans are dealing with. So I don't fault them for being a little suspicious nowadays. You know, even if it is coming from another Asian American person, they have to be on guard right now. You know, like everyone's, you know, there's attacks like literally every single day here, right? In New York, at least. So I don't blame them for being a little on guard and a little defensive in the beginning. You know?
Sure.
It's an uphill battle to give somebody money, though. Like people you don't know. That's a whole.
It's a little weird, you know. It's a little
weird me out if you showed up and you try to give me some cash. But.
Yeah.
Especially when you explain to them, like, well, it's not really my money I'm giving you. It's the money from, you know, that all these people gave for the book. So that's why this money's coming to you. They're just like, what? Like, what the hell are you talking about? You know?
All right. Well, anyway, but that's such a nice story, and I think if you have a link to the news segment, we should share that with people, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was on TV. I don't know. I haven't done much research to see where it is online. I should probably find a link to it.
I feel like Bernard posted it. No, I posted a screenshot of it, but I don't.
Well, it was pretty funny because this week, Bernard was on the same news, the local news in LA for his Monkey Prince, and then I was on the New York local news for the Monkey King. So we were just kind of like laughing about how.
Am I confusing monkey stories on the news? Oh no! Oh no! That's awesome.
So
I love his new design, by the way.
What new design?
Bernard designed the Monkey King for the DC.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I didn't get because we all got comps for that, and that apparently is like the super rare variant, right?
Oh.
It's going through, yeah. Midtown Comics is selling that variant for like $100.
Oh, because it's a debut.
On eBay,
right?
It's on eBay, and that's the one I gave to my parents because I thought it would resonate with them. You know, I had to go with my parents and say, "That's actually worth like $100."
Yeah, can I have that back?
I did ask her back because you were like, "What?" You know?
Did it resonate? If it didn't resonate, can I sell it?
Yeah. I think that would resonate. The value, of course. So yeah, the value would resonate.
Right.
That's hilarious.
Peter,
that's awesome.
What are you working on?
Right now, I'm doing a graphic novel with this Indonesian singer called Agnes Mo. They told me she's the Indonesian Beyonce. She's got like 24 million Instagram followers, and she's doing a rockology. I don't know is that a word? Like a rock, like Machine Gun Kelly is doing a book with Z2 Comics, and like Prince has a book, even though he's not around anymore.
There's a lot of books.
They're doing these rock singer graphic novels that are 120 pages with the singer and their story or whatever. And so right now I'm working on that with her and another artist. But it's it's really fun.
Is that through Z2?
Yeah,
okay.
It's through Z2. They pitched it as Sandman and Catwoman. So like Agnes is going through dreams and like kind of there's a whole bunch more to the story. But Carla Pacheco, she writes Spider-Woman for Marvel.
Oh, Carla
She's my
Pacheco.
writer.
Carla,
Pacheco,
right?
thanks, Amy. She's
She's
sweet.
very fun. She's very cool. Yeah, shout out to
she's
Carla.
she's my writer, and she's awesome. She's doing Marvel style scripts, so I'm getting a lot more freedom, I guess, because it's
Do you
all
like
like.
that? Do you
Sorry?
prefer that? Do you prefer the Marvel
Uh,
style?
So Jim Chung let me try Marvel style because he got Marvel style scripts for Wanda versus Hope years ago. So the experience with Jim, though fun, was a trying experience because Jim is a very hard teacher, and he put me through a bit of a, it was it's a Jim thing. He's a very very excellent artist, but now that I'm doing it again, I'm super happy that he put me through that Marvel. So that I've never done it professionally before, so I don't mind it. I like it now.
You're drawing 120 pages?
I'm not. I'm splitting with another artist. Thank God.
Okay.
Otherwise, I
Just
would
checking.
eternally combust.
Just checking.
into- Yeah. Right when the world is opening up, and you're asking me to stay in my house for 120 pages, I might die. But I'm trying my best to contribute to the book. So I'm excited. It's
That's cool. No, that's so cool. When can we expect it, or is it too early?
We're supposed to be done by June. I'm supposed to be done by June. Pre-orders already went on sale, but it comes with a bracelet. You can buy a bracelet option. So
Cool.
Agnes is like really kind of like her fans are. I mean, when she found out about the book, my Twitter went on for 24 hours because they were retweeting it for like ever. Because Indonesian timeline and then the American time and like all these fans that are around the world.
Yeah.
It just kept going and going and going. I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting notifications. They're dead. My phone, I can't check my phone anymore. It's like beeping all the time. But yeah,
crazy.
it's really fun. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to have any work in a pandemic situation. So, but I'm happy to be drawing. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So we will
Have you done anything with Z2, Amy?
No, Z2 seems to explode. I think they figure out their niche is doing these music comics. Like, so I'm working on DMC's comics, but I do that directly with DMC because he's a big comic nerd and he wants to do it. So
yeah, maybe you guys opened the door. You like kicked open the door for.
Kind of. We don't need to do it through anyone else. We're just kind of doing it on our own with Larry. So Larry's helping out.
It's fun to do the research because I like her music, but I had to do it and like listen to her interviews and try to figure out where she's coming from. So
right.
Were you a big DMC fan before you met DMC?
Well, come on. I mean, DMC is kind of like Kiss, right? It's like embedded in our culture, in our DNA, right? So, it's definitely weird working with him because right so Daryl actually came on earlier just to say hi.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, surprise Ming.
Oh wow, that's
awesome. Tony Moore artwork.
Yeah, so it's funny he has it right there, and then Daryl was like, "Hey guys," and Ming's like, "Oh."
Yeah, I literally have it here, like in the studio. So, because why wouldn't I? That was cool. I was like, I swear I didn't know you were coming. He didn't believe me. But
by the way, I just happen to have this beautiful album.
Yeah, and I have his shoes. His shoes are in the other studio. That's a whole nother thing.
He's a big fan of you, Ming, and so it's all good. Good. But and also he's got that new pop out, so everyone should go buy the pop too.
What do you know about this new venture? The wine. What can you tell us about this?
Oh, are you angling for some wine? Yeah, we're doing some.
I mean, I mean, me and Jerry are fans of the alcoholic beverages.
Yeah. So I'll do a little plug because we're doing another DMC book and album. So there'll be a song and an album dropping. But since we got all these, honestly, we're because I teach at the Kubert School. So I said, why don't we collaborate with the Kubert School, get some students some exposure, and they get paid. It's not free exposure, and start doing some artwork. And so we've been sort of, I guess in the parlance of business, it's like the art assets, right? So now we've got a lot of art. Dennis Cowan's done some covers and things. And I was having some wine at a local New Jersey winery, which happens to be like a really great place to work out of because they've got great internet. And it was the only place that was open during the pandemic. So I was working out of there. So shout out to Old York Cellars. I look up and they had this custom label thing going on where you could just buy the bottle and put a label on. I'm like, that looks like comic book proportions.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hey, so then I met the owner and then I'm like, I'm working on this stuff and I think there's some synergy here, right? That we can do maybe a line of wine, DMC wine. And he got really into it. So this is not official, but I'm happy to talk about it because what we're talking about is win-win with local businesses, right? We're trying to support local businesses. And, Daryl's all about that. And we're also trying to he don't want to do hard alcohol. He's not into that. But he thought, some of these sweet wines, which are, I have to say, really tasty. So what I'm saying is we're going to do some kind of event at the winery and you can all come and just kind of hang out.
Man. Okay.
And then we will
awesome.
unveil the DMC wine, right? And that'll be fun, right?
What I got away from that is that Amy works in a winery.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm not a great wine drinker, but what I like is that they do these little tastings. So I'm all about these 1 ounce things where I'm like, oh, this is really great.
I just see vineyards behind you and like bottles and bottles of wine.
Right.
Yeah, Jerry, you got to take off, right?
Yeah, I got to take off. Thanks for having me
Thank
on,
you
guys.
so much. It's just so great seeing you.
Nice to see you,
I
Jerry.
hope we all get to catch up pretty soon at some show.
I have a good feeling.
All right, everybody check out Jerry's Kickstarter. Follow him. Epic Props, right? Instagram.
Yeah,
okay.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See you later, Jerry.
Jerry's such a great guy. He's just.
He really is.
It's one of these things.
Great memory.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, speaking of memory, right? Okay, let's get back to I met you at C2E2, right? Because I feel yes, you were. It was almost like the first convention I've been to, and I didn't really know what's going on. And I remember meeting you, right? And then the taxi line.
I definitely remember the taxi because we shared a taxi at the end of C2E2.
It was crazy because I think I had the taxi and there's a huge line. And that was my first introduction to understand when this convention closes, how to have a strategy of getting out.
Yeah. Escaping the convention is a strategy. But I think it was later than the convention. It was not. Oh, it was a convention. Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was drinks and then we had to escape. Like after a bar and then everybody closes the bar and then all of us. Remember when people went to bars?
No, yeah, you're right because I think there were also a lot of really drunk people by then, right?
Yeah, drunk people at a convention.
Wow, never, I'd never see that.
There was that one of the guys from CBLDF too. I think it was like we ended up with a lot of people in a taxi, right?
Yeah, we were just like, get me out of here. Like, how many people can cram in here, shoulder to shoulder?
Yeah, and then we're dropping off people, and it's just like, wow, this is Comic-Con.
Yeah, spreading viruses everywhere before viruses could be spread that way. Oh.
Yeah, now we're not going to do that anymore. But,
yeah. That was many moons ago.
Right, at the height, how many conventions were you going to?
I think 2012 was 12 conventions a year. It was my record, but they were all in like different countries. They were like that year I did Japan, maybe Korea, and I did like London with Jim, and it was just the overseas shows was I think 12, and that was 2012.
That's pretty good for overseas. What about you, Ming? What at the peak? How many conventions were you going to?
I mean, guesting or just go, some of my, I still go to cons for fun, Dragon Con and other. I think I almost got up to 30 one year in like 2017.
30 conventions.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because I was like, dude, if you invite me, I'm going, and I made time to go and it was a grind, but I mean, you don't go to that many conventions and not truly love it. So, yeah. And I think people know that. So, and it's all it's fun and I love it. And I see my friends, but it's great networking as well. So, yeah. And the year I met Peter, I somehow talked my way into not a guest table at Emerald City, But they're like, hey,
That's
we'll give
right.
you a table in Artist Alley. I'm like, okay, you know, if that's cool with you guys, I'll totally take that. And I actually had a lot more fun there because I got to hang out with Peter and I think Jonathan Glapian was on the to the right of me.
Man,
But I
your
felt
memory is
like,
also so good.
yeah, but I
Jeez.
felt less pressure there because you know you're not in a big whatever hallway with like you know the guy from Harry Potter and then Doctor Who. Like I felt like I was amongst people, you know, more people, you know, just my friends, I guess, in Artist Alley. So, and I think people were less intimidated to come up and say hello because you know you're just in the Artist Alley hallway. And I was like, wow, this is fun. I would totally do it like this all the time if I could.
That's
So
why Daryl likes to do Artist Alley. He doesn't like to be with all the other media celebrities.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. There's a lot
The
of pressure.
division's interesting.
Yeah. But that was cool. I got to hang with Peter for like 4 or 5 days, so it was awesome.
Yeah, that was a really great show. I remember that show. It was just super fun. Like,
Yeah.
we were
'cause
upstairs. I
was
remember.
filming at Asbury.
Yeah. Yeah. That when
That's the first time I met you.
yeah, when they had the old
bowling
Asbury Park Comic Con, it was in a bowling alley, this little tiny bowling alley.
It was in a bowling alley?
Yeah, it was called the Asbury Lanes, and you know this wasn't just a usual bowling alley. They used it for like punk and rock concerts, so it was a very unique venue. And
It was very atmospheric.
yeah, that was a while ago, but that was fun.
That would have been 2013.
Like 13. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think that was the year I probably did my peak was 23. I think.
Wow,
23.
That was
a lot.
Yeah, because
that means that 1 month you like do 2, right, or 3 a month.
It was because that's right before I started getting. I may have just started getting my first DC work, I think, but it was before Poison Ivy, and so I felt like I needed to hustle. So I was like going to every single convention I could, and I was so tired.
It is exhausting. I forget how exhausting it is.
Yeah, I'm like dragging my kids around, and it was like, oh my god, I think I'm gonna die.
Your kids were great at conventions, though.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah,
they're pretty self-sufficient because they gotta be. I'm like, okay, we're in. Okay, don't get in any trouble.
Yeah, I miss conventions. It's been. I mean, Ming, you've been to one recently. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did too. I did a smaller one in Missouri, and I just got back from Pensacon, which is a larger one and very well run. And yeah, I felt good. I felt safe. People came out, and yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I definitely felt very good. Sunday night, you know, everything's wrapped up. I was like, wow, that was a really fun weekend. And
wow.
Yeah, I didn't feel, you know, restricted or constrained. It didn't really feel that much different. You know, I had to wear a mask, but you know, for here and there, but it was, yeah, it was good. It was good.
I can wear a mask for 3 days straight if I can.
Oh yeah,
convention.
It's a small price to pay to return.
Exactly. My kids are right. Yeah. So Nick is saying that my kids are adorable and polite, which they are. They may be to you, Nick. Maybe not to me. No, my kids are good. They're actually,
your kids are not adorable? What? Of course they're adorable.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
They're old enough to, at this point, they help proofread my scripts. They're also of the age where they speak their mind. I have them read the script and they're like, I didn't really understand what's going on here. And it's like, okay. So it's like, all right, not filtered. You know how some people are like, oh, it's so good. It's like, no, you need kids who are just like, I'm not sure about that. Like,
oh, your kids will never be like yes men. They're like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, they'll tell you the truth. They will tell you the truth.
Yeah. They're also really good about like, I didn't really understand this cultural reference. And I'm like, that's because it was set in the 80s.
Right. You weren't born yet.
Oh, interesting.
You weren't born yet. Yeah, they actually said that. And I'm like, you're not meant to get that. That's an Easter egg.
Yeah. Yeah, although I find that kids are very into like the stuff we were into. They're very into throwback culture and 80s.
Surprising. Very surprising.
I want to say that's completely true too, because I have a friend's Dustin Nguyen's son. He collects the same thing that I collect now, and it's like the X-Men cartoon 92. is now his favorite cartoon. I'm like, wait a second, there's like a time jump. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you super into the same cartoon that I was into when I was here? It's like crazy to me. So now we have all the same things we can talk about all the same, like, it's amazing.
They're all, these young people are all watching Friends now. Like, it's a new thing.
Like they just discovered it, or they like loved it?
Because now it's on Netflix. Everything's on Netflix, and now it's like a new thing. I'm like, that was what I watched in the mid-90s, right? So
Yeah. The timeline is getting screwed up. I think people are going to be into different eras.
Yeah. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And the X-Men cartoons on Disney Plus, so go and watch all of them again.
Yeah, I love people discovering that kind of stuff, you know.
So good.
Okay. Back to Peter, because at some point they're going to kick us out of here, and I want to get as much as possible from Peter out from anybody who's watching. Because one thing I've really admired about Peter is just the convention skill. Like, you're always doing stuff, and I try to tell my students at the Kubert School, it's like there is a hustle, but there's also being a nice person, but there's also a strategy to being a working artist, doing interiors, doing covers, doing commissions, getting yourself invited to shows. So that's why I was kind of like, oh, Peter, because Peter was one of the first people I met. I kind of did the whole artist alley thing, and I'm looking up and down, and Peter was probably the nicest person I met. Some people are like really kind of awful, you know, and I'm like so in the business, and you were so nice about it, because I was kind of like, hey, I'm here with my friend, and we're looking to make comics, and right, and some people can be really rude about that, and you were super nice, and so maybe
thanks, Amy.
No, it's true, and now we're friends, right? And it's been like. So I want you to share some of your experience, your wisdom with people. I don't know if people are out there who are aspiring to work in this business, but just some of that goodness.
I think the first thing is that I really like talking to people. I mean, even when I wander in another country or I travel somewhere, I like connecting on some form, like with people. So I try to find. I think it's a bit of a you gotta ask the right questions, but you also don't want to ask like, tell me your whole life story, of course, because it's a convention, so you can't be like that. But I think a lot of my convention skills probably came from when I worked in a boba shop. Actually, like this boba shop was the first time I realized that I really enjoyed the whole customer service aspect of it, and I was a horrific boba employee. I was drawing at the cashier all the time. I was throwing those giant straws into bananas from across the room, and I was giving away free drinks with the stamps, But I would love talking to customers, because I'd be like, I'd make weird games like, if you can guess my ethnicity, I'll give you a free drink, and they would never guess it. But I would give them a free drink. I could give them half points. Yeah. And I'd like stamp more than they could get, But I think, first of all, you have to enjoy. I like people. I like talking to, and they paid a lot of money. They did a lot of effort to get there, and you don't want the experience to be bad. You just don't. That would suck. Like you come up to somebody and the experience was not fun. That'd really suck for both of you guys. So you should just make it fun and pleasant, and try to hear them out a little bit, I think. But I think the convention scene, artists sometimes can be stereotyped as shut-ins, and maybe don't want to always connect, or there's too many people are coming and they're overwhelmed. I get it. I understand that it's a tiring day, but I try my best, Or I tell them like I'm not super high energy too. I think it's okay to be like, oh man, it was a rough night last night, and I'll joke or something, and I'll try to get like. I don't want to be like dishonest. I'll be like, yeah, I'm sorry, my brain's not functioning fully. Like, what did you say? You want this print? Let me.
Yeah.
But I mean, they know that you're human. You don't have to be this pristine human being that's like charismatically on all the time. But
right.
I think it's fun. And I think it's actually almost more fun than drawing. I think drawing is stressful. And like, I mean, I think drawing requires so much it includes self-doubt, right? Like you're always like, is this the right way to go? Oh my God. It's a you job, right? But customer experience is like, that's super easy. They want to tell you something, you want to hear it, and then you want to give them what they want, which is this thing that they want to purchase from you. So it's like, I don't find it so complicated, you know? But,
well, you also have a great strategy in terms of how you do your table, and you've got like a following too. But you always seem to have a great strategy with your posters and things like that. How do you figure all that out?
I think, as far as prints, like when I used to go to conventions, I never brought a print from any other artist, no matter how much I love them. I was never a print guy or a poster guy, and it was such a hard thing for me to think of, like, why do they want something from me? Like, I don't understand that concept, because as much as I love such and such artists, I just never got anything, you know? So I tried to like see what they were seeing when they came to my table. I'd make little takes of reactions of like, you know, and I'd listen to suggestions. Like they said, like, I love this and I wish there was a complimentary set. And I was like, okay, I mean, let's try the setup. Let's try what they want. So like, they like these set of characters. I'm going to give them the set that they asked for. And it snowballed, you know, people reacted really well to that. And I'd be like, okay, they're reacting great to this. Let's keep going this way. So you're just kind of like watching and seeing how people are engaging with your work, not online, but in person, you know. And I think another tip another artist gave me was that everyone's going to draw Superman flying in the clouds. And it's going to be, you have that competition with 100 artists, you know, like that pose has been, they can go to somebody else to get that pose, but what can you offer, or what can you bring? Like, is there a little twist, or is there a bit of storytelling that you can tell that the fans really, only they would know, that they would buy, they feel a connection to that storytelling in that piece, you know, that makes it unique. So you got to find like these little like niches that that they'll react well to, so that they have to get it, because it's like, oh, I saw Superman already doing this one pose. Do I need to buy another one, or should I buy something that is a little bit more unique, with a little of a like, oh, he put all these telepaths together. That's really weird. Why would he do that? I really like it though.
Yeah.
Like, what a weirdo. And yeah, I mean, it's been a really fun game, because you're kind of not, you're kind of figuring out where you want to go, I think, with your work at conventions. But what were you gonna say?
Yeah, no. So you and Ming have that in common, that I think you're really so great with people, and it's true, right? It's like
compliments all around. I'm just fishing.
Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, you don't want people to give people a bad experience. Before all this happened, I was at the other, waiting in line, waiting to get autographs or meet people. I was like, oh man, what am I gonna say? Like, I felt real nervous, and I was like, what am I doing here? But if I got a good experience, I remember that forever, so
yeah, it's hard to be a fan, right? It's so hard to come up to somebody and be like, I really like your work. That's one of the hardest things to say to anybody. It's so nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
and so sometimes you have bad experiences. So
yeah, so if I can, it's like, hey man, let's what are you into? Because I'm into it too, probably. So I'll sit there and talk to you for half an hour about Nightmare on Elm Street or Star Wars or X-Men or whatever. Like, it's as we're all fans of the same thing. That all stemmed from me being a fan of stuff as a kid, and nobody else was. So I was just starving to talk to somebody about how cool Wolverine was, and nobody in my school, hardly anybody at my school knew about the X-Men. And I was just starving. I just wanted to yell at them. I was like, "Can you see how cool this is?" And no one would listen to me. And now, at a con, there's like 100,000 people who know what I'm talking about. So I'm like, hey, Ray, come over here. I want to tell you. I want to talk. I need to vent about this. It's so
great. You're
great.
100% correct, because as kids, all this nerd knowledge I accumulated was like not unable to be used, right?
Yeah,
Like, it was
yeah.
on the recess ground. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. Like I can play football if you want, but like I really want to talk about Mr. Sinister for like a whole
Yep.
hour, if you don't
Yeah.
mind. And then you go to a convention and it's like, oh, you want to talk about this? I have plenty to say about this.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and not only that, you can go to a panel about Mr. Sinister, meet the creator.
Yeah,
and
yeah. You're like,
artist.
what?
Yeah, it's so great.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Peter, your first, and I'm trying to remember your first published work. I feel like, because after I met you, was it Gotham City Siren? You did something with Gail, right? Gail Simone.
So my first published work ever was at DC Comics. After the Time Search by Jim Lee, it was which was not published, but the first one was 5 pages of Superman by Joshua Williams, the Robin's writer right now, and it was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences of my life, because Superman is the most handsome man on the planet, and I overthought my panels. I'm like, is he handsome enough? Is this the exact Superman that I should be drawing? It's such a hard 5 pages. You should have given me like a D-lister, like Red Tornado. I would have been so happy. You know?
Right.
No,
Yeah.
I throw you right into the fire, man.
Yeah. And I was like, Lois Lane and Superman? What? Your flagship characters?
Did it get published? It didn't get published.
It did get published in the Halloween special of
We gotta look
2009.
for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then after that was Mike Martz put me on Secret Six with Gail Simone. So that was my first full issue. And then right after that was Gotham City Sirens. So, I mean, they gave me Superman, and then Secret Six, which was a blast with Gail Simone, obviously is a huge star. And then they put me on Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, and that was a lot. By that time, I was like, okay, I feel better with these 3 than I did with Superman, to be honest. I was like, I could do Harley Quinn. She's fun. So.
But so that's funny though, because I think of you more of as a Marvel person, but it was all DC.
All my breaking stuff was at DC. I grew up both actually, but I mean, you know how it works. Like one editor passes you around at one company, so all my initial stuff was like at DC. And then 2011, I did Black Widow for Marvel, and then X-Men. And March was at Marvel at that time too.
Went over, right? Okay,
yeah,
so that's all. Right.
And I finally got to do Wolverine for Marvel, and I did Wolverine and the X-Men, the cartoon, and I did the Gifted TV show. So I've done 3 X-Men things in 3 different medias, but I haven't done films yet, which is like.
Those are coming up.
Yeah.
Coming
so
soon.
What do you want to do?
Sorry?
Dream project. What do you want to do?
Dream project. I think I just hinted at my dream project. My friends, they work at the Viz Dev for Marvel Studios, so they've been doing all the WandaVision and all the Falcon Winter Soldier designs, and that job, like I know that X-Men is in the line for Marvel Studios. It's got to be, right? So like, yeah. I mean, how could they not do it? And that would be.
Right, exactly.
But even if it's like if I drew like one finger on one drawing of one character design, and that it was included in the process of like making this film. I mean, I'm a real. I think X-Men Days of Future Past, I went to Montreal and I went to all the film sites, and I went to everywhere they filmed like all the Magneto versus Beast or whatever, and I'd like go to all these random things by myself with like my phone, and I'd be like, is that it? I found it.
Yep. Match it up. Yeah. That's awesome.
But that would be really fun. And X-Men, any book, but X-Men is one of my favorites, of course. So that would be a fun an X-Men series, an X-Men mini, or anything.
Right.
But yeah.
So we have a couple minutes left. So Peter, this is your chance to shill anything you want. You know, if they say something
we don't need. I just want to catch up. I don't need to share.
I know, but just saying. You know, it's why not? Yeah. This is, you know, if you have a website you want to direct people to, where they can buy your art, where they can buy your books, like where can people find you?
The easiest way to find me, I'm on Twitter and I'm on Instagram. My Twitter handle is Peter @VGuyen, NGUYEN, on Twitter. And then my Instagram handle is INK, which is ink 4884 at Instagram. And everything is linked from my Instagram actually. So there's a link in my profile. You can go through all my stuff. But yeah, that's a good way to find me. Or you can message Amy and she'll message me. Just kidding.
That should be your email.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. What else? What else? Any last words of advice or stuff you want to say, or?
I mean, I'm just excited to see people again at conventions. Yeah. I don't know how other panelists have been talking, or other artists, or everybody else is saying, but I can't wait. I don't know. I just saw Andy Park at Disneyland actually yesterday because we did the web shooter thing.
Oh, really?
The Spider-Man ride.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. I wasn't allowed to take any pictures, so I won't talk too much about it.
But still, you gotta look at it. That's awesome.
Yeah, just to ride it was like, it's an arm workout for sure. Like,
oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But no spoilers. No spoilers.
Okay.
But I asked Andy what was his next convention. He said he's not sure. So I really want to know what other people are doing. You know, like what their plans are. But I want to see people
soon.
One day.
Soon, right? Well, it was good to see you, Peter. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, really good.
Thank you guys for having me.
Of course, come on.
It's been a while, and I thought, oh, this is a great excuse as any, you know?
Yeah. I don't need an excuse. You can call me anytime.
Yeah, I know. But you know, it's like I'm so now there's so many ways to get in touch with people. It's like tweeting and DMing and like it's like
you're telling me,
so
Amy, it's crazy.
It's so much easier just seeing people in person at a con and not having to like type everything in. So yeah. So well, this was really nice because I think we can wrap up. We had a really kind of cool weekend.
Yeah, thank you guys for splitting it too for me.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
there's a few people I think were in with us for a good period. So thanks.
Oh yeah.
Everyone, right?
Yeah,
it's like a little marathon, right?
Yep.
Yeah, a bit of a marathon.
Awesome.
And I feel like we covered a lot of stuff, and yeah, that's yeah. So let's and actually, we have one more day of this month, but I think we kind of did.
Today's a great day to go out with a bang. I feel like.
Yeah. And just so people know, I mean, there are actually a lot more Asian Americans in comics, so there's no way we could have covered all. We'd be here more. We would probably be here all week, And there's only so much. And poor Kyle is probably like, okay, guys,
Yeah, for sure. Big
Kyle was a trooper. Thanks, Kyle. I appreciate it.
The EXP for sure.
This was so much fun.
There he is. The EXP in the house.
This was so much fun.
Everybody, please follow this channel. Please follow everybody. Peter, myself,
Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. What's that?
Where should we follow you on Twitch? Should we follow you on Facebook? Where do we?
I'm all over. I'm at Ming Chen 37. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter,
everywhere.
TikTok, whatever.
Are you on TikTok? I'm trying TikTok.
I am. I don't have a lot on there, but I'm working on it. I think TikTok's a younger man's game.
I want to work on TikTok, but for the most part, I'm a writer. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram.
Yeah.
Sort of with photos.
But I like food photos. So hey, so I'll just post food photos on TikTok as well. Yeah.
I am also on Facebook under I Write Comics, just so people remember I'm a writer and not an artist. So
I know I should have been more clear with ink. I thought I was an inker. It's like, why did I choose that?
It's so weird. I was kind of like, I was actually cautioning some of my students because I was like, if you put ink in your handle, some people would think you're an inker.
Yeah, for many it was, but now it's been like I've had it since I was 12. So like I don't know, what do I do? Rebrand? I don't know what to do. Anyway.
Anyway, well, let's do it again. I think this was a lot of fun, and Peter, if you're up for it, let's continue the conversation.
Yeah, sure.
We could definitely get into more nitty gritties of everything, like how to make boba.
Oh yeah. Can I make a YouTube channel like how to pour boba?
You could. That'd be very big. I would watch that in a second.
I have a
Oh,
feeling
thank
some
you.
people don't even know what boba is. So we got, we've got to represent. We got to represent, right? So yeah.
Tapioca pearls.
That's it. And tea. That's it.
That's it. That's it.
All right, Kyle.
Thank you
All right,
again.
Kyle. Wrap it up. Wrap us out.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. We love you.
We love
Thank you.
you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
We'll see
AAPI
you.
for life.